Chapter 904. Gu Fei treated the heavenly tribulation as a terrifying opponent. He was a cultivator who pressed forward with indomitable will. Even if his opponent was the entire world, he would not retreat. Moreover, he would take the initiative to attack. When fighting against an enemy, one should take advantage of the fact that the opponent had not gathered enough power to finish off the opponent. This was the most basic rule of martial arts battle techniques. It was the same when facing the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of the time when the heavenly tribulation had gathered enough power to finish off the opponent. However, in the eyes of others, this was definitely an extremely crazy move. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, it just happened to be a chance of survival under the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He cut off all means of retreat and directly rushed into the heavenly tribulation clouds. Within the pitch-black heavenly tribulation clouds, there was actually a sea of lightning interweaving with the five elements. The power of the five elements gathered from all directions and turned into terrifying heavenly tribulation lightning. An extremely powerful energy wave surged out from the center of the heavenly tribulation clouds. It was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged in the heavenly tribulation sea. A small person condensed from the source of life sat cross-legged between his eyebrows. The small person was absorbing the power of the surrounding heavenly tribulation. All 365 of his acupoints opened wide. In the void of each acupoint, there seemed to be a god sitting cross-legged, also absorbing the heavenly tribulation lightning, tempering his source of life. Gu Fei had used all his strength to clash head-on with the divine phoenix that had descended from the sky. His entire arm had been shattered by the recoil. However, his shattered right arm was rapidly regenerating. Very soon, a brand new arm grew out, as good as new. A vast amount of yuan qi surged on the regenerated arm. The regenerated flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had transformed even more powerful. It was as if a casual strike could shatter the sky. Every time Gu Fei's body was reconstructed, it would become even more powerful. In particular, Gu Fei's bones had become crystal clear under the tempering of the five elements lightning. Strands of electricity as thin as hair flowed through them, making them as hard as immortal metal. Boundless five elements energy transformed into tribulation lightning. Then, boundless lightning energy condensed into terrifying bolts of lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes. They emitted a heart-shaking destructive aura as they charged at Gu Fei from all directions. Rumble, it was as if tens of thousands of thunderbolts were roaring, and the whole world was shaking. Countless lightning bolts shot out from the tribulation clouds, tearing the void and shattering the world. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world surged out from the tribulation cloud, causing all living beings in the world to tremble. This was the might of the world. Everyone, including the sect masters, felt a sense of helplessness and fear. In front of the might of the world, all living beings in the world were as insignificant as ants. An indistinct heavenly melody came from the tribulation cloud. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei, who had charged into the tribulation cloud, was actually able to survive. This was too unbelievable. Big Brother, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all extremely nervous. They stared at the pitch-black tribulation cloud in front of them. Xiaoqing and Balan's palms were covered in sweat. In He Tian's skull, the soul fire was violently pulsing. Two resplendent divine lights shot out from his eye sockets and swept towards the tribulation cloud in front of him. Earth-shaking thunder sounded in the tribulation cloud. The world seemed to be angry at Gu Fei, who dared to offend the might of the world. The five elements' heavenly thunder destroyed everything, wanting to blast this heaven-defying cultivator into ashes. Gu Fei was in great danger. Since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, this was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. After an unknown amount of time, all the thunder suddenly disappeared. However, the tribulation cloud in the sky did not dissipate. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. No one knew what had happened. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the tribulation cloud, could not remember how many times he had reconstructed his body. The charred flesh and broken bones that fell from his body formed a cocoon around him, wrapping him up. The ubiquitous thunder and lightning in the tribulation cloud seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. However, Gu Fei was not happy because he felt an unprecedented danger. Almost transparent thunder and lightning fell from the sky. This was the last wave of tribulation lightning. It was the most powerful silent tribulation lightning. It was impossible to defend against. Only when the tribulation lightning struck one's body would one wake up. At that time, the silent tribulation lightning would have destroyed the life source of the person undergoing the tribulation, causing the person's soul to scatter. The silent tribulation lightning wrapped around Gu Fei and directly bombarded the life source in his Naiwan palace, wanting to completely destroy his life. This silent tribulation lightning specialized in destroying the life source. Wherever it passed, Gu Fei's body would lose its vitality. The life essence contained in his flesh, tendons, and bones would be devoured by the tribulation lightning. The life source in Gu Fei's 365 meridians was also attacked. It was like a lamp that was extinguished in the void of the meridians. Damn it! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The last wave of tribulation lightning was so strange and terrifying. It specialized in destroying the life source and destroying all vitality. Gu Fei's life was threatened. I have no choice but to use external objects. Gu Fei thought. He originally wanted to not use external objects and use his own strength to survive the tribulation. But now it seemed that it was impossible. The last wave of tribulation lightning directly destroyed a cultivator's life source. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their primordial spirit and nascent soul would not be able to escape. They would be destroyed by the tribulation lightning and their souls would scatter. Boz. With a thought, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. An endless ancient aura was emitted from the big cauldron. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the silent tribulation lightning that had invaded Gu Fei's body was immediately forced out. The vast life essence immediately revitalized the severed flesh, tendons, and bones. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron shook slightly. The silent tribulation lightning that had gathered from all directions was immediately shattered and dissipated in the void. Only a supreme saint could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The supreme saint weapon refined by a supreme saint also had the supreme power to ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The supreme saint weapon was extremely powerful. With just a slight shake, it dissolved the fifth wave of tribulation lightning. The tribulation clouds gradually began to disperse. Endless heaven and earth essence from all directions crazily gathered and entered Gu Fei's body. The tribulation is over. That person passed the tribulation. How is this possible? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe what they saw. The tribulation clouds dispersed and a cocoon-like thing floated high in the sky. Endless heaven and earth essence gathered towards the cocoon. The cocoon was like a bottomless black hole that continuously devoured the spirit chi from all directions. Bang! Chapter 905. The heavenly tribulation, which had been raging for 10 to 12 hours, finally came to an end. The tribulation clouds shrouding the sky gradually dispersed, and the terrifying, earth-shattering aura that had condensed between heaven and earth also dissipated into the void. Gu Fei stood high in the sky, wearing a white robe. He preferred to wear white. His original clothes had long been turned to ashes by the tribulation lightning, but he had spare clothes in his inner world. Even immortals couldn't live without all kinds of necessities: food, shelter, and transportation. Since ancient times, no one had ever seen an immortal naked. "I've finally broken through." Gu Fei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. His face was indifferent. In the void of all 365 meridians, there was an illusory figure sitting cross-legged. Those were life seals, the quintessence of Gu Fei's life force that had fused with his divine soul. Each illusory image was Gu Fei himself, which meant that he now had 365 lives. Each life imprint contained all of Gu Fei's memories and experiences. As long as the life god, in the void of all 365 meridians didn't die, Gu Fei wouldn't be considered to have truly died. Gu Fei had fused the life imprints and soul in the void of all 365 meridians to form a life god. It was the perfect fusion and transformation of life and soul. Each meridian had a life god presiding over it. Life gods were different from the primordial spirits of martial cultivators and the nascent souls of soul cultivators. They weren't independent entities. They were all Gu Fei's will. One could say that they were all Gu Fei. The void of the meridians contained a vast amount of yuan qi. It was like 365 lakes. The yuan qi spread to the surroundings, nourishing Gu Fei's body at all times. After the baptism of the 5 elements lightning tribulation, Gu Fei's bones had clearly changed. Each bone was branded with traces of thunder and lightning. There were even faint electric currents flowing through all of his bones. His bones were 5-colored, like 5 elements godly metal. They were so tough that they were comparable to the holy weapons of almighty beings. This was the fearsomeness of a martial artist. Their bodies were strong enough to cause cultivators of the same level to feel fear. Gu Fei's blood vitality was as vigorous as a true dragon. A body that has gone through the heavenly tribulation is indeed different. Gu Fei sighed. He could feel that he no longer had a mortal aura on him. The lightning tribulation had severed all of Gu Fei's mortal aura. His entire person was like nature itself, as if he was one with the world. With every movement he made, he could actually draw in the spiritual energy in the surroundings. He could do as he pleased, and it was easier than ever for him to merge with the world around him. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head to the sky and roared, his voice shaking the sky. Even the clouds on the horizon were scattered. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one knew just how powerful someone who had passed the heavenly tribulation was. A few powerful auras appeared in the vicinity without any concealment. Now that the heavenly tribulation was over, some of the big shots no longer had any misgivings. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in black aura rushed out from the mountain ridge in the distance. With a single step, he crossed dozens of miles. In just a few steps, that person had already appeared in front of Gu Fei. A powerful aura surged out from that person. Everyone could feel a strong sense of oppression. This person was definitely an immortal king or god king who had surpassed the immortal realm. Who is that person? How dare he attack someone who has passed the heavenly tribulation? Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The figure shrouded in black aura exuded a killing intent that was not concealed at all. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan also rushed towards Gu Fei at this moment. However, Gu Fei waved his hand at them, indicating that they should not approach. In a battle of this level, they would not be of any help at all. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan stopped when they saw this. The aura of that person was incomparably powerful. It was not something that they could deal with. Who are you? Gu Fei stared at the person shrouded in black aura and asked coldly. He was not in a hurry to attack. A person who is about to die does not need to know my name. The person's voice was so cold that it was suffocating. Moreover, he was full of confidence. Facing Gu Fei, he had a superior attitude. Humph. Those who wanted to kill me have all been killed by me. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Gu Fei laughed. He had just passed the heavenly tribulation and was looking for someone to practice with. Don't think that you are invincible after passing the heavenly tribulation. In front of absolute power, you are nothing. the person said as he took a step forward. From within the black aura, a huge hand stretched out soundlessly and pressed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt a chill immediately attacking his body. The blood and qi in his body were almost frozen. He could not help but be shocked. His body shook, and the blood and qi in his body suddenly erupted. It was as if a huge dragon had rushed out from the top of his head. Boom! The void shook violently, and the frightening cold air was immediately dispersed by Gu Fei. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation, his physical body had become so strong that it made one shudder. In the distance, He Tian could not help but be startled when he saw this scene. Two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and swept towards the person shrouded in black aura. The power of Yin, I didn't think that someone would be able to cultivate the power of Yin. He Tian muttered to himself. The power of Yang was the extreme Yang, and the power of Yin was the power of Yin. He Tian cultivated the great Tao of Yin and Yang, so he was naturally more familiar with the power of Yang and the power of Yin than anyone else. He cultivated both Yin and Yang, but the person who attacked Gu Fei only cultivated the power of Yin. If the power of Yin was cultivated to the highest level, it could freeze thousands of miles with a snap of the fingers. Even a celestial being would be frozen to death. The person pressed his palm out soundlessly, and the void in front of his palm was instantly frozen. The terrible power of Yin condensed into invisible cold blades, which tore through the void and slashed towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out, and the power of the metal element on his fist was vast. His entire fist bloomed with golden light, as if a golden sun had appeared high up in the sky. After being tempered by the 5 elements' heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei used the 5 elements as his bones, and Yin and Yang as his tools. He could freely switch between Yin and Yang, and the 5 elements. The martial arts techniques that he used were even more terrifying. The power of Yin and Yang directly smashed the invisible cold blades that were slashing towards him, and its momentum did not decrease at all. It directly met the person's palm. Bang! Crack! A muffled sound and the sound of bones breaking sounded almost at the same time. The mysterious person shrouded in black aura retreated, and his entire palm was severely deformed. Roar! Chapter 906. It can't be. Even the Lunar King at the 8th heaven of the mysterious transformation realm was injured. That's the Lunar King of the Beitang family. That person who passed the heavenly tribulation seems to only have the cultivation of the 1st heaven of the mysterious transformation realm. How is it possible? The jaws of the spectators in the distance also dropped in shock. Some recognized the identity of that mysterious transformation celestial king. Gu Fei actually forced back a mysterious transformation realm celestial king who cultivated the power of Yin with a single punch. Humph. So you're a member of the Beitang family. Gu Fei sneered. He pressed forward step by step, his powerful aura causing the whole heaven and earth to tremble. Blood and qi circled around him like a dragon. The words of the spectators reached his ears. He finally knew why the other party wanted to kill him. The other party was a celestial king of the Beitang family. Roar! The Lunar King, whose whole body was wrapped in black gas, roared. He didn't speak, but his severely deformed right hand was shaking. The power of Yin was surging, and the shattered muscles and bones were regenerating. In an instant, his right hand was completely healed, as good as new. I can't let you live. The Lunar King was faintly discernible in the black gas. His killing intent was even stronger. The pressure that Gu Fei gave him was too great. If he was allowed to grow, it would be a disaster for the Beitang family. Freezing the world. He shouted loudly, and endless power of Yin surged out from his body. Within a radius of 100 miles, it was instantly frozen by an extremely terrifying hidden power of years. Even the void was frozen. All of this happened too quickly. Several nearby mountains crumbled in an instant, and then turned into dust. The entire space seemed to have been frozen into a block of ice. The cold chi surged out in all directions, and everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was affected. Those with weak cultivation were directly frozen by the cold chi, and their souls were scattered. Only those at the level of celestial gods saw that the situation was bad and immediately retreated. Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian had great saint weapons, but even so, they were almost frozen stiff. The cold chi could not only freeze the physical body, but also corrode the soul. It was extremely powerful. Gu Fei bore the brunt of the attack and was instantly frozen. Who would have thought that your physical body would actually be so strong that even the lunar true power would find it hard to obliterate you, destroying both your body and spirit? The Lunar King was extremely shocked. The lunar cold chi had always been successful, but this time was an exception. It should be known that even a large mountain would be turned into dust and completely obliterated by the lunar true power. Even godly metal would be frozen to the point of cracking. However, Gu Fei was only sealed in ice, and his physical body did not turn into dust. Die! The Lunar King sealed the heaven and earth with ice, and within a radius of 100 miles, only he could move. Like a ghost, he instantly floated in front of Gu Fei, and directly threw a punch towards Gu Fei's head. A layer of dark light appeared on his fist, and the power of Yin surged out from his fist. The space that had been sealed in ice shattered under his fist. Crack! At this moment, the thin layer of ice on Gu Fei's body suddenly cracked into countless cracks, and then, with a pang sound, it shattered. Thousands of ice shards, like the shards of a peerless godly weapon, shot out in all directions. Amidst the shattered ice, a strong and powerful arm stretched out, grabbing onto the fist that the Lunar King was about to strike. How is this possible? The shock of the Lunar King was no small matter. In her great shock, her fist shook, and the power of Yin surged towards the opponent like a river bursting through a dam. Shwa! The arm that grabbed the Lunar King's fist was immediately covered with a thin layer of ice. It was not ordinary ice, but the lunar mysterious ice that was much colder than 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. The lunar cold chi could freeze all things. However, today, the lunar cold chi could not freeze Gu Fei. Gu Fei's arm shook, and the power of fire burst out. Wisps of fire rushed out from his pores. The thin layer of ice on his arm was immediately evaporated by the power of the fire element. The lunar cold chi was dispersed. As he exerted his strength, a bone-chilling sound of bones shattering could be heard from his hand. Ho! The Lunar King's face twisted in pain. He watched helplessly as his fist was crushed by the opponent. The opponent was actually not afraid of the power of Yin. Pang! Gu Fei directly kicked between the Lunar King's chest and abdomen, kicking the Lunar King into the air and tearing one of the Lunar King's arms off. The power of this kick was extremely strong. The Lunar King's sternum was instantly shattered, and his internal organs turned into minced meat. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth. His body was almost kicked into two pieces by Gu Fei's kick. This person's physical body is too strong. He is actually not afraid of the lunar cold chi. The Lunar King has been crippled. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be moved. A simple attack almost shattered the physical body of a celestial king in the eighth heaven of the profound transformation realm. I'll fight you to the death. The Lunar King roared, and a pitch-black divine light gushed out from between her eyebrows. In the black light, there was a pitch-black blade that was like a crescent moon. It emitted endless lunar true power and slashed towards Gu Fei. As soon as the black blade appeared, the aura it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if there was really a black crescent moon falling from the sky, destroying everything. The space that had been frozen by the lunar cold chi shattered in an instant, turning into terrifying chaos that destroyed everything. This was a terrifying imperial divine weapon. Pang! Gu Fei's attack was very direct. It was still a punch, but a simple attack had great power. The king divine weapon that the Lunar King struck out was actually blown away by Gu Fei's punch. Pang! The king divine weapon collapsed in the void, lost all its spirituality, and turned into countless pieces of scrap metal. What? This time, the Lunar King was completely dumbfounded. The opponent could actually use his physical body to resist the king divine weapon. He was simply a peerless divine weapon in human form. The king divine weapon was shattered, and the Lunar King suffered a great impact. She almost fell from the bed, and on her eyebrows, a bright red dazzling blood flowed down. Gu Fei didn't give the Lunar King another chance to attack. He used the desolate steps and instantly caught up with the Lunar King. He pointed a finger and crushed the Lunar King's head. However, the Lunar King's headless body still soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled, but he immediately understood that the Lunar King's primordial spirit must have escaped from the Mudpill Palace and hidden in other parts of the body. He was about to attack again to completely kill the Lunar King. He never showed mercy to his enemies. "Boss, let me do it." Just at this moment, a figure rushed over from afar. Gu Fei stopped when he heard that. He already knew that it was that fellow who was rushing over. Hee. The power of Yin is a great tonic. He Tian was extremely excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He directly chased after the headless body of the Lunar King. The Lunar King suffered serious injuries one after another and was already an arrow at the end of its flight, which benefited He Tian. However, a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. Although the Lunar King was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he almost dragged He Tian down with him. He actually exploded his primordial spirit, and the power of Yin swept in all directions. If it wasn't for He Tian having a powerful holy weapon to protect himself, he probably wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the situation and would have lost his life. The power of Yin was definitely a great tonic for He Tian, who cultivated both Yin and Yang. The power of Yin that exploded was all gathered and swallowed into his skull. During this process, no one dared to step forward to interfere. Even if there were people from the Beitang clan nearby, these people didn't dare to step forward. No one would seek their own death. Gu Fei killed a celestial king in the 8th heaven of the mysterious transformation realm with his bare hands. The terrifying battle prowess he displayed intimidated everyone. Even the sect masters of the heaven tier didn't dare to step forward rashly. This gave Mahakala enough time to devour the power of extreme Yin that had exploded. The power of Yin gave birth to the sun, and the sun gave birth to the power of Yin and Yang. He Tian's body erupted with an unprecedentedly strong fluctuation of the power of Yin and Yang. At this time, a shocking news came. A sword emperor of the Zhao clan of the primordial era had fallen. That sword emperor died under the heavenly tribulation. When the news came, everyone was shocked. That sword emperor of the Zhao clan was really too awesome, actually attracting his own heavenly tribulation. Only a few people knew that the sword emperor of the Zhao clan had died a very unjust death. The primordial Zhao family used various methods in an attempt to help the Sword King overcome his tribulation. However, in the end, even the patriarch of the Zhao family could not save the Sword King even after personally asking for the saint weapon of the Zhao family. Even the almighty sacred weapon of the Zhao family was heavily damaged by the heavenly tribulation. Its vitality was damaged, and it would probably take several hundred years to recover. Good death. When Gu Fei heard this news, he couldn't help but feel very satisfied. That sword emperor sneak attacked him, but ended up with a tragic fate of having both his body and soul destroyed. This was really the cycle of karma. Roar! Just as everyone was about to leave, a terrifying roar sounded from the nearby mountains. A wild beast that was as huge as a mountain walked out of the mountains. Even the surrounding mountains only reached the waist of that wild beast. Other than startling the human cultivators, Gu Fei's tribulation also alarmed some of the wild beasts that broke into the pseudo-heaven realm from the ancient desolation world. Back then, when the wild beasts from the ancient desolation world attacked the pseudo-heaven realm, not all of them were forced back to the ancient desolation world by the human cultivators. Many primordial beasts were lurking in this world. Roar! The wild beast roared towards the sky, causing the entire mountain to shake. With a roar that shook the mountains and rivers, an extremely fierce aura spread out from the wild beast's body. Bang! 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 The earth trembled, and the wild beast that was as huge as a mountain directly rushed over. Whoosh! The huge beast's claw directly smashed down on the human cultivators who were fleeing in all directions. Boom! With a loud sound, the wild beast directly smashed a mountain peak, causing dust to soar into the sky. More than a dozen human cultivators on the mountain peak were instantly killed. They couldn't be more dead. Hiss! Chapter 907. Roar! A wild beast as large as a mountain walked among the mountains. On its mountain-like head, there was a pair of dragon horns that only the legendary true dragons had. However, this wild beast was not a dragon. This wild beast was covered in thick black scales, and its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings mercilessly. With every step it took, the entire ground trembled. A fierce murderous aura surged from its huge body, and its ferocious might shocked the surroundings. Swoosh! A divine rainbow shot up from the top of a mountain in the distance, rushing towards the wild beast. An extremely powerful aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. Within the divine rainbow, there was a figure in green clothes. It was a middle-aged man, and the aura emitted from the middle-aged man was too powerful. It was as if a part of the world had suddenly descended and pressed down on everyone's heads. Xianxia of the celestial being realm. When Gu Fei saw this person and felt his aura, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The middle-aged man gave off a huge pressure. This was a good opponent. It's the battle emperor of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the celestial being Xianxia. Gu Fei's tribulation had attracted many peerless figures. These figures did not have a deep grudge against Gu Fei, so they did not interfere with Gu Fei's tribulation. Moreover, if they interfered with Gu Fei's tribulation, they might accidentally trigger their own tribulation. No one would do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves. The perception of the great path of heaven and earth was very subtle and difficult to grasp. Even the celestial being realm Xianxia and the celestial being realm had to be careful and tremble with fear. Triggering a tribulation in the ancient world would be a disaster and a tragedy. Therefore, when Gu Fei was undergoing tribulation, no one dared to act rashly. Some influential figures even hid far away. Even the wild beasts in the ancient world of chaos had to temporarily hide. After the heavenly tribulation, the savage beast that was lurking nearby immediately jumped out and started killing the human clan cultivators that gathered nearby. Boom! The huge wild beast smashed a mountain with one punch and sent the 7 or 8 human cultivators flying. The powerful force of the collision caused the 7 or 8 cultivators to turn into meat paste in the instant they were sent flying. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Bam! With a stomp of the wild beast, the earth cracked and the mountains shook. Many of the human cultivators on the ground fell to the ground. Some unlucky ones were even swallowed by the cracks in the earth. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of human cultivators had been killed by this primordial beast, all of them dead in body and soul. This was the most thorough way to die. They wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. They would be completely erased from this world, leaving no trace of life behind. Roar! The battle emperor of the Zhou clan of the ancients roared and threw out a punch. It was a simple and direct punch, but it triggered the spiritual chi from all directions and the power of the world. This is, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the punch from the battle emperor of the Zhou clan. It was similar to Gu Fei's battle skill. The battle emperor seemed to be using the battle skill that Gu Fei had used in the battle with the Lunar King. It was the most direct attack, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge and forcing the opponent to take it head-on. Of course, the wild beast didn't bother to dodge. Whoosh! The wild beast waved its huge hand and slammed it down on the battle emperor. The huge beast's claw covered the sky, and the void below it collapsed. The wild beast's casual attack pierced through the sky and completely ignored the battle emperor's attack. Bam! The Dou Zhanhuang's fist fiercely bombarded the chest of this prehistoric beast, producing a deafening sound like muffled thunder. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the wild beast was like a huge mountain, not moving an inch, and its huge hand still slammed down on the battle emperor. It can't be. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The wild beast actually withstood the all-out attack of the celestial being realm Shen King with its body, and it seemed to be unscathed. This was too shocking and unbelievable. One should know that even a real huge mountain would be turned into dust under the all-out attack of the Shen King. What a strong physique. Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little moved when he saw this scene. This was definitely a terrifying wild beast king. Its body was so strong that it could withstand the attack of the celestial being realm and the Shen King. Boss, the wild beast's body is so strong, I'm afraid it's not inferior to yours. He Tian said. This guy had just devoured the yin power of a king and obtained great benefits, so he was in a good mood. Swoosh! With a flash of divine light, the battle emperor of the Zhou clan moved quickly in the void, dodging the wild beast's claw, and then walked in the void. The battle emperor's speed suddenly increased, and with every step he took, there seemed to be Dao rhythm flowing under his feet. As if teleporting, he disappeared with each step, avoiding the wild beast's attack. This is 8 desolation steps. How is this possible? The footwork displayed by the battle emperor of the Zhou clan was the 8 desolation steps that Gu Fei used when he was fighting against the Lunar King. The battle emperor of the Zhou clan also seemed to be able to display the extreme speed of the 8 desolation steps. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all shocked to the extreme. Could it be that the battle emperor of the Zhou clan also obtained the cultivation method of the supreme battle skill, 8 desolation steps? Impossible. This was a martial arts battle skill, and the battle emperor of the Zhou clan was a genuine Shen King, so how could he display a martial arts battle skill? Xiaoqing and the others quickly denied the idea that the battle emperor of the Zhou clan had obtained the cultivation method of 8 desolation steps. He is imitating, and this seems to be a kind of mystical power. Gu Fei said solemnly. The opponent was not a martial artist, so it was impossible for him to use a martial artist's unique cultivation method. A mystical power that can imitate other people's cultivation methods and battle skills. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all shocked. The immortal mystical power cultivated by this Shen King of the Zhou clan was too shocking, and he was already in an invincible position. However, at this time, the one fighting with this Shen King was an ancient beast, an extremely terrifying ancient beast. The ancient beast king of the untainted ancient world was definitely a synonym for power. That was because there was the existence of heavenly tribulation in the untainted ancient world. When a savage beast's cultivation broke through a realm, the untainted ancient world would send down heavenly tribulation. To be able to grow into an ancient beast king, a wild beast must have gone through countless heavenly tribulations. Its flesh and bones were extremely powerful, and even the attacks of the celestial being realm Shen King could be ignored. At this time, the Zhou clan's Shen King, who had imitated the 8 desolation steps, suddenly appeared behind the head of the ancient beast king. He finally found an opportunity to attack, and directly punched the back of the ancient beast king's head. The spiritual qi of the heaven and earth and the surroundings was instantly sucked dry, and the fist of the Zhou clan Shen King blossomed with golden light, like a golden sun appearing in the sky, surging with the power of the metal element. Metal Fist. Chapter 908. Dozhan Shen King of the Zhou family displayed his celestial power. He actually used the metal element fist of the five elements fist. Golden light bloomed on his fist and the power of the metal element shook the world. Roar! The ancient beast king roared. This time, it no longer ignored the attack of the Dozhan Shen King. The beast claw directly blocked the attack of the metal element fist. Boom! The fist of the Dozhan Shen King and the huge beast claw collided fiercely, causing an earth-shattering sound. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions, sweeping in all directions. The earth trembled and the nearby mountains were turned into dust by the power. Like ice and snow, they dissipated between heaven and earth, completely erased from the horizon. The huge beast claw seemed to have slapped on the golden sun. Endless golden light dissipated and the dazzling light was mostly blocked by the beast claw. This was definitely a shocking scene. It was like an ancient giant beast was plucking the sun from the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The power of the five elements was rapidly weakening and the golden light became dim. The golden sun in the sky was really about to be plucked down. This was not the true combat skill of the five elements after all. Although the power was shocking, it was still not enough. Bang! The huge beast claw directly crushed the golden sun in the sky. Golden rays shot out, and the power of the metal element was completely dispersed. Endless golden light illuminated the entire world in an instant, but it dimmed in an instant, and then disappeared completely. At the same time, a figure was sent flying. Even the Shen King is not a match for it. Could it be that this giant beast is actually a wild beast king? At this time, in the surrounding area, only those who were above the immortal realm were still watching. Those who were below the immortal realm had already run away. They were not even qualified to watch a battle of this level. The aura released by Shen King and the Celestial Emperor, who were in the Celestial Being Realm, was enough to suppress any cultivator below the Celestial Being Realm to the point that they couldn't even stand up. The aura released by those in the Celestial Being Realm was enough to kill. The Zhou clan's Dozhan Shen King was sent flying several tens of li away before stabilizing himself. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His heart trembled. This savage beast king was simply too powerful. Perhaps it would take several celestials to suppress it. But where could they find the other Shen King and Immortal Emperor? There were still a few powerful auras in the vicinity. Some of them were at the profound transformation realm, but none of them made a move. Immortal kings and god kings were simply not enough, unless the Immortal Emperor or the Shen King arrived. Even the unparalleled Dozhan Shen King of the Shen King had been sent flying. This ancient beast king had truly shocked everyone. However, there was one person who was brimming with battle intent. His blood and qi were surging, and there seemed to be dragons coiling around his body. This person was none other than Gu Fei. The might of the ancient beast king made his blood boil. He was a warrior who lived for battle. The incomparably tyrannical aura emitted by the ancient beast king stimulated Gu Fei. There were no celestial being realm immortal emperors or the Shen King in the vicinity. No one could stop this ancient beast king. Even the Dozhan Shen King couldn't do anything to this savage beast. Big brother, youth, big brother, the battle intent emitted by Gu Fei made Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan, who were standing beside Gu Fei, feel a great pressure, and their hearts trembled. Swish! Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the terrifying savage beast. This step actually covered nearly 100 li of the void. This was the true extreme speed of 8 steps. It was probably even faster than teleportation. It could be said to be the fastest speed in the world. No other footwork could surpass it. Gu Fei's blood and qi were vigorous like a real dragon. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of divine light. His body gave people a feeling of great power, as if it was cast from immortal divine iron. However, in front of this savage beast, Gu Fei was as small as an ant. This savage beast was as huge as a mountain. A finger of this savage beast was much bigger than Gu Fei. Roar! The savage beast's attention was immediately attracted by Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was small, the aura emitted from him was extremely powerful. No way! He only has the cultivation base of the first heaven of mystic change realm, but he dares to challenge the ancient beast king. Although he has passed the heavenly tribulation, it doesn't mean that he is invincible. This is simply suicide. What a pity. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Those who saw Gu Fei coming out thought that Gu Fei had gone crazy. That was an ancient beast king that even the celestial being realm Shen king couldn't deal with. Human, you are very powerful. A powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out from the body of the ancient beast king. A voice resounded in everyone's heart. That ancient beast king was communicating with Gu Fei. The spiritual fluctuation was not concealed, and everyone could feel it. You are not weak either. Gu Fei said with incomparable seriousness. He didn't think that he could defeat this savage beast king. However, he had to fight. He didn't want to let go of such an opponent. I have seen people like you. The voice of the ancient beast king resounded in Gu Fei's heart. He didn't need to speak. He directly communicated with his spiritual fluctuation. This kind of communication broke through the barrier of language. This ancient beast king had already opened its spiritual wisdom. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human. If it was in the Tinglong continent, this kind of ancient beast king would definitely be a domineering demon lord. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This savage beast king had actually seen people like him. If this was true, then this ancient beast king was really a super antique. It should be known that true warriors had disappeared for countless years. In the later period of the Desolate Era, martial arts began to decline. Since then, very few people had truly cultivated supreme martial arts. People like you are very scary. So, it is your bad luck to meet me. The ancient beast king's voice was very calm. However, he had the intention to kill Gu Fei. I'm afraid that you can't kill me. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Although the opponent had suppressed the Zhou clan's Dozhanshan king, Gu Fei felt that he still had the strength to fight. Is that so? The ancient beast king's voice started to turn cold. Then, the mountain-like body of the ancient beast king started to emit bursts of intense light. The demonic light flickered and the demonic power was vast and mighty. Under the gaze of Gu Fei, the body of the ancient beast king shrank rapidly. Soon, a purple-haired middle-aged man wearing purple clothes and having the horns of a real dragon on his head appeared from the endless demonic light. The huge body had disappeared. However, the aura emitted by this purple-haired middle-aged man was even stronger than before. Chapter 909. The purple-haired middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. His qi and blood were exuberant, even more so than that of Gu Fei. Above his head, there was a divine light formed by qi and blood flashing. It was extremely terrifying. Come on. The purple-haired middle-aged man was extremely confident. Two blood-colored divine lights shot out from his blood-colored pupils and swept towards Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei did not speak. He snorted coldly. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He took a step forward and his figure became blurred. His real body had disappeared in the void, but only an afterimage was left. Boom! In the void above the purple-haired middle-aged man's head, a huge foot stepped down. The terrifying power under the foot was vast and mighty, and the void below the foot immediately collapsed. Whoosh! The purple-haired middle-aged man did not dodge. He raised his hand and directly punched upwards. Above the fist, there was endless power surging, but it did not explode. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot and the purple-haired middle-aged man's right fist collided fiercely, making an extremely dull sound. A circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the fist. The moment the purple-haired middle-aged man's fist collided with Gu Fei's right foot, it suddenly burst out like a mountain torrent, shaking the heaven and earth, resisting Gu Fei's 8 kill steps. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, countless hair-like pitch-black cracks would appear in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures moved quickly. Gu Fei rushed up to the sky, and the purple-haired middle-aged man rushed forward. His big hand grabbed forward. A beast claw covered with scales suddenly covered the entire sky, as if it wanted to grasp the entire sky in its hand. 5 elements 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei let out a low roar and 5 voids immediately rushed out of his body. They were like 5 miniature worlds that lingered around him. He strode through the 5 elemental worlds with extreme speed and rushed out of the void that was enveloped by the huge beast claw. This is... How could he cultivate a divine ability? At this time, the Zhou family's Dozhanshan king had already rushed over from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. As Gu Fei walked in the 5 elements voids, the speed of the desolate steps immediately increased a lot. The 8 steps extreme speed was already the fastest speed in the world. With the help of the 5 elements voids, Gu Fei's speed in the void was so fast that even those who had cultivated the third eye of heaven could not catch him. The 5 elemental void was a battle technique that Gu Fei had created himself. The martial path battle technique fused with the power of the inner heaven and earth to form the 5 elemental void. To a certain extent, this battle technique could be called a martial path divine ability. Rumble, Gu Fei stretched out his hand and took in the fire elemental void that was revolving around him. Then, he attacked the purple-haired middle-aged man. The fire elemental void instantly expanded infinitely, enveloped the whole world, and sucked the purple-haired middle-aged man in. It was a world of fire. There was only the power of fire in it. The vast power of fire formed a terrible divine fire that could even melt divine iron. The power of fire was so mighty that the void was distorted by the heat. However, the purple-haired middle-aged man was rampaging in the sea of fire. The power of the fire elemental void could not suppress him. Bang! The purple-haired middle-aged man was unparalleled. He punched a big hole in the fire elemental void and rushed out of the monstrous fire. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. At this time, a blue world of water descended from the sky. The purple-haired middle-aged man rushed out of the fire elemental world and entered the water elemental world. Boom! The boundless power of the water element was surging and mighty. It seemed as if an ocean had appeared high up in the sky. It set off monstrous waves. The extremely powerful power of the water element condensed into huge water-blue dragons, and pounced towards the purple-haired middle-aged man from all directions. The purple-haired middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the towering waves, and then separated his hands. Countless golden palm shadows rushed out of the purple-haired middle-aged man's body and slapped in all directions. The ancient beast king's brute force was shocking. Countless dragons were crushed under the golden palm shadows. The powerful force directly shook the entire water elemental void. More than a dozen palm shadows directly broke through the suppression of the power of heaven and earth in the water elemental void. Too strong. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The combat power displayed by the ancient beast king was too amazing. Perhaps even a celestial being would have a hard time suppressing this ancient beast king. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. Everyone thought that Gu Fei was overestimating himself. The ancient beast king could transform into a human, but it didn't seem like he was cultivating as a supreme beast venerable. Could it be that he was walking the path of an extreme beast venerable? No one knew. The ancient beast king's attack was a bit like an ancient martial arts technique. Using strength to prove one's Tao, using absolute strength to suppress everything. The path of the supreme beast venerable and the ancient martial Tao could be said to be different paths that led to the same destination. Both of them used absolute strength to resist the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was an extremely difficult path. Since ancient times, it seemed that only the legendary supreme martial ancestor had successfully used this method to prove his Tao. Damn it! The water elemental void was penetrated, and Gu Fei was also affected. The power in his body showed signs of slowing down, and the power of heaven and earth weakened. Against the heavens and earth. The purple-haired middle-aged man shouted. The endless power of water in the water elemental void was immediately triggered by an unpredictable force. Gu Fei was shocked to find that he could not control the water elemental void. Rumble, heaven and earth were being reversed and Qian Kuan was shifting. The water elemental void was actually shrouding Gu Fei as monstrous waves swept down from the sky. Not only did the purple-haired middle-aged man reverse Gu Fei's attack, he even managed to break free from Gu Fei's control. The ability was indeed terrifying. Roar! Gu Fei uttered a furious roar into the sky. His hair danced wildly in the wind, while his qi and blood circled around him like dragons. He summoned the metal elemental void and stood in it. Clank! The sound of metal elemental force condensed into golden sabers and swords, slashing at Qi Nan from the metal elemental void. Thousands of sabers and swords flew at the same time. Gu Fei's body instantly turned into a sea of sabers and swords. Every saber and sword was dazzling with golden light, emitting the fierce power of metal. Like thousands of peerless godly weapons, they pierced through the void and destroyed the surging power of water. They slashed at the purple-haired middle-aged man, and the void was cut into thousands of pieces. The power of metal was mighty between heaven and earth, and the thousands of sabers and swords destroyed everything. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was shocked. The sky was full of golden sabers and swords, and the terrifying saber aura and sword aura swept out, making people watching the battle from afar feel cold. The power of water was destroyed, and the thousands of sabers and swords pierced at the purple-haired middle-aged man from all directions. The purple-haired middle-aged man was drowned by the thousands of sabers and swords. Bang! At this moment, the void suddenly shook violently. Then, countless golden sabers and swords began to collapse and turn back into the power of metal. In the center of the thousands of sabers and swords, a terrible black hole appeared, and it continuously swallowed the power of metal that was formed from the collapse of the sabers and swords. Chapter 9-10. Thousands of swords and sabers crumbled and turned into the most primitive metal elemental essence. This was an incomparably shocking scene. The purple-haired man opened his mouth and swallowed the endless metal elemental essence. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. The suction force of the purple-haired middle-aged man seemed to have the power to swallow the entire world. The entire void was almost swallowed into his stomach. In just an instant, the countless golden swords and sabers that filled the sky disappeared completely. A terrifying figure appeared in the void. At this time, the belly of the purple-haired man swelled up like a round ball. Everyone was dumbfounded. This ancient beast king actually swallowed thousands of swords and sabers in one gulp. This method was too shocking. Return it to you. The purple-haired man shouted and spat out. Boom! The endless metal elemental essence that was swallowed by him gushed out from his mouth. The power of the metal element condensed into thousands of swords and sabers, like thousands of peerless divine weapons, and slashed towards Gu Fei with overwhelming force. The golden wind was mighty and the power of the metal element surged violently. The thousands of swords and sabers reappeared, but the target was Gu Fei. This purple-haired man's method was really frightening. Damn it! Gu Fei felt great pressure. The opponent was too strong and had exceeded his expectations. In front of such a character, he was still not strong enough. Boss is not this guy's match. It seems that we have to get ready to escape at any time. He Tian said to Xiaoqing and Bolon. An array platform appeared in my Tian's hand. As soon as he sensed that something was amiss, he would immediately activate the array platform and escape. You. Xiaoqing saw He Tian's action and couldn't help but glare at him. Brother Qing, this isn't the time to be a hero. If the boss isn't a match for them, we'll just be throwing our lives away if we stay. Arabis said. They were only at the immortal celestial stage, so they were as weak as ants in front of this extremely powerful ancient beast king. Ancient beast king could kill them with a single finger. He Tian is right. At this time, even Bolon, who rarely spoke. The current situation was very disadvantageous to them. This place is already in a state of chaos. Why haven't any master-level characters arrived yet? Xiaoqing said as he looked around. I'm afraid they can't even take care of themselves. Within He Tian's skull, the soul flame was rapidly pulsing. The appearance of this ancient beast king was definitely not a coincidence. The savage beasts of the great desolate ancient world were about to attack again. Gu Fei stood in the metal elemental void. Thousands of knives and swords hacked into the metal elemental void. However, the countless knives and swords couldn't hit Gu Fei's body. When the countless golden knives and swords were about 3 feet away from Gu Fei, they dissipated and turned back into metal elemental essence chi. I didn't expect you to have cultivated an inner world. All the more reason to not let you live. The purple-haired middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Then, he walked step by step towards Gu Fei. The purple-haired middle-aged man was like a moving primordial divine mountain. With every step he took, the entire world trembled beneath his feet. His terrifying aura made even immortals hide far away. Humph. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly soared into the sky. The 5 elemental void circled around his body. He strode in the 5 elemental void at lightning speed towards the purple-haired middle-aged man who was approaching step by step. 8 desolation steps and the 5 elemental void allowed Gu Fei to increase his speed to the limit. It was difficult to see Gu Fei's figure with the naked eye. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the purple-haired middle-aged man. He clenched his right hand into a fist and the 5 elemental void around him instantly gathered towards his right fist. Bam! It was a simple and direct punch without any fancy moves. However, this punch was condensed with Gu Fei's most powerful strength. He was going all out. In front of the fist, the entire void collapsed and was beaten into chaos. The power of the 5 elements gathered on Gu Fei's fist and directly pierced through the world. Good! The purple-haired middle-aged man shouted and directly punched upwards. It was also the most direct attack. It wasn't a magical ability or a life-slaying technique. It was the purest manifestation of power. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the purple-haired middle-aged man's fist. The world shook and the sky almost collapsed. It was like 2 stars colliding. So strong. Gu Fei felt as if his fist had struck an immortal ancient divine mountain. The power of the 5 elements on his fist was scattered by the recoil and his entire arm felt numb. An irresistible force came from the opponent's fist and sent Gu Fei flying hundreds of feet away. The sleeve of his right hand was torn into thousands of pieces. The purple-haired middle-aged man also took a few steps back. However, his sleeve was not torn. However, a trace of blood seeped out from the gaps of his fingers. It really is that person's inheritance. The purple-haired middle-aged man that the ancient beast king had transformed into was very shocked. He stared at Gu Fei, who was hundreds of meters away. A bloody light burst out from his eyes, and his blood-colored pupils emitted a frightening evil light. This was a clash of pure physical strength. Although Gu Fei seemed to be suppressed on the surface, his martial emperor body was incomparably strong. With the 5 elements as his bones and yin and yang as his power, it was enough to resist an emperor weapon. Even the ancient Beast King's extremely strong physical body could not withstand such an attack. The web between his thumb and index finger was torn and a trace of ancient Beast King's blood seeped out. Gu Fei's martial emperor body was incomparably strong. However, the opponent's strength was much stronger than his. The opponent could completely suppress him with absolute strength. Again. The purple-haired middle-aged man rushed forward and swung his right leg at Gu Fei's waist. It was like a divine whip lashing at Gu Fei. Swoosh! The void was torn apart wherever the leg passed. The ancient Beast King's physical strength was so strong that it could tear apart the void. Bam! Gu Fei used his knee to block the whip leg of the purple-haired middle-aged man. At the same time, his right hand was like a blade, chopping at the purple-haired middle-aged man's neck. A golden light appeared. Gu Fei's hand blade was like a peerless divine weapon. It rapidly chopped through the void, trying to chop off the purple-haired middle-aged man's head. The purple-haired middle-aged man also used his hand blade to meet the attack. Both arms collided with each other, producing a clang sound that could only be produced by metal. The two quickly separated. Swoosh! The purple-haired middle-aged man was still retreating. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Gu Fei. The 5 fingers emitted a bright divine light. Like 5 divine spears, they pierced forward and instantly caught up with Gu Fei, who was flying backward, and stabbed at his abdomen. Sky-flipping hand. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice and struck out with this martial arts battle skill. A huge shadow of a palm flew out in front of him and dispersed the 5 rays of divine light in an instant. With a vast and terrifying aura, it directly slapped towards the purple-haired middle-aged man. Bam! The purple-haired middle-aged man was shaken away. However, he pointed with a finger, and a divine light instantly pierced through Gu Fei's left shoulder and hit Gu Fei away. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the purple-haired middle-aged man like a ghost. In his hand was a strangely shaped weapon that looked like a wheel. However, there were many sharp blades around it, and it fiercely bombarded the purple-haired middle-aged man's back. The power of this blow was incredible. It actually blasted the purple-haired middle-aged man 100 miles away and smashed a mountain. The sudden scene stunned everyone. The person who attacked was the Zhou family's Daoist king. At this time, the Daoist king was holding a wheel in his hand. The wheel was surrounded by incomparably sharp blades. The purple-haired middle-aged man's attention was on Gu Fei. He neglected the Zhou family's Daoist king. He was unexpectedly hit by the Daoist king. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from afar. The ancient Beast King had received the Daoist king's all-out attack, but he was still alive. It was really shocking. The purple-haired middle-aged man rushed out of the rubble. He was furious. There was a foot-long wound on his back. His flesh was twisted, and the ancient Beast King's blood was flowing. Even the powerful ancient Beast King's body would be seriously injured by this blow. Buzz! Just as the ancient Beast King rushed out, the Zhou family's Daoist king had already thrown the wheel in his hand high into the sky. The wheel rapidly enlarged and then pressed down on the enraged ancient Beast King. The mountain-like wheel emitted a terrifying aura. As the wheel rotated, the patterns on its surface seemed to come to life. It was as if 3,000 worlds had appeared and attracted the power of the 3,000 worlds. Rumble! The void under the wheel was collapsing. The wheel displayed a great power. The wheel actually emitted a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Bang! The ancient beast king, who had just rushed out of the rubble, was once again pressed down from the sky by the wheel. It's the legendary Wanxiang wheel. The Wanxiang wheel can manifest the Wanxiang of the world. The Zhou family's Daoist king actually obtained the inheritance of an ancient Wanxiang. Someone recognized the origin of this wheel. This seemingly inconspicuous wheel was actually a Wanxiang saint weapon. Moreover, it was a treasure left behind by an ancient Wanxiang. No wonder he can imitate boss's battle skill. He Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the inconspicuous black wheel. When cultivated to a high level, the 10,000 elephants' divine ability could simulate all the phenomena in the world. As long as a celestial emperor who had cultivated the 10,000 elephants' divine ability took a glance at it, he would be able to imitate and use them. If he could even manifest the Wanxiang of the world, then naturally, he could also manifest the opponent's battle skill. The Daoist king's Wanxiang divine ability made him almost invincible. Boom! Chapter 9-11. Bang! The Wanxiang will exerted its supreme power, suppressing the ancient beast king to the ground. The entire ground caved in, causing dust to surge in all directions. Everything within a radius of 10 li was destroyed. Everything was ruthlessly erased from the ground. The Zhou clan's Daoist deity emperor's ruthlessness shocked everyone to the extreme. Even the ancient beast king, who was so powerful that even a great perfection deity emperor's expression changed, was at a disadvantage. Rumble, the Wanxiang will rotated, transforming into 3,000 worlds, obliterating everything. The entire area was shaken as if doomsday had arrived. Even Gu Fei had to retreat at the first moment. The aura of the saint weapon was too powerful. It could shatter the heavens, causing all living things to tremble. It was extremely terrifying. According to the legends, there were also strong and weak ancient almighties. Peak almighties could kill first and second heavenly layer almighties with a raise of their hands. The almighty holy weapons refined by almighties also had differences in strength. There were many factors that could affect the power of a magic weapon, but there were two fundamental factors. One was the cultivation of the almighty and the other was the divine material used to refine the magic weapon. This Wanxiang wheel was definitely a saint weapon refined by an expert of the ancient times. It could almost display a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The Wanxiang wheel was completely black, and Gu Fei couldn't tell what divine material was used to refine it. The black divine material couldn't be the 9 heaven stars iron, right? This ancient beast king is dead for sure. I didn't think that Daoist king of Zhou clan would have a saint weapon. Even a Peixian king or an invincible immortal emperor would be suppressed to death by this saint weapon. When the crowd saw this scene, they already knew that the ancient beast king had no chance. Perhaps only the invincible beast emperor could resist the attack of the almighty saint weapon. The desolate beast emperor was a terrifying existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the almighty. In the entire desolate ancient world, there were only 3 desolate beast emperors. The 3 desolate beast emperors usually cultivated in the depths of the desolate ancient world and did not care about the outside world. However, for some unknown reason, the 3 ancient beast emperors walked out from the depths of the chaos primordial world and unleashed an unprecedented beast horde, trapping all the ancient barons' forces in the pseudo-heaven realm. Roar! Just as everyone thought that the ancient beast king was about to be obliterated by the Wanxiang wheel, a furious roar rang out from beneath the Wanxiang wheel. The ancient beast king hadn't died. No way. How is this possible? Suddenly hearing this roar, everyone was stunned. That ancient beast king was actually able to survive the Wanxiang wheel, and there were no signs of it being destroyed. Damn it! Zhou clan's battle master, Shen King's expression was incomparably solemn. He soared into the sky and directly arrived above the Wanxiang wheel. He then sat cross-legged on the Wanxiang wheel and activated it with all his might. Rumble, like a giant millstone, the Wanxiang wheel shook continuously. The 3,000 worlds were faintly discernible, and the appearance of the Wanxiang will drew in an endless amount of power, shattering the space around it. Under this supreme pressure, everyone was trembling with fear, and they were overwhelmed with shock. Even Gu Fei couldn't withstand the powerful aura of the saint weapon. He had no choice but to use the world force in his inner world to seal himself and isolate the space around him, weakening the terrifying aura as much as possible. Swish! At this moment, a figure silently appeared in the distant sky. It was a young man with snow-white hair. At the same time, Gu Fei's heart suddenly pounded. A murderous intent instantly enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily turn in the direction of the murderous intent. The white-haired young man's gaze immediately collided violently with Gu Fei's in the air. The young man's long hair that draped over his shoulders immediately fluttered in the wind. When Gu Fei saw the white-haired young man, he immediately sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the latter. It was as if the other party was staring at him like a god of death. It's a head-level figure. Gu Fei thought to himself. This head-level figure clearly wanted to kill him and wanted to kill him. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared beside He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon. Then, he used the world force to wrap around them and rushed into the distance. Humph! The white-haired young man's expression was cold and arrogant. His eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Then, he extended his right hand and pressed the space in front of him. Boom! In the sky hundreds of miles away, a large formation suddenly appeared. Then, a giant palm as large as a mountain suddenly appeared above Gu Fei's head and slammed down towards them. This was simply a hand that covered the sky. The entire sky darkened, and even Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps could not rush out from under the giant hand. The terrifying energy that descended from the giant hand shocked in all directions, piercing through the heaven and earth. The aura of destruction shocked even Gu Fei. Who is this person? Gu Fei had never seen this white-haired young man before, but the fact that the white-haired young man wanted to kill him as soon as he appeared made Gu Fei furious. Break for me! With a loud shout, Gu Fei directly punched upwards. At the same time, from He Tian's skull, a great star that shone with brilliant starlight rushed out, and the power of the stars erupted like a volcano. The great star that rushed out from He Tian's skull was a saint weapon of a great expert, and displayed great power. Together with Gu Fei's full-strength punch, the giant hand that descended from the sky was immediately blasted through a large hole. The world force in Gu Fei's world force wrapped around Xiaoqing, Balon, and He Tian and rushed into the sky, through the hole that the giant hand had blasted through. Let's go! With a flip of his hand, He Tian took out the white jade formation platform and rushed up. Gu Fei did not hesitate and practically brought Xiaoqing, Balon, and He Tian to the white jade formation platform at the same time. Then, the great star descended, and He Tian immediately activated the formation platform. Swoosh! Countless formation runes immediately rushed out from the white jade formation platform, wrapping around Gu Fei and the others. The void immediately distorted, and Gu Fei and the others suddenly disappeared from the formation platform. Ha! The white-haired young man did not expect Gu Fei and the others to be able to break through his hand of extermination. As soon as he attacked again, Gu Fei and the others had already activated the formation platform and moved through the void, escaping to who knew where. Preposterous! The white-haired young man revealed a trace of anger on his face. He actually let a little guy at the first heavenly layer of the profound change escape from his hands. If those old fellows found out, wouldn't they laugh at him? Swoosh! Chapter 9:12. The white-haired young man was extremely domineering. He had nearly intercepted Gu Fei and the others with just a raise of his hand. Now, 2 nearly transparent rays of killing light shot out from his eyes, cleaving the struggling Palea Beast King into 2. The ancient Beast King's body was extremely strong. It was comparable to an Emperor Divine weapon when it fought against Gu Fei. However, in front of the white-haired young man, it was so weak. After the two killing lights killed the ancient beast king, they flew back to the white-haired young man and instantly disappeared into his eyes. Eyes that can kill, this is the legendary merciless cut. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Even the Zhou clan's Daoist king, who was sitting cross-legged on the Wanxiang wheel, had a look of horror on his face. Zhao Ting from the Zhao clan of the antiquity. The Zhou clan's Daoist king said, revealing the white-haired young man's identity. The white-haired young man had a great background. He was the Zhao clan's master-level Shen king. He had cultivated the merciless cut. It was said that he had cultivated a secret treasure into his eyes. With just a thought, this ancestor-level deity emperor from the Zhao clan could kill people with his gaze. His speed was extremely fast, making it hard for people to dodge. It was unknown how many powerful enemies he had killed with his merciless slash. The white-haired divine emperor of the Zhao clan didn't linger after he destroyed the ancient beast king's body. Clearly, he vented his anger on the ancient beast king who was being suppressed by the myriad elephant wheel. Gu Fei escaping from his hands was a humiliation to the Zhao clan's master-level Shen king. It should be known that Gu Fei was only a little guy at the first sky of the mysterious change realm to the Zhao clan's master-level Shen king. To be called a master-level Shen king, one had to be at least at the fifth sky of the celestial being realm. At the celestial being realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation by one level. Only divine emperors and immortal emperors at the level of sect master could be considered as experts in the celestial being realm. Such existences could easily kill those in the first, second, third or fourth heaven of celestial being realm. Although they were both in the celestial being realm, the difference of one level was like an insurmountable world. Even though Gu Fei had overcome the heavenly tribulation and became a martial emperor, granting him an extremely powerful martial emperor body that could withstand a dominator divine weapon, it was still not enough to face a sect leader. He still had the strength to fight against first and second sky immortal emperors and Shen king, but against a Shen king, he could only retreat. Rumble. The Wanxiang will descended, the 3,000 worlds faintly appearing above it, drawing the power of the 3,000 voids to annihilate everything. Ancient Beast King's severed body was instantly torn into pieces by the destructive power, turning into a bloody mist. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded from below the Wanxiang wheel. A cloud of blood mist condensed and didn't dissipate. It actually blocked the terrifying power from above the Wanxiang wheel, and the shadow of a beast rushed out from below the Wanxiang wheel. What? He didn't die. This ancient beast king is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Ancient beast king's vitality was too strong. His body had turned into a mist of blood, but his divine soul had not been destroyed. Ancient Beast King used a secret method to wrap his divine soul in the mist of blood. He broke through the void sealed by the Wanxiang wheel and rushed out, wanting to escape. Still want to run. The eyes of the war divine emperor of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, suddenly lit up, shining like two cold stars. Then, two beams of almost transparent murderous light rushed out of his eyes. Swish! A murderous light shot out of the battle divine emperor's eyes and instantly cut the primordial spirit of the ancient beast king wrapped in blood mist into two. It was so fast that even the primordial spirit flying technique could not avoid it. Some old antiques who had lived for countless years were shocked when they saw this scene. This was the merciless slash that the Zhao clan's master Shen king, Zhao Ting, had just used. Even some living fossils were secretly shocked. The Zhou clan's Daoist king was too terrifying. Could it be that he could really learn the opponent's ability with just a glance? The Wanxiang divine ability was indeed an invincible ability. It could evolve the Wanxiang of the heaven and earth. No matter how many spells or abilities there were, as long as the Daoist king saw it once, he could use it again. Of course, although the merciless slash performed by the Daoist king was no different from Zhao Ting's, there was still a fundamental difference. The merciless slash performed by the Daoist king was not as powerful as Xiao Ting's because he had not comprehended the supreme meaning of the merciless slash that could destroy all things in the world. However, this was still very shocking. Swish! 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 Two near-transparent streaks of killing light danced through the air, instantly mincing apart the Beast King's soul. Even the myriad manifestations was unable to suppress the Beast King for a moment, but in the end, he still suffered the tragic fate of having his soul wiped out. After destroying the primordial spirit of the ancient Beast King, the two almost transparent beams of killing light flew towards the battle divine emperor, Shou Yi, and entered his eyes. The Daoist king put away the Wanxiang wheel. The battle had finally come to an end. Boom! Just as the Daoist was about to leave, a loud sound came from the depths of this world. This loud sound shook the entire pseudo-heaven realm. An unimaginably powerful aura surged out from the depths of this world. All living beings who sensed this aura shuddered. In the depths of this world, it was as if an invincible saint of the supreme path had awakened. All the creatures trembled and the world shook. What was going on? The powerful aura that surged out from the depths of this world made even the Shen King terrified. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Even his soul was trembling. Swish! In the sky above a mountain in the depths of this world, the void suddenly twisted and rippled like water. Then, a few figures fell out of the void. That is, the people who fell out of the void were stunned by what they saw as soon as they came out. In the depths of this world, there were tens of thousands of auspicious qi lingering. Divine light flickered and immortal qi was vast. Nine-colored divine light descended from the sky. An aura that was so terrifying that it almost caused one's spirit to collapse surged out from the nine-colored divine light. A huge mountain was breaking through the barrier of the great void of heaven and earth. It entered this world from the void and appeared in the nine-colored divine light. That is, seeing the huge mountain that was breaking through the barrier of the great void of heaven and earth, Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiao Qing, and Balan were all stunned to the extreme. That huge mountain was actually the sacred mountain of the god clan of the Hell Path. Chapter 9:13. Tens of thousands of auspicious auras lingered and thousands of immortal lights danced. Nine-colored divine light descended from the sky and a huge mountain appeared from the nine-colored divine light. Above the illusory mountain, immortal qi surged. Countless pavilions and towers decorated the mountain, giving off a celestial atmosphere, as if a celestial sage had descended. A powerful aura was emitted from the sacred mountain. It wasn't terrifying, but it was shocking. All the living beings in the pseudo-heaven realm felt this aura. Gu Fei, He Tian and the others used the formation platform to teleport to the depths of this world. They just happened to see this extremely shocking scene. Their brains almost couldn't process it. That's, Gu Fei sensed an aura. It was a familiar yet foreign aura. Back when the god race's sacred mountain had shattered the void and entered the primal chaos, Gu Fei's spiritual will had sensed a terrifying existence. The sacred mountain of the god clan is going to descend into this world abandoned by the ancient deities. What's going on? He Tian was shocked when he saw this scene. Rumble, in the nine-colored divine light, the illusory sacred mountain of the god clan gradually became clearer. The sacred mountain was breaking through the barrier of heaven and earth and entering this world. At this moment, the world abandoned by the ancient deities underwent a huge change. Boom! In the land of 10 Directions Annihilation, a huge black coffin rushed out from the fake tomb of the martial ancestor, emitting endless evil aura. Bang! The lid of the coffin was blown away. A terrifying evil corpse surrounded by black qi stood up from the coffin. Its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, causing all living beings within 10,000 li to tremble. Roar! The evil corpse roared at the sky. The whole heaven and earth trembled under its roar. Endless evil aura engulfed and destroyed everything. In the end, the evil corpse's blood-red light penetrated into the depths of this world, as if it wanted to see through the heaven and earth and see the origin of this world. At the same time, a yellow skeleton crawled out of the bottomless pit where the tomb of heaven and earth, which had been destroyed for thousands of years, was located. This was a yellow skeleton. Inside the skull, there was an extremely weak soul light flickering, as if it could be extinguished at any time. The descent of the divine race's sacred mountain caused chaos in this part of the world. In an unknown mountain range, a huge mountain collapsed, and an ancient corpse rushed out from it. A terrifying roar came from an abyss filled with death chi. The most powerful existences in this world were all alarmed. Just the aura that these terrifying existences emitted could intimidate all living creatures within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. This was a supreme existence that could contend against the great figures of the present age. The world abandoned by the ancient deities was a prison for the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land. It was a cage of heaven and earth. No one knew how many ferocious beasts of the untainted land were imprisoned here. Because too much time had passed, some of the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land had been suppressed and killed, and their corpses had turned into terrifying evil corpses and evil spirits. Some might not have died and were struggling at death's door. However, all of this was a disaster for everyone who entered this side of the world. In the depths of this side of the world, the 5 great figures of the present age were still fighting for the sacred weapon of the untainted land of heaven and earth. Even the descent of the divine race's sacred mountain could not stop them. Rumble, in the land of 10-directional total annihilation, the area within a radius of 100 kilometers shook. Then, the entire area rose from the ground. The terrifying evil corpse stood on top of the giant coffin and used its supreme technique to drive the 10-directional total annihilation. It soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of this side of the world. The yellow skeleton that crawled out of the huge pit where the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land of heaven and earth were located walked tens of thousands of kilometers with each step towards the depths of this side of the world. In several other places in this side of the world, there were also terrifying existences rushing towards the depths of this world. More than a dozen auras that were powerful enough to make one's heart palpitate quickly appeared within the range of the senses of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei and the others felt that a great danger was approaching. Swoosh! A yellow skeleton appeared on the top of a nearby mountain. Although the fire of soul in its skull was so weak that it was almost extinguished, this skeleton was still very terrifying. As soon as He Tian saw this skeleton, he almost jumped in fright. He immediately took out the formation platform and rushed up. When Gu Fei and the others saw this, they hurriedly rushed up to the formation platform. Then, He Tian directly activated the formation platform and moved through the void. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. However, the yellow skeleton did not notice Gu Fei and the others. All of its attention was on the primordial sacred mountain that was breaking through the barrier of the world in front of it and descending into this side of the world. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently as if the whole world was about to collapse. The void shattered, and 9-colored divine light shot out in all directions. The sacred mountain of the God clan had finally descended. Auspicious clouds and auspicious chi lingered around. In the next moment, all the strange phenomena disappeared. The world actually became peaceful in an instant. However, at this time, the whole world fell silent. Buzz! Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. A pagoda that emitted the essence of heaven and earth flew over from afar and fell into the hands of a person who looked like a mummy on the peak of the primordial sacred mountain. At the peak of the God clan's sacred mountain, in front of the purple immortal palace, stood a person in white clothes. There was not a trace of life aura coming from his body. This person held a 9-story pagoda in his hands. Inside each story of the pagoda, there seemed to be a world evolving, and the essence of heaven and earth was surging. His hair was dry and yellow, and his muscles were withered. It seemed that there was only a layer of dry skin on top of his bones. His eyes were deep and dark, and there were no pupils. This person seemed to be a mummy, but it did not seem like a mummy. It was very strange. The palace on the sacred mountain was silent. Except for the mummy-like existence on the peak, there was not a single figure to be seen. The people of the god clan seemed to have disappeared. Heaven and earth, mysterious yellow pagoda, an old voice came from afar. A white-haired old man with wrinkled skin appeared on a distant peak. He held a walking stick made of dead wood in his hand. He was so old that he was about to stop breathing. The person on the sacred mountain of the god clan took away the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Old Turtle and the others rushed over immediately. At this time, other terrifying existences also arrived. Rumble, monstrous black gas shrouded the entire sky and surged over from afar. It was as if a part of the world was squeezing and colliding with the sacred mountain of the god clan. Within the black gas, there was a terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble. In another direction, the aura of death was vast and mighty. An extremely powerful death aura was rapidly approaching. An evil corpse rushed over from the horizon, and its entire body was filled with a towering death aura. The demon god with black and white wings that rushed out from the abyss of death also came nearby. Damn it! When Old Turtle saw the mummy-like existence standing on the peak of the sacred mountain, his expression changed drastically. He cursed under his breath and immediately turned to leave. The heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the four great existences of the ancient desolation were not willing to retreat just like that. Bang! Emperor Z of the primordial immortal sect made his move. A huge hand appeared in front of the primordial sacred mountain that was floating in the sky, blocking the entire sky. It grabbed downwards, wanting to take away the mummy-like person and the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Buzz! The heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda let out a buzzing sound. Then, the huge purple hand that grabbed down from the sky collapsed. A beam of golden light shot out from the first layer of the pagoda, piercing towards Emperor Z. Swoosh! As the heaven yellow divine light flashed, half of the violet Thearcha's body was turned to dust. The speed of the heaven yellow divine light was simply too fast. Even the violet Thearch found it hard to dodge. When everyone saw this scene, they all gasped and did not dare to act rashly. Emperor Z, who only had half of his body left, was even more terrified. He directly shattered the void, shifted heaven and earth, and used a great technique of the immortal path to escape into the void of chaos. The female saint of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground, the Jiang clan god emperor of the ancient desolation, and the path master of the primordial Dao sect also chose to retreat. Even Emperor Z was almost killed by the opponent, so they were definitely no match for the opponent. The four great existences of the present era had retreated, but the other terrifying existences did not show any signs of retreating. However, for a moment, no one made a move. The existence standing at the peak of the sacred mountain was just too powerful. In the end, the golden skeleton finally made its move. It directly rushed up and fought with the terrifying existence that was holding the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Although the soul fire in the golden skeleton skull looked like it could be extinguished at any time, the skeleton was unbelievably strong. The golden skeleton body could even resist the golden light that shot out from the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Rumble, the terrifying evil corpse standing on the giant coffin, activated the all-extermination formation and also attacked. The terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth shook the entire primordial sacred mountain. In the depths of this side of the world, an earth-shattering battle broke out. In the end, everyone made their move. Even the old man who was so old that he could not catch his breath made his move. A crutch that was almost rotten almost swept away the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda in the hands of the mysterious person at the peak of the mountain. Not everyone was attacking the mysterious man who was holding the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This was a chaotic battle. The 9-storied pagoda on the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda emitted a mysterious yellow divine light that swept in all directions. The might of the extreme path sacred weapon was invincible. Everyone had to retreat. Only the mysterious yellow skeleton dared to compete with the extreme path sacred weapon. Even the divine light emitted by the extreme path sacred weapon could not destroy the mysterious yellow skeleton. The sacred mountain of the Shin clan descended. The mysterious evil corpse-like person fought with the experts in all directions. Heaven and earth were collapsing, the void was shattering, and the entire world was shaking as if it was about to collapse. It was like the end of the world. From the depths of this side of the world came a destructive aura that made all living beings tremble. Chapter 9:14. Within the mountains, there were many people running for their lives. There were also many terrifying wild beasts running for their lives. The vast and mighty aura coming from the central region of this ancient world was truly too terrifying. There were supreme experts fighting. The void was shattering, and the world was turning into a chaotic void. From time to time, golden divine light would shoot out from the center of this world, piercing through heaven and earth and destroying everything. That was the extreme divine might displayed by the extreme divine weapon. Apart from extreme saints, no one could contend against it. Those who attacked were all terrifying existences that surpassed the almighty level. Although they were not extreme saints, they were at least half saints. This battle was extremely intense, and even the current era's almighty had to retreat. Seeing that the situation was bad, Gu Fei and the others immediately rushed out from the depths of this world. They used the formation platform to move through the void and rushed to the area where the ancient heaven gate was. At this moment, everyone who had entered this world, including all the primordial beasts, were fleeing towards the ancient heaven gate. No one cared about fighting anymore. Roar! A terrifying beast the size of a small mountain rushed out from the depths of the mountains. The earth trembled under its feet. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful beast. Swoosh! At this time, a golden killing light swept over and directly cut this desolate beast in half. The beast's blood spurted out, and the smell of blood spread in this area. Bang! The top of the beast's head exploded. Within a ball of bloody light, a beast's shadow wrapped around it soared into the sky and instantly disappeared into the horizon. This desolate beast was very lucky. It was not truly killed by the golden killing light, and its primordial spirit escaped. This golden divine light that shot out from the center of this world didn't stop after killing the desolate beast's body. It wiped out a mountain range and turned it into a desert. Those half-saints were attacking with all their might, and they executed all sorts of life and death techniques. Terrifying rays of light of slaughter were ceaselessly shooting out from this world, and they swept through everything in their path. Those unlucky people who couldn't dodge in time would be killed by these terrifying killing lights that could destroy everything. Their bodies and primordial spirits would turn into ashes in an instant. This kind of attack would make even the Almighty of the present age feel fear. Everyone could only run for their lives. Even if one was as powerful as an ancient beast emperor, they would still be pierced through. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others controlled the formation platform, continuously teleporting through the void, crossing millions of miles of land. Only then were they not affected. They appeared near the ancient heaven gate. A huge door floated high up in the sky. Behind the door was a passageway. It was a passageway that had been opened up in the void using unparalleled divine power. At this moment, the passage was already filled with people from the various ancient desolate forces. If it wasn't for the sect masters maintaining order, everyone would have charged into the ancient heaven gate in a frenzy. The ancient heaven gate could not allow too many people to enter at once, and at this time, the terrifying aura coming from the depths of this world became stronger and stronger. That extreme divine might shook the entire world, and also affected the stability of the ancient heaven gate. 7-colored divine light flickered in the passageway. The ancient heaven gate passageway was shaking and could collapse at any moment. All the sect masters acted together and stabilized the ancient Heaven Gate passageway. The core disciples of the various ancient desolate forces immediately entered the ancient Heaven Gate passageway and returned to the ancient desolate world. This naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the peripheral forces, but in front of the sect masters, no one dared to act rashly. There were also a dozen terrifying ancient beast kings under the lead of an invincible ancient beast emperor. They gathered in the void in front of the ancient Heaven Gate and faced off against the human sect masters. The entrance of the ancient Heaven Gate passageway was actually under the control of both sides. The desolate ancient beast emperor was extremely powerful and looked down on the world. Even the sect leaders who wielded almighty holy weapons in front of them were afraid of it. "Boss. What do we do?" He Tian said. They stood on a distant mountain peak and couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. The ancient desolate forces wanted to escape, and the ancient beasts also wanted to escape. Although the human cultivators had temporarily stopped fighting with the ancient beasts, neither side trusted the other. Therefore, when an ancient beast king entered the ancient Heaven Gate passageway, there would be a sect master-level expert leading dozens of ancient desolate forces core disciples into the ancient Heaven Gate passageway. Under the supervision of both sides, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. "Let's wait and see," Gu Fei said indifferently. He wasn't very anxious because this world couldn't trap them. They didn't only have the ancient Heaven Gate passageway to leave this world. Swoosh! At this time, a peaceful and holy aura appeared in the sky. The female saint of the Yaotai ancient sacred land appeared in everyone's sight on a 7-colored divine lotus. The ancient desolate forces were instantly overjoyed. Their supreme expert had arrived, and their strength had increased greatly. Roar! At this time, an earth-shattering roar sounded from afar. A 3,000-meter-long flood dragon rushed out from the mountains. Its powerful aura caused the sky to change color. It was a flood dragon with a pair of dragon horns. Apart from the fact that it didn't have dragon claws under its abdomen, it was a real dragon. This was an ancient desolate beast king that was comparable to a supreme expert. The human cultivators who were in high spirits just now couldn't be happy anymore. The other side also had an ancient beast king. It was a flood dragon covered in pitch-black scales. Bam! The void in the distance suddenly shattered. A figure fell out from the chaotic void. Blood splattered everywhere. The drops of blood contained a great power that could kill immortals and gods. Another supreme expert had arrived. However, when everyone saw this powerful being who had broken through the void, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. This was because half of this powerful being's body was missing. The supreme expert's divine blood was flowing. No one dared to get close because one drop of the supreme expert's divine blood was enough to kill immortals and gods. One strand of hair from the supreme expert's body was enough to kill ancient beasts. Ancestor, when the people from the Yuanshi Immortal sect saw this, the sect leader of the Yuanshi Immortal sect almost fell from the sky. He was shocked. Who injured their ancestor to such a state? The other people from the Yuanshi Immortal sect also had terrible expressions. The person who came was the supreme expert of the Yuanshi Immortal sect, the Violet Emperor. The left side of his body was a bloody mess. The supreme expert's divine blood was flowing, and the injury was actually difficult to heal. Roar! The Violet Emperor roared towards the sky, his expression incomparably sinister. He used a supreme technique to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal his injured body. However, the effect was minimal. His injuries were contaminated with black-yellow energy, preventing them from healing. The Violet Emperor was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. The speed at which his injuries regenerated was extremely slow. Even the current supreme expert is injured, just who is fighting? Seeing the Violet Emperor beaten to such a state, everyone's expression changed. Even the ancient Beast Emperor was shocked. The terrifying existence that was currently fighting in the depths of this world definitely had the strength to kill Almighties and the ancient beast emperor. Chapter 9:15. You are currently reading the Eternal Martial Sovereign's text, Chapter 9:18. Return to the primordial world. The four current almighties of the human clan all appeared in front of the ancient heaven gate, while there were two Paleobeast emperors on the primordial beast side. There was no doubt that the two Paleobeast emperors were powerful. One of them was the Black Dragon Emperor, while the other was the Tyrant Dragon Emperor. They were both primordial beasts. In the primordial world, the beasts that could become Paleobeast emperors had all experienced countless tribulations. They were powerful enough to make the faces of the current almighties pale. Otherwise, the sect leaders with almighty sacred weapons would not have been forced to retreat from the primordial world to the pseudo-heaven realm by the Paleobeast emperors. Although there were only two Paleobeast emperors, the four almighties of the human clan did not dare to act rashly. At this time, there should not be a battle between almighties. In the depths of this world, there were half-saints that had surpassed the almighties fighting. The entire world shook as if doomsday had arrived. This battle seemed to be able to shatter an ancient world. There was also the extreme divine might emitted by the almighty sacred weapon, the worldly mystic yellow pagoda. It caused all living beings to tremble in fear. If the worldly mystic yellow pagoda could truly display its ultimate power, it would definitely be able to destroy a part of the world. Roar! You bunch of idiots, why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for death here? Just as the four almighties of the human clan were facing off against the two Paleobeast emperors, a loud shout came from afar. Then, a figure strode over from the distance. In an instant, he arrived nearby and took a step forward, charging into the ancient heaven gate. The sudden change caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Even the four almighties and the two Paleobeast emperors were stunned. When they regained their senses, the person had already disappeared into the ancient heaven gate. Its master! On the top of the mountain in the distance, little Qin cried out in alarm. The person who rushed into the ancient heaven gate was precisely the old ruffian, the old turtle. The old turtle did things according to his whims, but today, he was running for his life. He ran as far as he could. He did not care about the trivial matters between the human clan and the beasts. When he saw the mummified man on the peak of the god race's sacred mountain, he immediately turned around and walked away. He seemed to have figured out the other party's background. There were not many people who could terrify the powerful figure of the demon clan like the old tortoise, even in ancient times. This guy, Gu Fei, was also stunned when he saw the old tortoise rushing into the ancient heaven gate as if it was being chased. What was it that made the old tortoise so afraid? One should know that the old tortoise had a terrifying background. According to the legends, he was the son of the number one dragon in the world, one of the 9 princes of the dragon clan. He was also the leader of the 9 princes of the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was a supreme ancestral dragon that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme saints. Everyone came back to their senses. The 4 current supreme beings of the human race and the 2 ancient beast emperors conversed for a while and came to a consensus. Then, the human race and the ancient beast emperors began to withdraw from this world. Everyone sensed the danger. Even the Almighty and the ancient beast emperor could not protect themselves in this great change that had occurred in this abandoned ancient world, let alone the others. There were no less than 1,000 human race cultivators gathered near the ancient heaven gate. Gu Fei found Zhou Haoyang and the Yan dynasty's Prince Yan Wuliang among the crowd. These 2 fellows had actually managed to survive in this world that was filled with murderous intent. Gu Fei didn't see any other familiar figures. Guangxing Immortal Sex Li Mengyao, Lu Yunhe, and Ren Wuming were all nowhere to be seen. It seemed that they had not entered this world abandoned by the ancient gods. However, there was a terrifying beast tide in the ancient world. Could they survive under the beast tide? Gu Fei didn't know. However, when he thought of the girl who had been intimate with him, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling. Li Mengyao was undoubtedly a heaven's favored daughter. She was a genius with cultivation close to the immortal realm. In the ancient world, he secretly helped her obtain a 5-colored celestial lotus. After refining the 5-colored celestial lotus, she should be able to break through the bottleneck of cultivation and become a female sword immortal. Gu Fei thought. Let's go. Gu Fei said. After that, he rushed down from the top of the mountain. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Baron followed closely behind. Their goal was simple: they wanted to mingle with the people from the ancient desolate factions and enter the ancient heaven gate to return to the ancient desolate world. This time, there were many people who entered the pseudo-heaven realm. There were the Yao Tai ancient sacred land, Yuanshi immortal sect, archaic Dao sect, and the 4 primordial cultivation clans. Among the 7 primordial factions, each had their own vassals. These were the peripheral factions of the primordial factions, such as the Guangqing immortal sect that had submitted to the Zhou clan. Apart from the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the primordial, the Yan dynasty and the Zhou clan of the primordial, the other factions had submitted to different primordial factions. Only the immortal legacies could contend with the primordial factions. The Northern Wei and Eastern Qi dynasties did not enter the ancient world. These 2 dynasties did not have a good relationship with the primordial factions in their respective regions. Of course, these were not things that Gu Fei was concerned about. Gu Fei and the others took advantage of the chaos to blend in with the crowd and found Zhou Haoyang of the Zhou clan of the primordial and the Yan dynasty's prince, Yan Wuliang. You guys are still alive. Zhou Haoyang's expression changed drastically when he saw Gu Fei and the others. Even the prince of the great Yan dynasty, Yan Wuliang, was dumbfounded. Do you want us to die? Gu Fei looked at Zhou Haoyang coldly. This ignorant and incompetent guy was a prelude. Gu Fei wanted to beat this guy up. Zhou Haoyang's forehead was sweating. Brother Gu, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant, Zhou Haoyang quickly explained. It's just a joke, don't be nervous. Gu Fei suddenly smiled and patted Zhou Haoyang's shoulder as he said to Zhou Haoyang. Hee hee. Zhou Haoyang laughed as well. However, his laughter was uglier than crying. Gu Fei patted his shoulder twice, almost breaking the bones in half of his body. Brother Gu Fei, it's great to be able to see you again. Yan Wuliang walked forward and said to Gu Fei. He did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. He could see that Gu Fei was different from the others. Although Gu Fei was standing in front of him, he felt as if he was facing a different world. Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang had never seen Gu Fei transcend his tribulation. These 2 guys did not dare to go deep into the unknown dangers of this ancient world. The fact that they were able to survive was due to the good karma of their ancestors. They had the family's treasures on them, which saved their lives at the critical moment. At this time, everyone was entering the ancient heaven gate. The ferocious wild beasts also began to retreat. Gu Fei and the others were also walking towards the ancient heaven gate. We just want to leave this place quietly. You guys don't have any objections, right? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang. He was very careful. Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang were stunned when they heard this. However, they immediately realized that Gu Fei and the others were afraid of alarming the others. Understood. Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang nodded. At this time, they were surrounded by Gu Fei, He Tian, Balan, and Xiaoqing. How could they dare to say half a word? Gu Fei changed his appearance. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan also used a secret technique to hide their aura. No one would know that they were hiding in the crowd. Everything went very smoothly. Gu Fei and the others successfully entered the ancient heaven gate. Very soon, they followed the ancient heaven gate and entered the desolate ancient world. When Gu Fei and the others walked out of the ancient heaven gate, they were shocked to see the scene in front of them. What they saw was actually a blood-colored world. The earth was broken. Corpses of wild beasts and human cultivators could be seen everywhere. The earth was dyed red with blood. There seemed to be a bloody mist floating on the ground. Broken magic treasures, broken divine weapons, pieces of flesh, and corpses were everywhere. It was unknown how many wild beasts died near the ancient heaven gate. The ancient stone gate floated in the sky. People kept coming out from inside. The destruction caused by the beast tide was simply too tragic. Countless ancient beasts had fallen, and the human side had also suffered heavy losses. Countless cultivators had fallen on the battlefield. See you later. After Gu Fei walked out of the ancient heaven gate, he immediately bid farewell to Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang. He brought He Tian, Xiao Qing, and Balan and quickly left. We'll never meet again. Zhou Haoyang's face turned extremely ugly as he watched Gu Fei and the rest disappear into the horizon. He had never been held hostage before, but today, he had experienced such a feeling. Swoosh! Someone quietly followed. Gu Fei and the others had many enemies. They were being targeted. Gu Fei and the others soon realized that they were being followed. Then, He Tian took out the teleportation formation and moved through the void. This way, there were no traces or auras left. Unless it was a powerful figure, no one would be able to catch traces of Gu Fei and the others, let alone know where they were going. What a cunning little guy. The mysterious person who was following Gu Fei and the others walked out from the darkness. He smiled helplessly and then left. In the end, at night, they found a valley as a temporary resting place. This was a valley filled with immortal qi. They were going to seclude themselves in the valley. There seemed to be a terrifying wild beast in the valley. In the depths of the valley, Gu Fei and the others found many bones of wild beasts scattered everywhere. However, the wild beast in the valley seemed to have left. It was time for He Tian to be reborn. Chapter 9:16. Gu Fei's group had many enemies, the Dongfang clan, the Beitang clan, and the Zhao clan, one of the four great cultivation clans. Especially the Zhao clan of the Ancients, which was definitely a giant in the world of cultivation. It had been passed down since the Age of Ancients until now. It was rumored that the Zhao clan had produced a Renhuang during the Age of Ancients. The Zhao clan had an incomparably deep foundation. The Renhuang was the supreme ruler of the human race. Although he was not a saint, he was definitely an existence that surpassed the almighty realm. Although the Renhuang had become a legend, no one dared to underestimate the Zhao clan. This was because it was rumored that the Renhuang of the Zhao clan had left a Renhuang sacred weapon in the Zhao clan, which served as the clan's most precious treasure. Gu Fei had to be careful, because the primordial world was the world of the primordial era's powers and ancient beasts. There were too many people that could kill them. Any random sect leader level figure would be no match for them. The place that Gu Fei and the others found to temporarily settle down was deep in the wilderness of the primeval chaos world. There were primitive mountain ridges and old forests everywhere. There were no signs that anyone had been to the nearby area. This valley satisfied Gu Fei's group, even though this valley used to be the lair of an unknown beast. In the depths of the valley, there was a pool. A stream flowed down from the mountain and converged into the pool. The pool was surrounded by a dense forest. In the forest, there was a large number of beast bones. Some of the bones had already decayed and would turn into powder with a light touch. Some of the skeletons of the beasts were very large. They lay in the forest like a mountain of bones. Although they had lost their skin, they still looked ferocious and terrifying. One could imagine that these big fellows must have been terrifying existences when they were alive. Some were even beast kings that occupied a region. However, they were hunted down by the beasts in the valley and used as food. There were too many beast bones scattered in the forest, and some of them were very extraordinary. Gu Fei had seen a beast bone that was as translucent as white jade. They also found a beast bone that shone with golden light. It was the skeleton of a single-horned tiger. Even though it was dead and only a set of bones was left, it still emitted a murderous aura. 5-element savage beast, golden war tiger. Gu Fei was very surprised. This was the skeleton of a legendary 5-element savage beast. Golden light lingered around it, and the entire skeleton looked like it was cast out of gold. There was the power of gold circulating around it. Gu Fei and the others discovered that this golden war tiger's spine had already been broken into more than a dozen pieces. The back of the tiger's head had a large hole. Clearly, the golden war tiger's soul had been destroyed by his opponent. "Boss, should we go somewhere else?" He Tian felt a little uneasy. The savage beast that once occupied this valley was extremely powerful. It could actually kill the golden war tiger of the 5-element savage beasts. This golden war tiger was still so extraordinary even after death. It was definitely a powerful existence comparable to an ancient beast king when it was alive. However, it died here. There's no need to change. Did you guys notice that there are no new beast bones near the pool? In other words, the unknown beast that once occupied this valley has not returned for a long time, Gu Fei said indifferently. That's right. Balan, who rarely spoke, looked around and nodded his head. There shouldn't be any fear of other savage beasts barging in here. The valley is filled with the aura of this unknown savage beast. Gu Fei continued. He was very meticulous. Everything in the valley was seen by him. Although he didn't know what kind of savage beast occupied this valley, Gu Fei and the others were still secretly shocked. This savage beast was definitely very terrifying. In the depths of the valley, the bones of the prey killed by this savage beast had already decayed, but the aura left behind by this savage beast still hadn't dissipated. No wonder there were no savage beasts in the vicinity of the valley. When those savage beasts sensed the aura in the valley from afar, they most likely didn't dare to come close. The intensity of the competition between the savage beasts in the ancient untainted world was not something Gu Fei and the others could imagine. The weak were prey to the strong. Even if the strong savage beasts had awakened their spiritual intelligence, they still retained their beastly nature. Anyone who trespassed into the territory of these savage beasts would be mercilessly hunted down and turned into their food. Hearing Gu Fei's words, He Tian, who was originally worried, was relieved and didn't say anything more. After that, Gu Fei and the others had a simple discussion. Then, on the mountain wall beside the pool, they started to build a Dong residence. In the Dong residence, the stone tables and stone stools were all carved. Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balan and the others were all Immortal realm experts. Building a Dong residence was a piece of cake for them. The 4 of them each had their own room. The furnishings in the room were very simple. It could be said that there were almost no furnishings at all. There was only a stone bed. The stone bed wasn't used for sleeping, but for cultivation. Although Gu Fei and the others were cultivators, they didn't care much about the things in life. At their level of cultivation, they no longer needed to sleep. However, this didn't mean that they would sit on the ground and cultivate. He Tian spent an entire day carving out countless array runes in the Dong mansion, isolating the void of the 4 rooms, not allowing even a trace of aura to leak out from the 4 rooms. The 4 of them had to go into seclusion to digest what they had obtained in the ancient untainted world. During cultivation, it was inevitable that aura would leak out. This way, it would affect the others who were cultivating. At a critical moment, it would be very dangerous to be suddenly affected by an external object. This time, He Tian used a supreme-grade spiritual jade to carve the formation runes. With the cultivation of Xiaoqing, Balan and the others, it was impossible for them to destroy the formation runes. The only worry was Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei had a supreme-grade saint weapon. Once the supreme-grade saint weapon was used, unless it was a complete Supreme Grade Saint formation. Any formation would collapse under the power of the Supreme Grade Saint weapon. After doing all this, He Tian didn't forget to arrange a killing formation outside the Dong residence. If a wild beast really broke in, the killing formation outside would be able to block it for a while. Afterwards, Gu Fei and the others entered their respective rooms and began to organize their harvest in the ancient untainted world. As for He Tian, he couldn't wait any longer. After closing the stone door of his room, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed and took out an ancient cauldron the size of a fist. The cauldron was surrounded by primordial chaos qi, emitting an endless ancient aura. This cauldron was the mountain river cauldron that he had borrowed from Gu Fei. Gu Fei stored the dragon essence divine pearl and the phoenix essence divine pearl into the mountain river cauldron. Only the mountain river cauldron could store the dragon essence divine pearl and the phoenix essence divine pearl. The earth true dragon essence divine pearl and the fire phoenix essence divine pearl were not something that could be easily stored. The fire phoenix Shin King's essence divine fire could even smelt immortal materials. Alright, success or failure depends on this. He Tian was shocked. The moment he had been dreaming of was about to come. Blood rebirth was the way for him to completely get rid of the body of death. Although his yin-yang body bone had been refined to the point where there was no trace of death aura, it was still in the form of a dead creature. The dragon essence divine pearl and the phoenix essence divine pearl could help him be reborn, but this was also a shortcut. Although he could be reborn with blood and become a person with blood and flesh, he was not like the legendary supreme existence that could be reborn with his own strength. At the moment of blood rebirth, he was invincible in the heavens and earth, and could even kill supreme existences. Although He Tian could use external forces to reform his body, he would not become a supreme existence like in the legends. The mountain river cauldron flew up from He Tian's hand and floated in front of He Tian. Then, He Tian began to form hand seals to activate the mountain river cauldron. There was still a way to activate the mountain river cauldron, but it was not necessary to communicate with the cauldron's soul. Gu Fei had passed the method to He Tian so that he could use some of the mountain river cauldron's magical effects. Of course, He Tian would definitely not use the method that Gu Fei had passed on to him to activate the mountain river cauldron. The existence of the cauldron's soul made it difficult for anyone other than Gu Fei to truly control the mountain river cauldron. The mountain river cauldron would only change owners if a saint of the extreme Tao completely erased the imprint that belonged to Gu Fei on it. Buzz! The mountain river cauldron let out a buzzing sound and quickly expanded. When the mountain river cauldron grew to a height of 30 feet, it stopped. Then, He Tian stood up from the stone bed and leaped into the mountain river cauldron. After He Tian jumped into the mountain river cauldron, there were no changes to the mountain river cauldron. It stood quietly on the ground, with strands of primordial chaos energy curling around it. At this time, in Gu Fei's room, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, as if he had turned into a stone statue. He was motionless and did not even release a trace of life energy. Gu Fei had obtained many things in the pseudo-heaven realm and the Great Desolation ancient world. However, the most important thing was the sword embryo of the 9 heaven stars sword that he had refined. He had thrown the 9 heaven stars sword into the inner world of his dantian and soaked it in the divine spring of life, nourishing the sword with endless life energy. Actually, when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to refine the sword, but he did not do so in the end. The sword had just formed, so Gu Fei was not sure if it could withstand the heavenly tribulation. Immortal materials were incomparably precious. If it was destroyed, then it would be absolutely impossible to find another iron mountain made entirely of 9 heaven stars iron. It was unknown how many legendary weapons had been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei did not want to take this risk. He wanted to nourish the sword with life energy and wait until the sword energy completely stabilized. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the first layer of the mysterious transformation, he had not had the opportunity to properly experience this new realm. This was a good opportunity for Gu Fei to fully understand his current situation. While Gu Fei was working hard, Xiaoqing and Balan were not idle either. Chapter 9:17. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the stone bed and entered a strange state. Not a single trace of aura leaked out from his body. It was as if he had fused with the surrounding heaven and earth. His thoughts seemed to be roaming above the 9 heavens. It was as if he was wandering in front of an immortal palace in the heavens. He could feel the pulse of the entire heaven and earth and touch the Tao of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's body was completely silent. It was as if he had lost all vitality and became a lifeless stone statue. Day after day passed. Time passed. Gu Fei could no longer feel the existence of time. His mind had already entered a deep state of comprehension. Perhaps he would wake up in the next moment, or perhaps he would never wake up again. This was the first difficult hurdle of the mysterious transformation realm. The reason why this realm was called mysterious transformation was because there was transformation within the mysterious. This was a cultivation realm that transitioned from the immortal god realm to the celestial being realm. Only after entering the mysterious transformation realm could a cultivator be considered to have stepped onto the path of touching the Tao of heaven and earth. This was the true path of a powerhouse. The heavenly Tao was emotionless and the Tao was traceless. It was too difficult to touch the Tao. The Tao was mysterious and the Tao was unclear. One could only comprehend it with one's heart. At this time, Gu Fei was also facing a great danger. It was unknown how many people who had broken through the immortal god realm had fallen at the first level of the mysterious transformation realm. Cultivation was going against the heavens. If Gu Fei was unable to comprehend it, his mind would not be able to wake up from this state. His flesh and blood would even wither and his life essence would be lost. He would become a real corpse. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei's body was covered in a layer of dust. His body that was like a stone statue finally changed. But it was not a good change. Gu Fei's body began to emit a strong life energy. However, his flesh and blood were shrinking and his whole body was becoming thin. The exuberant life energy formed a sharp contrast with his body that was gradually becoming thin. In the end, in Gu Fei's room, life essence was surging violently. His blood and qi were like huge dragons circling around Gu Fei's body, but his body was getting weaker and weaker. Gu Fei's black hair also turned yellow, and finally, his white hair fluttered in the wind. His skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones, and his eyes were sunken. He looked like a skeleton wearing human skin. Under the impact of Gu Fei's life force, the runes engraved on the walls of the room began to appear around the room. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth to seal the ever-increasing life essence. Gu Fei's life force was rapidly flowing out, but it was blocked by the array formation. It was sealed in Gu Fei's room, unable to leak out. If this continued, Gu Fei's life force would completely leak out of his body, and his body would completely lose its vitality, turning him into an ugly and horrifying mummy. The divine light emitted from the 365 acupuncture points on Guam Fei's body gradually weakened. The faint and illusory figure sitting cross-legged in the acupuncture point seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The life god nurtured in the acupuncture points was weakening. This was definitely not a good sign. Gu Fei didn't seem to be aware of the changes happening to his body. There were still no signs of him waking up. His life was fading away. This was an unprecedented crisis. He might die in the profound transformation crisis of the first layer of the profound transformation realm. This was a hurdle that all cultivators who broke through to the profound transformation realm had to experience. If this continued, Gu Fei's life, and even his body, would most likely return to the great Tao of heaven and earth. As long as he passed this hurdle, the road ahead would be smooth. However, it seemed that Gu Fei would follow in the footsteps of those unlucky fellows. His life would return to heaven and earth, and his soul would be completely extinguished. However, even though his life essence was constantly surging out of his body, it was sealed in the void of the room by the formation laid down by He Tian. It couldn't return to heaven and earth. The life essence that leaked out of his body seeped into Gu Fei's body through his pores and 7 orifices, finally reaching a mysterious state of equilibrium. Gu Fei couldn't die. His body was still full of life essence, but he was still extremely weak. The life god, in the 365 acupuncture points, was almost extinguished. He was like an old man on the verge of death, but he was unwilling to take his last breath. Gu Fei wandered between life and death. He understood the great Tao of heaven and earth. He touched the edge of the Tao, causing the entire formation to shake. His life essence was too vast. Even the divine formation laid down by He Tian couldn't suppress it. If the divine formation couldn't suppress Gu Fei's lost life essence, then he would really die. Even He Tian didn't think that he would save Gu Fei's life in this situation. Suddenly, Gu Fei's eyelids twitched. His mind was immersed in the abstruse state for an unknown amount of time. Finally, Gu Fei showed signs of waking up. This was also a kind of tribulation, a heart tribulation that affected the mind. It could also be called a heart devil. This heart tribulation would cause the mind of a cultivator to be lost in the mysterious state that they created, unable to extricate themselves. Gu Fei passed the heart tribulation and struggled out of the lost state. Rumble, a strange sound like thunder came from Gu Fei's body. Then, the vast life essence in the room began to gather towards Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's body. The lifeless flesh and blood began to rejuvenate. The withered flesh and blood expanded and became full. The lost power returned. His withered yellow hair became black and shiny again. His 365 major acupoints shone brightly again. The life god, nurtured in his acupoint, sat cross-legged in the void of his acupoints, becoming more solid than before. Gu Fei was recovering and his cultivation showed signs of breaking through. At this time, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan had all come out. Little Qing and Baron had both successfully refined their respective almighty holy weapons, while Erebus had used the dragon essence and phoenix marrow to reconstruct his fleshly body. Each of them used their holy weapons to seal their cultivation. Otherwise, they would attract the heavenly tribulation. They had been waiting outside the cave for 10 years. Time passed quickly. The major powers of the ancient desolation had already left the ancient desolation world 8 years ago. However, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan didn't leave Gu Fei behind. In these 10 years, many major events occurred. A supreme half-sage from the pseudo-heaven realm entered the ancient desolation world through the ancient heaven gate. A supreme existence of the half-step saint realm walked into the depths of the untainted ancient world. Then, a terrifying battle occurred in the depths of the untainted ancient world. That supreme existence of the half-step saint realm never came out again. There was a terrifying existence in the ancient desolation world that actually left behind a supreme half-sage. This shocked everyone to the extreme. What was in the depths of the ancient desolation world? No one knew because those who knew never came out again. Chapter 9:18. When will boss come out of seclusion? You ask me, but who should I ask? On a mountain peak outside the valley, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were talking. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye, yet Gu Fei still hadn't come out of seclusion. To mortals, 10 years was a long period of time. But to cultivators, it was negligible. Some big shots could spend hundreds of years in seclusion, and some living fossils and antiques could even sit in seclusion for 1,000 years. After becoming immortals, everyone lost the concept of time. They only thought about how to improve their strength so that they could live longer. The world of cultivation was very cruel. Existences above the immortal level could theoretically have immortal bodies, but they could still fall. No one could live forever. Even the invincible extreme Tao saint had disappeared. This is not a good place. He Tian said. He had successfully reconstructed his flesh and blood. Now, He Tian was a handsome young man. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. His white skin was tinged with red. His black hair was casually tied behind his head with a black ribbon, giving him the temperament of a pale scholar. There was nothing much to say about Mahakala's appearance, but the space between his eyebrows gave people a bad feeling. This was definitely a lady killer, and the female cultivators of the cultivation world were probably going to suffer a calamity. The power of heaven and earth is more than 10 times stronger than 10 years ago. This is the real untainted primeval world. Xiaoqing sighed. No wonder no one was willing to stay here. The people of the major powers of the ancient desolation retreated from the untainted primeval world. Even those who stayed behind had to suppress their cultivation to avoid attracting the heavenly tribulation. The untainted primeval world had the laws of heaven and earth of the untainted primeval world. To a certain extent, it was also a cultivator's paradise because the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy here was several times that of the outside world. The place where the dragon veins converged was far better than the so-called paradise of the outside world. It was a holy place for cultivators to cultivate even in their dreams. However, this place was not suitable for the cultivators of the Tinglong continent. It was only suitable for the cultivators of the ancient desolation. It was a paradise for ancient cultivators. If we undergo the heavenly tribulation here, what do you think our chances are? He Tian said. He was quite moved. This was a primordial world. As long as he could endure tribulation here, there would be tremendous benefits. Maybe a 20 to 30% chance. Xiaoqing said. He did not have any experience in crossing tribulations, but they had already refined their respective holy weapons. With the protection of a holy weapon, the chances of successfully passing the tribulation would naturally increase. In fact, in ancient times, ancient cultivators refined magic tools and forged divine weapons not to kill their enemies, but to resist the heavenly tribulation. 20 to 30%. Sigh. He Tian sighed. Although he was tempted, it didn't mean that he was willing to take the risk, especially when it was a life and death risk. The sun set over the long river. Above the mountains in the west, a red sun bloomed. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the 3 people on the mountain peak red. In the distance, tired birds were returning to their nests, and there were beasts roaring. However, the area around the valley was very quiet. Not even a bird or a butterfly could be seen. There was no chirping of insects either. The silence of the nearby forest formed a sharp contrast with the active birds and beasts in the distance. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the valley. Although the fluctuation was very weak, Xiaoqing and the others still sensed it. This, boss, Xiaoqing and the others quickly looked towards the depths of the valley. From the mountain peak they were at, they could see the cave abode on the cliff. The door of the cave abode was tightly shut, but the runes around the cave abode appeared and triggered the power of the heaven and earth. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from the belly of the mountain, and the entire cave abode gradually began to shake. The divine formation laid down by He Tian was immediately impacted. Runes appeared around the cave, flashing with a dazzling divine light. The power of heaven and earth gathered together, forming a great force that sealed the cave. Is he finally coming out of seclusion? Xiaoqing and the others were a little nervous seeing this. Gu Fei had meditated for 10 years, he must have had a breakthrough in his cultivation. His speed of cultivation was too fast. Soon, Xiaoqing and the others were shocked. They felt a force gathering in the sky above the cave abode. It was not the power of the heaven and earth that was triggered by He Tian's divine formation. It can't be. Above the abode, in the cloudless blue sky, traces of black qi began to appear. The black qi gradually condensed into black clouds, and soon, the black clouds covered the entire sky. At the same time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, causing He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan's qi to tremble. The qi in their bodies seemed to be disturbed by some kind of power, causing their cultivation that was sealed by the divine weapon to loosen. Heaven's tribulation, this is heaven's tribulation. He Tian was the first to jump in shock. His expression changed. The power of the heaven and earth made He Tian feel danger. The reaction of the heaven and earth was very subtle and mysterious. Gu Fei once again attracted the heaven's tribulation. He broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation because this was the only way to attract the heaven's tribulation. Damn it! Boss is really something. Erebus cursed before retreating into the distance. Little Qing and Baron also felt the dangerous aura coming from the heavens and the earth. They also retreated. Even if they had a powerful saint weapon to seal their bodies, if they were too close, they would still trigger the heavenly tribulation. At that time, the four of them would go through the tribulation together. That would be interesting. He Tian and the others retreated to a mountain 300 or 400 li away. They stopped and looked in the direction of the valley. They saw that the heaven's tribulation that Gu Fei had attracted this time did not seem as powerful as the last time. The black clouds in the sky did not flicker with lightning. However, the aura of destruction from the black clouds was even more terrifying than Gu Fei's previous heaven's tribulation. Even though He Tian and the others were hundreds of li away from the clouds, they still felt a great pressure. Their minds almost collapsed, and they had no choice but to use their divine weapons to protect themselves. Under the shocked gazes of He Tian, Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others, the black clouds in the sky descended. Everywhere the tribulation cloud passed, everything was obliterated. An area of space was obliterated into the most primitive nothingness and chaos, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Without a sound, the black clouds descended, destroying the void. This heaven's tribulation was rather strange, but it was extremely terrifying. The black clouds descended very quickly, landing above the cliff in the depths of the valley. The terrifying power of destruction descended, causing the void to collapse. The cliff in the depths of the valley was silently turned to dust. Chapter 9:19. There was no lightning or thunder, nor was there any earth-shattering noise. Everything was happening in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. The void was collapsing and being annihilated. Everything had turned into the most primitive substance that made up the void. The pitch-black tribulation clouds enveloped the entire valley. In the depths of the valley, the cliff where the Dong mansion was located was silently turning into dust, dissipating like ice and snow. The black clouds descended, and the entire valley was collapsing. Nothing could stop it. Everything in the world was being annihilated under the tribulation clouds. This was the world trying to erase everything in the valley. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were all stunned by the scene in front of them. This black tribulation clouds was too terrifying. Anything it touched would be completely annihilated. Could Gu Fei withstand this kind of heavenly tribulation? Gu Fei's aura didn't appear. The cliff had collapsed, the Dong mansion had been destroyed, but Gu Fei didn't appear. He didn't even come out to fight against the heavenly tribulation. All of this seemed a little strange. This wasn't Gu Fei's style. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others all knew that Gu Fei was the kind of person who pressed forward courageously. He wouldn't give in. As long as he had decided on something, he would do it. So what if it was the heavenly tribulation? For Gu Fei, it was just a whetstone. Could it be? Xiaoqing and the others thought of a result that they didn't want to think about. The black tribulation clouds could annihilate everything. Gu Fei wouldn't be directly annihilated by the destructive power contained in the tribulation clouds, would he? The descending black tribulation clouds finally descended to the ground, and then stopped. The black clouds rolled, emitting a terrifying aura that caused everything in the world to tremble. This was a destructive aura, as if it could destroy everything. The black tribulation clouds didn't last long. They only existed for half an hour before they began to dissipate. The world became clear again. At this time, the last ray of the setting sun had just disappeared from the horizon. Big Brother, Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan stood on top of a mountain hundreds of kilometers away. They had never even heard of a heavenly tribulation like this. They couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura, so they didn't know if Gu Fei could survive the heavenly tribulation. They were so nervous that they didn't say anything. The entire valley had disappeared and was replaced by a huge pit. The soil on the ground had been shaved off, forming a super huge pit. They did not see Gu Fei's figure. After a long time, He Tian was the first to soar into the sky and fly forward. He was very uneasy. Gu Fei could not die. Xiaoqing and Balan also flew forward. They wanted to confirm whether Gu Fei had really fallen or not. Especially Xiaoqing, his expression was extremely ugly. He and Gu Fei were like brothers. If something happened to Gu Fei, he wouldn't know what to do. Gu Fei was his role model. Just when He Tian and the others arrived in front of the huge pit, a hand suddenly stretched out from the edge of the pit. In that hand, there was a black iron sword without an edge. The iron sword had no edge, but it gave people a feeling of sharpness. It was as if a peerless divine weapon was pressed against their throat, making them feel cold. Big Brother. Great. Xiaoqing saw this sudden change and was immediately surprised and happy. Gu Fei was still alive. He survived the heavenly tribulation. At this time, a naked man climbed out of the pit. In his hand was a blunt black sword without an edge. This person was Gu Fei. Phew. After climbing out of the pit, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. That black gas immediately shattered the void in front of Gu Fei into nothingness. This is, He Tian, Balan, and Xiaoqing were shocked. Gu Fei was unexpectedly able to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. They spat out a mouthful of black gas. This was not ordinary black gas. It was the black gas that formed the tribulation clouds. This black gas contained the power of destruction between heaven and earth. It could destroy everything. Gu Fei took out a set of clothes and put them on. After transcending the heavenly tribulation, his body had become even stronger. The 365 life gods, nurtured in his 365 Shui Dao, had become clearer, as if 365 Gu Fei were sitting cross-legged in the void of the Shui Dao. Congratulations on your great progress in cultivation, boss. He Tian said to Gu Fei with a flattering smile. He found that even if he stood next to Gu Fei, he still couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura. Big Brother, did you break through? Xiaoqing asked. Yes. Gu Fei nodded, then asked Xiaoqing, how long have I been in seclusion? Gu Fei sensed that this part of the world had changed. Boss, you've been in seclusion for 10 years and 5 months. Before Xiaoqing could answer, He Tian interrupted. 10 years and 5 months. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He didn't know how to react. He had never been in seclusion for such a long time. 10 years in one sitting, was this true? Gu Fei didn't dare to believe that he had been in seclusion for 10 years. But after thinking about it, he understood. Time was the most worthless thing to immortals. In order to break through bottlenecks, some old antiques would sit for hundreds or even thousands of years. Boss, your mountain and river cauldron. He Tian took out the cauldron and handed it to Gu Fei. Very good. Not only has your blood and flesh been reborn, your cultivation has also broken through to the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei took back the mountain and river cauldron, then looked my Tian up and down and nodded repeatedly. Gu Fei didn't expect He Tian to be a handsome youth after his rebirth. He didn't have the slightest trace of a ruffian's aura. At this time, Gu Fei had successfully passed his second heavenly tribulation. His body had been tempered by the power of heaven and earth, so he was strong enough to punch through heaven and earth. This time, Gu Fei took out the sword embryo of the 9 heaven stars sword and had it undergo the tribulation together with him. After the baptism of the power of heaven and earth, the sword embryo that looked like a black iron rod gradually transformed into a black blunt sword. The 9 heaven stars sword was taking shape. After a brief conversation, Xiaoqing and the others learned that Gu Fei had just experienced a terrifying heavenly tribulation. He had narrowly escaped death, but he had managed to pull through at the last moment. Although the heavenly tribulation was powerful, Gu Fei had an unyielding will. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't destroy him. In the past 10 years, no one had been idle. Everyone's cultivation had increased. Balan had finally taken that step and become a mysterious transformation realm demon king. Only Xiaoqing's cultivation had increased to the 9th level of immortal spirit, but he hadn't broken through to the mysterious transformation realm. Both Erebus and Balan had to undergo tribulation, and it was a major heavenly tribulation because their cultivation bases had broken through a great realm. Xiaoqing also had a heavenly tribulation, but it was a minor heavenly tribulation. Chapter 920. Gu Fei had successfully passed the life and death juncture of mysterious transformation and reached the second heavenly layer of mysterious transformation. At this moment, he could even fight against the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King. If he used the 9 secrets of immortal path, ascension secret art, he would even dare to fight against sect leaders above the 5th heavenly layer of the celestial being realm. To Gu Fei, the untainted ancient world was definitely a suitable place for him to cultivate. Others would not dare to cultivate in such an ancient world that retained the untainted ancient law of heaven and earth, but he was an exception. The untainted ancient world was suitable for the growth of the ancient martial sacred body. Legend had it that the ancient supreme martial ancestor had refined the indestructible martial body under countless heavenly tribulations and comprehended the supreme great way of martial Dao. The supreme martial sacred realm was the ultimate realm of martial Dao. Since ancient times, only one martial ancestor had reached it. There was only one supreme martial sacred realm in the world. However, Gu Fei had unlimited potential. He was the person who could prove the supreme martial Dao after becoming a martial ancestor. Roar! In the afternoon, a deafening roar was heard deep in a mountain range. A terrifying aura spread in the mountain range, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Bang! A black tiger the size of a small mountain flew out from the mountain range. It smashed a mountain peak and rolled among the rocks. Boom! Amidst the mournful roar, a beast with scales like a pangolin was sent flying and smashed into the ground. The earth shook and dust rose into the sky. More and more untainted ancient beasts were sent flying from the depths of the mountain range. The ground was cracked and the mountain range was shattered. A fierce battle was taking place. More than 10 terrifying untainted ancient beasts were surrounding a bare-chested man. The man's black hair danced wildly in the wind. The ferocious aura emitted from his body was even more terrifying and powerful than the untainted ancient beasts. His bronze-colored skin looked like it was made of immortal steel. He was full of power. Every move of his could shake the void and shatter the heavens and earth. This person was even more terrifying than the savage beast king. His combat power was unparalleled. Boom! With a single punch, he blasted away a beast that pounced at him. Bam! With a sweep of his leg, a giant golden snake that was hundreds of meters long was cut in half. Blood splattered on the man's body, dripping from his hair and flowing on his body. He took a big stride forward, grabbed a giant beast, and tore it into 2 halves. His entire body was bathed in the boiling hot beast blood. Ferocious, crazy, ruthless, this was a man who seemed to have gone mad. He barehandedly killed a primordial beast that was comparable to an immortal god, the scene bloody to the extreme. Roar! He threw his head back and let out a furious roar, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. The dozen or so primal beasts were sent flying by the terrifying killing power of the sound and tumbled to the ground, unable to stand up for a moment. Human, why do you want to kill us? These primitive beasts were existences that were terrifying to the extreme. They were comparable to immortals and gods, and they developed intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans a long time ago. So be it. Why are there so many reasons? The man said coldly. The emperor of my clan will not let you go. The voice of the beast directly resounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was the most direct communication, breaking through the language barrier and directly expressing his thoughts to the other party. Humph. Let's wait for the Beast King to come, let's call it a day, the man said, and a black divine light immediately rushed out from his dantian. Swish. 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 The black divine light was extremely fast. In an instant, it circled the surroundings and then entered the man's dantian. The heads of the dozen or so primal beasts that were knocked down flew up, they were beheaded almost at the same time. Dying in the hands of Gu Fei, is not an injustice. Gu Fei didn't even look at the corpses of the primal beasts around him and directly walked out of the mountain ridge. After his cultivation broke through, he began to fight in all directions. As a mysterious transformation realm immortal martial king, although he had to fight continuously. During the fight, he could vent his strength to his heart's content and familiarize himself with and perfect control of his own strength. Unlike the people of the immortal way and the divine way, fighting was also a part of the cultivation of the martial way. Moreover, it was an indispensable part. Blindly sitting in meditation would definitely not allow one to cultivate to the great success realm of the martial way. Gu Fei was very clear that as a warrior who embarked on the path of the martial way, it was impossible to truly become an invincible supreme martial saint without experiencing a great battle. In the ancient world of the untainted land, there were endless mountain ridges and countless rivers and lakes. Even in the depths of this world, there was the existence of the ocean. This was a real world, a world with the laws of the untainted land. After Gu Fei walked out of the depths of the mountain ridge, he found a lake and washed off the bloodstains on his body. He changed into a clean set of clothes and then started a fire by the lake to roast the meat of the primal beasts he had killed. Rumble, after Gu Fei had eaten his fill of the primal beast meat, there was suddenly a faint sound of thunder in the distance. Has it finally begun? Gu Fei soared into the sky and looked in the direction of the sound of thunder. He saw that 1,000 miles in front of him, there was a mass of darkness. From time to time, there was a strong flash of lightning. A destructive aura came from the front. Although it was 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could still feel the terror of this aura. This was the power of the heavens and earth. Someone was undergoing the heavenly tribulation in front of him. This heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even from 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could sense it and see the black mass of tribulation clouds. Hey Tian, that guy. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Then, he took a step forward in the void, traveling 100 miles with each step. In just a few steps, he had reached the vicinity of the heavenly tribulation. Rumble, the deafening sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Bolts of lightning that were like mountains struck down from the tribulation clouds. The entire heavens and earth were trembling. Below the tribulation clouds was a huge mountain. On top of the mountain sat a figure with his legs crossed. A godly glow like a star floated above the figure's head, emitting a boundless force of the stars to protect the figure. The terrifying lightning that could shatter a mountain range struck the star, but it only caused the star floating above the figure's head to vibrate slightly. The person undergoing the heavenly tribulation was none other than He Tian. At that moment, two terrifying auras came from two other directions. Gu Fei could sense that they were not the auras of cultivators or beasts, but the auras of the heavens and earth. They are facing the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Xiaoqing and Baron attracted their heavenly tribulations in the other two places. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved by this. With 3 people undergoing tribulation, he could only care about one, but not the other. If 3 of them were in danger at the same time, which one should he save? No one could say for sure that they could survive the heavenly tribulation. Even in the ancient times, less than 10 out of 1,000 cultivators were able to pass the heavenly tribulation successfully. However, people like Xiaoqing and He Tian, who possessed almighty sacred weapons, had a higher chance of passing the heavenly tribulation than ordinary people. As expected, the auras of almighty sacred weapons were emitted from where Xiaoqing and Balan were. A golden pagoda floated above Xiaoqing's head, resisting the force of the heavenly tribulation. The sun god Pearl emitted a divine light from where Balan was facing the heavenly tribulation. It was like a sun floating in the tribulation clouds, emitting a powerful true yang force. Gu Fei did not stay idle while the 3 of them were facing the heavenly tribulation. He was running around in 3 places, ready to take action at any time. He did not want to see anyone fall under the heavenly tribulation. He had an extreme sacred weapon, so he could directly disperse the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation was a test for cultivators. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others had to experience the baptism of the heavenly tribulation in order to become a true expert. Gu Fei would not easily take action. Even under the protection of the almighty sacred weapon, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were in danger, especially Xiaoqing. His cultivation was the weakest among the 3. Several times, he was struck by the heavenly lightning until his flesh was badly mutilated and his bones were shattered. He was beyond recognition, but he still managed to endure. Seeing Xiaoqing's miserable state, Gu Fei almost took action, but in the end, he held back. Erebus and Baron had also encountered a great danger. Both their bodies and souls had almost been destroyed, but they had managed to survive. Every time they were in a critical situation, their divine weapons would protect their souls, allowing them to reconstruct their flesh and blood, allowing them to catch their breaths on the edge of life and death. The heavenly tribulation was too powerful. Not everyone was like Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian, who had almighty sacred weapons. If it were not for them, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan would most likely have died. To Gu Fei's surprise, among the 3 of them, Xiaoqing, who had the weakest cultivation, was the first to pass the heavenly tribulation. Xiaoqing's heavenly tribulation wreaked havoc for 2 days and 2 nights before the tribulation clouds dissipated. Xiaoqing, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, was on the verge of death. His almighty sacred weapon had become dim, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Gu Fei immediately took Xiaoqing into his inner world and placed him in the divine spring of life, using the endless life essence contained in the divine spring of life to help Xiaoqing recover. Balan's heavenly tribulation dissipated after 3 days. Balan had also almost died, suffering unimaginable damage. He was also taken into his inner world and placed in the divine spring of life by Gu Fei. Of all the heavenly tribulations that the 3 of them had triggered, the most monstrous one was definitely He Tian's. Endless 9th heaven divine thunder had bombarded He Tian for 10 days and 10 nights. The entire mountain that He Tian had been on had turned into ashes. In the end, He Tian also succeeded in passing the heavenly tribulation. Of course, his vitality was also greatly damaged, and he was thrown into his inner world by Gu Fei. The momentum of the 3's heavenly tribulation was so great that it alarmed many wild and strange beasts. Even the ancient beast king, who was comparable to the celestial being realm, appeared nearby. However, even the ancient beast king didn't dare to attack those who were passing the heavenly tribulation. Even the ancient beast king was very worried about the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation that could destroy everything. Moreover, the moment Xiaoqing and the others successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, they were taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Those ancient beast kings couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. This was because Gu Fei had the 8 steps extreme speed of the unrivaled beneath the heavenly tribulation. After Gu Fei took Shaoqing and the others into his inner world, he directly linked up with the Hell Path, left the untainted ancient world, and entered the Hell Path. Then he returned to the Tinglong continent from the Hell Path. Chapter 921. There was only one passage between the Hell Dao and the outside world, and that was in the depths of the ancient desolate land in the extreme west. There was a Buddhist formation laid down by the Buddhist Lord that sealed a part of hell. For thousands of years, only the souls of the dead could enter the Hell Dao, and they couldn't leave. However, Gu Fei was an exception. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he still couldn't take away this world, even though he had successfully refined the origin world bead. However, it wasn't that Gu Fei didn't get any benefits. At the very least, he could enter and exit the Hell Dao freely. Of course, there would be some trouble when he left. After Gu Fei entered the Hell Dao, he used the power of the origin world bead to open up the passage between the Hell Dao and the ancient desolate land. Ever since Gu Fei and the others caused havoc in the Buddhist land, the Western Buddhist sect no longer sent anyone to guard the sealed Hell Dao. Gu Fei smoothly exited the Hell Dao and walked out of the ancient desolate land. I'm finally out. Gu Fei stood on a barren mountain and looked at the heaven and earth filled with spiritual energy. It felt like a lifetime ago. He had stayed in the ancient desolate land for more than a decade. More than a decade was nothing to cultivators. It passed in the blink of an eye, but it was enough for a lot of things to happen. One had to say that the border between the Western Buddhist land and the ancient desolate land were two completely different worlds. The border between the Western Buddhist land and the ancient desolate land was filled with barren mountains and turbulent rivers. It was a barren land. Such a land spanned a few hundred miles and didn't have a trace of celestial spiritual energy. There wouldn't be any dragon veins or spiritual caves that cultivators dreamed of. The mountain that Gu Fei was on was a barren mountain. However, a few dozen miles ahead, there was spiritual energy and trees were flourishing. Occasionally, there would be the silhouettes of birds and beasts in the mountains. It was a scene full of vitality. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly rushed into the sky from the peak of the mountain. He used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the paradise in front of him. That was the legendary Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss, the Bodhimanda of the ancient Buddhist masters. Gu Fei only wanted to return to the Supreme Profound sect now. After more than 10 years, Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and the others should have come out of seclusion. He really wanted to know the current situation of the Supreme Profound sect. On the day that Gu Fei succeeded in refining the 9 revolutions immortal pill, Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Daoist took the pill and went into seclusion. At that time, the Guangqing Immortal sect's Lu Yunhe had sent a flying sword message, inviting Gu Fei and the others to enter the great desolate ancient world together. At that time, Zhao Ziru and the others had yet to come out of seclusion. More than 10 years had passed, and he wondered how everyone was doing. One must know that the eastern region was not peaceful. There were the primordial Zhao clan, the Dongfang clan, and other superpowers. Moreover, Gu Fei had great enmity with the Zhao clan and the eastern world. In the eastern domain, there were definitely many people who wanted to kill Gu Fei. And the Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan knew of Gu Fei's background. If they vented their anger on the Supreme Profound sect, then Zhao Ziru and the others would be in danger. Since the return of the primordial ancient world, the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent had been reshuffled. In a sect, there must be at least an immortal god in charge to be called a great sect. Even if Zhao Ziru and the others took the 9 revolutions immortal pill and successfully broke through to the immortal god realm, they would definitely not be a match for the primordial ancient world and the Dongfang clan. However, He Tian had once set up a peerless killing formation around the Dragon Valley where the Supreme Profound sect was located. It could trap celestials, and unless it was someone at the level of a sect master, no one would be able to attack the Dragon Valley. However, Gu Fei was still very anxious. The primordial Zhao clan had a powerful sacred weapon. If Zhao Wuji used the sacred weapon of the Great Path, even He Tian's killing formation would not be able to withstand it. After entering the Western Buddhist land, Gu Fei began to look for a teleportation formation. The Western Buddhist land had a radius of millions of miles. It was extremely vast. Even if Gu Fei had the speed of 8 steps, which was unparalleled in the world, it would still take him a long time to cross the Western Buddhist land and return to the Eastern domain. The Tinglong continent was really too vast. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation base and strength, it would take him several years to cross the Western Buddhist land and the Central Plains to return to the Eastern region even if he continuously used his 8 steps extreme speed. How could Gu Fei wait that long? He could not wait another quarter of an hour. He could not wait to return to the Supreme Profound sect. There were his brothers there, and there were people he liked. There were definitely teleportation formations in the Western Buddhist land that were connected to other major regions. Gu Fei was looking. The Western Buddhist land was peaceful. Celestial birds danced in the air, and beasts played. Melodious bells rang out from the spirit mountains that dotted the land. In the void, the sound of chanting could be heard from time to time. However, in this peace, Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. This was because, from time to time, pairs of monk soldiers with Buddhist ritual implements would fly by in the sky. Gu Fei did not want to meet with the people of the Buddhist clan. He did not want to cause trouble. It should be known that there were powerful figures of the Buddhist clan in the Western Buddhist land. If the powerful figures of the Buddhist clan were alerted and they acted, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Gu Fei carefully avoided the monk soldiers who patrolled in the sky from time to time. He headed in the direction of the holy land of the Buddhist clan, Spirit Mountain. Spirit Mountain was said to be the cultivation place of the ancient Buddhist lord. There were relics of the ancient Buddhist lord. According to legend, the current supreme Buddhist scripture was engraved on a large stone at the peak of Spirit Mountain. Some people said that this was the supreme Buddha left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord to become a Buddha. As long as one comprehended this stone scripture, one could become a Buddha. Of course, since the ancient times, only the ancient Buddhist lord had become a Buddha. After the Buddhist lord, there was no news of anyone being able to attain the supreme Buddha's fruit. Spirit Mountain was the center of the Western Buddhist land. It was a place of pilgrimage for countless living beings in the Western Buddhist land. Gu Fei was not going there on a pilgrimage, but to search for a teleportation array. A teleportation array that could traverse the various large regions was definitely not something that could be drawn at the moment of need. Perhaps, even the current powerful figures of the world would not be able to draw a teleportation array that could transport people to various large regions at once. Therefore, there was definitely a teleportation point in the Western Buddhist land. Such a point would not be located in an ordinary place. It was very likely that there were experts of the Buddhist clan guarding it. Gu Fei carefully moved in the Western Buddhist land. After 9 days, he walked out of an ancient temple on a spiritual peak. Inside the ancient temple, an old monk had fainted on a praying mat. Damn it! I still can't get anything out of him. Gu Fei was slightly annoyed. In these 9 days, he had already silently found his way to 8 mountains with ancient temples. He had subdued 6 great monks without anyone noticing. 2 of the ancient temples were empty. One had to say that the cultivation method of the Buddhist clan was truly different from the others. No matter how much Gu Fei interrogated them, these great monks refused to speak. Moreover, even when Gu Fei used the soul-searching technique to read their memories, he still failed. These great monks had nothing to do after eating their fill, so they meditated and chanted scriptures all day long. However, they had cultivated their state of mind to be as calm as still water, untainted by even a speck of dust. It was difficult for Gu Fei's divine sense to enter the depths of these great monks' souls. Why am I so stupid? Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the ancient temple, suddenly slapped his head. These great monks are all great and virtuous eminent monks. Their state of mind is firm, but those monks with weaker cultivation. Chapter 9:22. The dark moon hung high in the sky, the land was quiet. In the Western Buddhist lands, other than the occasional patrolling monk soldiers, there was no other movement. Under the night sky, between the mountain ridges, flickering lights could be seen. Those were the lights of the temples dotted between the spiritual peaks and the treasured lands. In the Buddhist lands, spiritual energy lingered in the air, the mountain peaks were picturesque, and there were dragon veins running through the earth. Wherever spiritual energy gathered, it would become a spiritual land. These spiritual lands usually already had an owner. There were Buddhist eminent monks who built temples on the spiritual lands, accepted disciples, and passed down supreme Buddhist Dharma. The blessed Buddha Valley was one of the Buddhist land's 3 sacred lands. According to legend, it was the place of nirvana of the ancient Buddhist Lord's eldest disciple, the inheritance of the Buddha's son, with an ancient history. The ancient Buddha Lord had 3 personal disciples who were known as the 3 saints of Buddhism by the disciples of the later generations. Other than the ancient Spirit Mountain, the other 2 sacred grounds were founded by the previous disciples of the ancient Buddha Lord. In the dark of night, an uninvited guest appeared outside the blessed Buddha Valley. Good place. Gu Fei stood outside the blessed Buddha Valley, as if he had merged with the world around him, no one could sense his presence. Above the valley in front of him, there were faint silhouettes of dragons, the spiritual energy in the valley turned into dragons, hovering above the valley, affecting the weather. One could imagine how thick the spiritual energy in the blessed Buddha Valley was. The spiritual energy is like a great dragon, hovering in the air without dissipating. Looks like there's an expert laying down an array around this valley that can restrain spiritual energy. Gu Fei was inwardly alarmed. This valley had a circumference of several hundred miles. This was definitely a super grand formation that enveloped an area of several hundred miles. It was truly a grand formation. With the grand array's suppression, although the spiritual energy in the blessed Buddha Valley soared to the sky, it was hard for the spiritual energy to soar into the sky, akin to a real dragon trapped in a cage. This place was many times better than those so-called heavenly lands. It could be said to be a rare immortal land. Cultivating in this kind of immortal land would yield twice the result with half the effort. In a place like this, even if there aren't any powerful beings guarding it, there would definitely be a sect master level figure guarding it. Gu Fei's eyes lit up in the darkness. An hour ago, he had subdued a monk in the demigod realm in a small temple. The monk in the demigod realm could not be compared to those reclusive Buddhist Vedanta. He could not resist Gu Fei's soul-searching technique. Gu Fei knew what he wanted to know. Suddenly, Gu Fei, who was deep in thought, flashed and hid in the forest beside him. Soon, a group of monk soldiers flew over the place where Gu Fei had been standing. After the monk soldier flew past, Gu Fei walked out of the forest. He looked at the direction where the monk soldiers disappeared and murmured, "What exactly happened in the Western Buddhist land? Why is the security so tight?" Gu Fei felt that something was amiss. On the surface, the Buddhist land looked peaceful and peaceful. But secretly, Gu Fei had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Why should I care about it? Gu Fei shook his head. Whatever happened in the Western Buddhist land had nothing to do with him. His only goal now was to leave the Western Buddhist land and return to the Eastern region. Thinking of this, Gu Fei no longer hesitated. Executing the 8 desolate steps, like a specter, he entered the blessed Buddha Valley without making a sound. Not encountering any obstacles, Gu Fei learned the way to enter the blessed Buddha Valley from that unlucky monk's memories. He did not touch the grand formation that enveloped the entire blessed Buddha Valley. The moment he stepped into the blessed Buddha Valley, Gu Fei felt his body being enveloped by spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was at least 10 times denser than the outside world. The rich spiritual energy relaxed Gu Fei's pores. Strands of spiritual energy actively seeped into his body through his pores, causing Gu Fei to be dumbstruck. It really is a land of immortal spiritual energy. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing. Such a treasure land was rare even in the legendary heavenly world. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. Under the night sky, the blessed Buddha Valley was dotted with dots of lights, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Huang Xiaolong sensed no less than 3 powerful auras, and those were the auras of Buddha emperors in the celestial being realm. Sure enough, there were Buddha emperors in the blessed Buddha Valley, and there was more than one. The strongest aura came from the highest floor of a pagoda deep in the blessed Buddha Valley. There was a Buddha luminance glimmering there, exuding an auspicious yet powerful aura, as if facing a whole world. The pagoda had 9 floors, and each floor was glimmering with Buddha luminance, exuding a powerful aura. That should be the cultivation place of blessed Buddha Valley's Buddhist eminent monks. The pagoda deep in the blessed Buddha Valley was an ancient pagoda, exuding an aura of vicissitudes. It was not the tallest and most conspicuous building in the blessed Buddha Valley, but it was akin to a primordial divine mountain towering there. If it was an average second heaven profound transformation realm cultivator, they would have retreated in fright. The powerful aura coming from the highest floor of the pagoda definitely belonged to an ancestor-level Buddhist eminent monk. The other 2 celestial auras came from 2 other places. In the blessed Buddha Valley, there was a transmission array that could connect to other regions. This was the reason why Gu Fei took the risk to enter the blessed Buddha Valley. He wanted to use the transmission array to return to the eastern region. Only by using this method could Gu Fei return to the eastern region in the shortest time possible. Found it, it's over there. Suddenly, Gu Fei's eyes lit up, staring at a small hill 100 li to the right. Vaguely, he could see a stone platform on top of the hill. However, Gu Fei's expression turned ugly, because one of the 3 celestial auras came from that small hill. There's a celestial being guarding that transmission array. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had never expected such a situation to occur. A Buddha emperor was guarding a teleportation formation. The blessed Buddha Valley was several hundred li wide. Even in the dark of the night, with Gu Fei's eyesight, it was no different from daylight. Everything was in his sight. Gu Fei cautiously crept towards the small hill 100 li away. Even if there was a celestial being Buddhist emperor, he wouldn't retreat. Even if it alerted the ancestor-level Buddhist eminent monk in the valley, he wouldn't hesitate. The ancient Buddha pagoda was about 300 li away from the small hill. As long as he could subdue the Buddhist emperor on the hill and activate the transmission array, he had a high chance of escaping. Soon, Gu Fei arrived near the small hill. On top of the hill was an ancient stone platform, precisely the ancient transmission array that Gu Fei was looking for. However, there was a thin figure sitting cross-legged on the ancient stone platform. It was a middle-aged monk with a sallow complexion and emaciated skin, as if he was malnourished. This middle-aged monk's monk robes were covered in a layer of dust. It was hard to tell how long he had been sitting on this ancient stone platform. What should I do? Gu Fei was inwardly anxious. A celestial being Buddhist emperor was sitting cross-legged on the ancient stone platform. He couldn't think of a solution in such a short time. If he made a move, he would definitely alert the Buddhist eminent monk inside the ancient Buddha pagoda. The ancient transmission array was right in front of him, but he could only see it but not use it. This made Gu Fei feel like he was going crazy. Chapter 923. Under the night sky, the blessed Buddha Valley was very quiet. This was a land of immortal spiritual energy. There was a spiritual energy gathering array that constantly gathered spiritual energy. In the sky above the valley, there was a vague shadow of a dragon. It was not the legendary true dragon of Buddhism, but the dragon shadow formed by the spiritual energy in the earth's dragon veins, which was sealed in the valley by the array. The spiritual energy in the blessed Buddha Valley had reached the point where it could transform into a dragon. One could imagine how thick the spiritual energy in the valley was. However, none of this was what Gu Fei needed to care about. He wanted very, very badly to return to the eastern domain, to the Taishan sect. The Zhao family and the Dongfang family were not good people. They both had a grudge against Gu Fei. Once they vented their anger on the Taishan sect would face a great calamity. Especially the narrow-minded Zhao Wuji. He was one of the most outstanding youths cultivated by the Zhao family. If he borrowed a holy weapon from the older generation of the family, the Taishan sect would be in danger. The ancient array that could transport people across domains was right in front of Gu Fei, but there was a Buddha emperor sitting cross-legged on the ancient array, which almost drove Gu Fei crazy. That was a Buddha emperor in the celestial being realm. Even if it was a sneak attack, Gu Fei did not have much confidence that he could subdue it without alerting anyone. In the blessed Buddha Valley, there were sect masters guarding it. As long as he made the slightest movement, it would be noticed by those masters. At that time, Gu Fei might not even have a chance to escape from the blessed Buddha Valley. The sect masters in the 9-story ancient pagoda in the depths of the blessed Buddha Valley made Gu Fei very wary. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was absolutely impossible to contend with a sect master. If he alerted the masters in the ancient pagoda, Gu Fei could only escape. He was very confident in his speed. At this time, He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan, and the others were still in Gu Fei's inner world. They had yet to fully recover, as the damage caused by the heavenly tribulation was too great. He couldn't count on He Tian and the others now. The ancient formation platform is right in front of us. Gu Fei was in a dilemma. Should he retreat just like that? Impossible. Within a radius of 10,000 li, only the blessed Buddha Valley had an ancient array platform that could teleport people across boundaries. There were not many ancient array platforms that could teleport people between the 4 major regions of the Tinglong continent. Moreover, they were all in the hands of the various superpowers. Even in the entire Western Buddhist land, there were only 5 or 6 such ancient array platforms. Gu Fei stood quietly in the forest at the foot of the short mountain. There was no moonlight in the sky, not even stars. He had completely blended into the darkness. The area around the short mountain was verdant and lush. There was a kind of fragrance lingering in the air, and some aged spirit herbs could be seen. The immortal spirit land was indeed extraordinary, capable of nurturing rare treasures. In the depths of the blessed Buddha Valley, there might even be a 10,000-year-old herb king herb. After pondering for a long time, Gu Fei finally decided to take a gamble. However, he wasn't an impulsive person. He was very careful, silently disappearing into the forest. From the beginning to the end, the Buddha Emperor on top of the short mountain did not notice Gu Fei's presence. Boom! Half an hour later, an earth-shattering boom sounded 300 li away from the short mountain. A spiritual mountain peak suddenly collapsed, and a violent aura erupted, as if a giant desolate beast had suddenly appeared in the blessed Buddha Valley. Terrifying killing intent lingered between heaven and earth, the whole valley could feel the tremors from the impact. This sudden explosion completely shattered the tranquility of the blessed Buddha Valley. Rays of Buddha luminescence shot out from all directions, akin to a golden divine rainbow, piercing through the void, flying towards the collapsed spiritual mountain peak. In the depths of the blessed Buddha Valley, in the 9-story ancient pagoda, a figure resembling a Buddha flew out from each floor, surrounded by Buddha luminescence. These were actually 9 Empyrean realm Buddhist monks. From the other 2 ancient temples, 2 Empyrean realm Buddhist emperors also flew out. There were actually 12 Buddhist emperors in the blessed Buddha Valley. This was a force that could sweep through the entire Tinglong continent. The West Earth's Buddhism forces were much more terrifying than what the world knew. One Holy Land already had 12 Buddhist emperors, the other 2 Holy Land strength was definitely not weaker than the blessed Buddha Valley. No wonder the West Earth's Buddhism forces could stand toe-to-toe with the ancient desolate forces. What's going on? Did that devil lord come to disturb my Buddhist land again? There's no devil chi, it doesn't seem like a devil's invasion. Buddhist chants reverberated throughout the blessed Buddha Valley, but at this time, a figure blended into the darkness, moving swiftly between the hills, heading towards the short hill. Rumble. The earth quaked. Although the spiritual mountain peak 300 li away had crumbled, there seemed to be something breaking out from the earth, attracting the attention of the Buddhist experts. Even the Empyrean realm Buddhist emperors felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Gu Fei's speed was unparalleled under the heavens, covering the 300 li distance in the blink of an eye. He used the internal force of heaven and earth to seal his body, preventing anyone from sensing his presence. When he appeared in the forest at the foot of the short mountain, the Buddhist emperor sitting cross-legged on the ancient platform was nowhere to be seen. The sudden change alarmed everyone in the Blessed Buddha Valley. The Blessed Buddha Valley was one of the 3 holy lands of Buddhism, the place where the Buddhist Lord's personal disciple resided. Nothing could go wrong. Seeing that the Buddhist emperor had been lured away, Gu Fei was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he dashed up the short mountain, stepping onto the ancient platform. The ancient platform was made from black divine stones. The surface of the divine stones was covered with the marks of the passage of time, and the black divine stones had lost their original luster. The merciless passage of time could corrode everything. Only immortal divine materials and the legendary immortal elixirs could withstand the corrosion of time. Activating the ancient platform wasn't difficult, Gu Fei had already mastered it. After injecting his spiritual essence into the formation eye, he succeeded in activating the ancient platform. The moment the ancient formation platform was activated by Gu Fei, several extremely powerful divine senses swept over from afar and sensed everything that was happening on the short mountain. At this time, the transmission array emitted a resplendent divine light, and lines of formation patterns rushed out from the ancient platform, wrapping Gu Fei inside. Bang! At this moment, a gigantic hand appeared in the sky above the short mountain, directly grabbing downwards. In the palm of the gigantic hand, there was a Wan character faintly visible, emanating boundless Buddhist energy that sealed the space around it. A Buddhist emperor of the sovereign level was making a move. However, at this critical moment, from the bottom of the collapsed spiritual peak 300 li away, a giant figure rushed out, exuding an extremely fierce aura. Gua! A bird's cry resounded between heaven and earth. It was a ferocious bird that resembled the legendary Great Peng. It rushed out from the ground, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Swoosh! The ferocious bird flapped its wings, stirring up strong gales that blew some of the monks nearby away. No one could remain calm. Swoosh! The space above the ancient array platform distorted and all the divine light disappeared in an instant. Just as the giant hand was about to grab the entire ancient array platform, Gu Fei was teleported away. Gu Fei took a spin at the gates of hell. If he had been a step slower, he would have been in for a tragedy. I can only apologize to He Tian. Gu Fei traveled at high speed in the void formed by the formation patterns. The ferocious bird that suddenly appeared in the Blessed Buddha Valley was the ferocious bird that He Tian had captured in the pseudo-heaven world. He Tian was cultivating in Gu Fei's inner world, but he had placed this ferocious bird inside Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei used this ferocious bird to lure the monks away from the Blessed Buddha Valley. Gu Fei thought to himself, there are 12 Buddhist emperors guarding the Blessed Buddha Valley, and among them, there are even sovereign-level Buddhist emperors. That ferocious bird is most likely going to meet a tragic end. Traveling in the void, Gu Fei felt like he had traveled for a long time, but at the same time, it felt like only a moment. In the end, he sat cross-legged in the void, motionless. Swoosh! Suddenly, Gu Fei felt his body lighten, the formation energy enveloping him disappeared. In the next second, he felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy. He opened his eyes and saw that he was sitting cross-legged in the air above an ancient formation platform. 2 bald men dressed in monk robes stood beside the platform. These 2 bald men were staring at Gu Fei in extreme shock, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "You are," one of them, a dark-skinned bald middle-aged man, regained his senses and was about to ask, but at this time, Gu Fei flew up and kicked the bald man's face. Perhaps because of the old tortoise, Wang Xiaolong didn't have a good impression of these bald men. Gu Fei's extreme speed was unparalleled in the world. Very few people could compare to him. His kick was as fast as lightning. Although the big baldy's strength wasn't bad, he still couldn't dodge it and was sent flying. Bang! That dark and skinny bald head directly hit the wall a few feet away, directly smashing through the wall and flying out. Buzz! Just as the dark-skinned bald man was sent flying by Gu Fei's kick, a deafening sound reached Gu Fei's ears. A golden disc-like Buddhist artifact flew over and fell on Gu Fei's head. The Buddhist artifact had a golden Buddhist light flowing on it, emitting a powerful Buddhist power. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch and directly used his physical body to block the Buddhist artifact. The violent force actually shattered the Buddhist artifact, causing its fragments to shoot in all directions. Rays of golden light hit the surroundings. The ground and the walls were immediately filled with holes. Only the ancient formation platform made of divine stones didn't show any signs of damage after being hit by the fragments of the Buddhist artifact. Chapter 924. Gu Fei kicked the black skinny monk away and punched the white fat monk's Buddhist weapon. He was so powerful that the white fat monk was scared out of his wits. Swoosh! With a flash, Gu Fei's feet did not touch the ground. In an instant, he appeared in front of the fat and white monk who was retreating. He extended his hand and grabbed the fat and white monk's neck, lifting him up. The fat monk's feet left the ground. His white and chubby face immediately turned purple. However, this monk was an immortal Buddha in the immortal realm after all. His cultivation was not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Although he was restrained by Gu Fei, he did not panic completely. "Who are you?" the white fat monk asked in shock. He was already having trouble breathing, but his life was not in danger. It would be a huge joke if an immortal Buddha was killed by a human. This was especially true for Buddhist disciples. In the eyes of Buddhist disciples, the physical body was just a bag of smelly skin. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not hesitate. A purple divine light rushed out of his eyebrows and entered the white fat monk's forehead. He used his powerful divine telekinesis to read the monk's memory. He did not even bother to ask. The fat monk's body trembled, and then a pained expression appeared on his face. He seemed to be struggling in some way, but very quickly, the fat monk's expression became stupefied. Then, the divine light that entered the white fat monk's head rushed out of the white fat monk's forehead and entered Gu Fei's Niwen Palace. Eastern Region, the Qi Dynasty. Gu Fei read the monk's memory and got what he wanted. The white fat monk had already fainted and there was a trace of blood seeping out of his forehead. Forcefully reading a cultivator's memory would cause great harm to the cultivator. The white fat monk's primordial spirit had already suffered a blow. If he did not rest for 3 to 5 years, his injured primordial spirit would definitely not recover. "I'm finally back in the Eastern Region." Gu Fei waved his hand and threw the white fat monk to the side. Then, he walked out of the ancient temple. This was an ancient temple located halfway up a mountain. It wasn't very big and was located in the forest halfway up the mountain. If one didn't look carefully, even a cultivator flying in the sky wouldn't be able to discover this ancient temple. At this moment, the dark-skinned monk who was kicked in the face by Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged not far away, circulating a Buddhist cultivation technique to heal his injuries. The black skinny monk's face was covered in blood. It was a kind of blood with a golden luster. It was the blood of immortals and Buddhas and contained Buddhist power. This black skinny monk was also an immortal Buddha. Immortal Buddhists were as weak as ants before Gu Fei. Gu Fei could easily kill them without even using any martial Dao battle skills. The black skinny monk was also badly injured. His skull was cracked and his divine soul was shaken. For a moment, he lost the ability to fight and could not attack. Gu Fei did not kill the two monks who guarded the ancient transmitting formation. This was not because he was merciful, but because it was unnecessary. He did not take the two monks in the immortal Buddha realm seriously. Gu Fei stood in front of the ancient temple and glanced around. Under the night sky, the mountain was very quiet. Only the rustling of the tree leaves could be heard from time to time. The simple and crude ancient temple was actually a transmitting point. Moreover, it was a transmitting point that could be used for inter-regional transmitting. Such a transmitting point was very important to all the major forces. The existence of the transmitting point allowed the major forces to travel freely in the four regions. Without the existence of these transmitting points that could be used for inter-regional transmitting, the communication between the four regions would be very troublesome because the Tinglong continent was too vast. Gu Fei soared into the sky and stood in the void. Looking down, the simple and crude ancient temple on the mountainside was already hidden in the branches and leaves of the trees. The ancient temple was surrounded by towering trees. Gu Fei realized that the ancient temple was hidden very well. There were no signs of human habitation in the surrounding areas. This was the northern mountain range of the Great Qi dynasty. Needless to say, this transmitting point was very well hidden. It was definitely one of the hidden transmitting points and not one of the public transmitting points in the four regions. Actually, this was an open secret in the world of cultivation. The major forces of the four regions would install these hidden transmitting points in the four regions. All the major cultivation forces were well aware of the function of the teleportation formation. Gu Fei did not think too much. After he identified the direction, he used the desolation steps and disappeared into the night. This place was still tens of thousands of miles away from the eastern mountain range. Gu Fei did not want to delay. He needed to rush to a city several hundred miles away from this secret transmitting point, then use the transmitting point there to return to the Great Qi dynasty's eastern mountain range. As soon as Gu Fei left, the ancient runes on the teleportation formation platform in the temple lit up again. Very soon, a figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform. A Buddhist eminent monk had arrived in pursuit. The divine light on the transmitting point gradually dissipated. The person walked out from the transmitting point. This was a middle-aged monk with a sallow complexion, tall and thin. This monk's every move seemed to blend into the void of heaven and earth. There seemed to be the great Tao circulating around him. It was natural. This was a celestial being realm Buddhist emperor. If Gu Fei was here, he would definitely be shocked. Because this celestial being realm Buddhist emperor was the same Buddhist emperor who sat cross-legged on the transmitting point in the blessed Buddha Valley. Gu Fei's ruckus in the blessed Buddha Valley alerted the 12 Buddhist emperors. This Buddhist emperor who seemed to be the guardian of the transmitting point directly chased after Gu Fei through the transmitting point. However, at this time, Gu Fei was already several hundred miles away, near a brightly lit city. North Yuan City was a medium-sized city outside the Great Qi dynasty's northern mountain range. In the Central Plains, where the human race flourished, only a city with a population of more than 1 million could be considered a medium-sized city. The population of North Yuan City definitely exceeded 1 million, but most of them were transient people. North Yuan City was the resting point for those who wanted to venture into the Great Qi dynasty's northern mountain range. The Great Qi dynasty's northern mountain range didn't have much, but it had the most number of fierce beasts. Moreover, the fierce beasts' grades were not high. They were the Great Qi dynasty's low-level cultivators who hunted fierce beasts to earn their cultivation essentials. Therefore, North Yuan City was often filled with cultivators who came from all directions to the northern mountain range to hunt fierce beasts for treasures. A medium-sized city with a population of more than 1 million definitely had an expert guarding it, and this expert was most likely the Castellan here. Without an expert guarding the city, North Yuan City would turn into a land of chaos. Moreover, the entire city was enveloped by an array formation. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they could only obediently enter North Yuan City through the city gates. At this time, it was already deep into the night, but faint voices could still be heard coming from North Yuan City. The city was brightly lit, and the city seemed to be bustling with activity. The city gates had long been closed, and the array formation was activated. No human, no fierce beast, could break through the array formation that enveloped the entire city without a sound. It was a layer of transparent light barrier. Gu Fei arrived in front of North Yuan City, surveying this medium-sized city that was filled with the traces of time. There were more than 1 million people in the city, but this wasn't something that Gu Fei cared about. He only cared about the location of the city's transmission array. North Yuan City's defensive array was useless against Gu Fei. He activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and directly drew out a trace of primordial chaos chi. Then, he used the primordial chaos chi to silently corrode the power of the array formation. Primordial chaos chi was the ancestor chi of all living beings, and it could dissolve all sealing powers. Soon, on the transparent light barrier, a large hole was opened by the primordial chaos chi. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly passed through the hole and entered North Yuan City. No one knew, not even the experts in the city could sense that an uninvited guest had come to North Yuan City. Transmission array. Gu Fei read the fat monk's memory, and he knew that there were only 3 transmission arrays that connected North Yuan City to other cities, and there was one in the Castellan's mansion. If it wasn't necessary, Gu Fei didn't want to alarm anyone, especially the Castellan of North Yuan City. One had to know that he was a ruthless character, and he had a terrifying strength that was close to the ancestor level. The other 2 transmission arrays are at. Gu Fei used the power of heaven and earth to seal his body. With his current strength, even the Almighty of the present world would find it hard to sense his existence. Gu Fei controlled his flight in North Yuan City, and finally ascended the tallest building in the city. Then, he scanned his surroundings, and everything in the city was within his sight. The other 2 transmission arrays in North Yuan City were each guarded, and the guards were of decent cultivation. One of them was in the south of the city, and the other was in the east. These were 2 public transmission arrays, but for every person that was sent, the Great Qi dynasty had to collect some fees. This wasn't a free meal. Gu Fei sensed that there were a few incomparably strong auras in the city. One of the strongest auras came from the Castellan's mansion, from the Castellan who was comparable to the ancestor level. The Great Qi dynasty's foundation was also incomparably deep. The Castellan of a medium-sized city was already comparable to the ancestor level. If it was a super-large city with a population of 10 million, wouldn't there be a true ancestor-level figure overseeing it? Gu Fei discovered that there was a strong aura at the 3 transmission arrays, and the weakest was a demigod-level figure guarding the transmission arrays. Gu Fei immediately moved, and he headed for the transmission array in the east of the city. This was because the transmission array in the east of the city was guarded by a demigod-level figure. He didn't want to complicate matters, and he just wanted to quickly return to the eastern region of the Great Qi dynasty. Gu Fei was very straightforward, and he directly knocked that demigod unconscious. Then, he activated the transmission array and teleported out, returning to the eastern region of the Great Qi dynasty. Swoosh! In the eastern region of the Great Qi dynasty, a certain city's transmission array suddenly lit up, and the array patterns emitted resplendent divine light. Someone was being transmitted over, and the ripples emitted by the transmission array immediately alerted the 2 cultivators guarding the array. Chapter 925. The Tinglong Continent, the Central Plains. The human race was extremely powerful. No one knew how many people there were in the Central Plains. Even the 3 immortal dynasties had a hard time keeping track of them. The 3 immortal dynasties were not the dynasties that ruled over a region in the eyes of the common people. The human emperors of the dynasties were definitely not ordinary people. The Central Plains was divided by the 3 dynasties. Each dynasty had existed for countless years. Northern Wei, Southern Yan, and Eastern Qi each controlled millions of miles of territory. Eastern Qi, the Eastern Immortal dynasty, was the youngest. It was founded by a supreme human emperor 30,000 years ago. That human emperor was extremely talented. He forcefully created the third dynasty between the Northern Wei and Southern Yan dynasties. In the current era, there were 3 human emperors. These 3 human emperors were the rulers of the 3 immortal dynasties. Each of these rulers had the power to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great beings. The immortal dynasties had the human emperors and were not afraid of the ancient powers that returned once every 10,000 years. This was because the 3 immortal dynasties had the power to fight against the ancient powers. Sky Frost City was a city in the eastern part of the Great Qi dynasty near the eastern mountain range. It was a medium-sized city with a population of 1 million. The city lord was a member of the royal family. The Heaven and Earth Union was one of the 3 great powers in Sky Frost City. There were 5 teleportation arrays in Sky Frost City. 2 of them were controlled by the city lord while the other 3 were controlled by the 3 great powers in Sky Frost City. In the cultivation world, controlling the teleportation arrays was equivalent to controlling a good source of income. Teleportation arrays were not free for cultivators to use. The southern part of Sky Frost City was the territory of the Heaven and Earth Union. At this time, the east side had already turned white. The night was about to pass. 2 cultivators were sitting under a high platform that was covered in runes. Phew! One of them was a middle-aged man in a green robe with a thin face. He let out a long sigh and then opened his eyes. One could faintly see 2 rays of light hidden in his eyes. A cultivator in his early 30s who was sitting cross-legged next to the middle-aged man also woke up. In reality, they were not cultivating but resting because they had to protect this teleportation array. This teleportation array could be said to be an important source of income for the Heaven and Earth Union. In the cultivation world, unlike mortals, people did not use money to buy things they needed. Instead, they used something else, a type of crystal that contained the spirit qi of heaven and earth. It was unknown when it started, but the cultivation world had developed the practice of exchanging these crystals that contained the world's spiritual energy for things that cultivators needed. These crystals, which contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, were called spirit crystals. It could be said that the currency in the cultivation world was the spirit crystal. The spirit crystal was equivalent to the money in the mortal world. In addition to the spirit crystal, there was also a kind of spirit jade that contained the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that circulated among the cultivators. The heaven and earth spiritual qi contained in spirit jades was purer than that of spirit crystals, and the amount of spiritual qi it contained was also greater than that of spirit crystals. High-level cultivators generally used spirit jades. Old Wu. There shouldn't be anyone using the teleportation formation at this time, right? The cultivator in his early 30s stretched his body and said to the cultivator called Old Wu. Yes. Today is the last day of this month to guard the transmission array. It seems like we didn't get much profit this month. Old Wu said. Hearing Old Wu's words, the cultivator in his early 30s was also very unhappy. F***ck. Those fellows still said that guarding the transmission array is a lucrative job. I heard that last month, Li Datu and the others were guarding the transmission array. There was a rookie who was tricked by Li Datu and the others for a few hundred low-grade spirit crystals. Old Wu said with incomparable envy. Sigh. Who asked us to not meet such a sucker? The cultivator in his early 30s lamented. The cultivation resources of the low-level cultivators were relatively scarce. Spirit crystals contained the world's spiritual energy, and the cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit crystals to cultivate and increase their cultivation. The big sects occupied the paradise and had a lot of cultivation resources. The disciples of the big sects didn't need to worry about cultivation resources, but it was different for the small sections. The cultivation resources were all occupied by the big sects, and the small sects could only rely on the big sects to earn spirit crystals to maintain the cultivation of the disciples in the sect. The cultivation world was cruel, and the survival of the low-level cultivators was even more difficult. For example, a stock of spiritual medicine that was old would require a large amount of spirit crystals to purchase. Swoosh! At this time, the teleportation formation platform behind Old Wu and the others suddenly lit up. There's still someone teleporting over at this time. Old Wu and his companion in his early 30s immediately jumped up from the ground. It would be great if the person who came was a sucker. Old Wu and his companion's eyes lit up. The runes on the teleportation formation platform turned into spirit light and rushed up. The void on the teleportation formation platform rippled like transparent water and emitted a powerful aura. Feeling this aura, Old Wu and the cultivator in his early 30s immediately changed their expressions. When a blurred figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform, Old Wu and the cultivator had already collapsed. Their bodies trembled as they lay on the ground. The aura emitted by the person was too powerful. The two people from the Heaven and Earth Alliance who were guarding the transmission array were only in the transcending mortality realm. In front of this powerful aura, the two of them almost had a mental breakdown. Could it be a big shot in the demigod realm? When Gu Fei appeared on the teleportation formation platform and saw the two cultivators lying on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Immediately, he knew the reason. Gu Fei smiled. It turned out that he had inadvertently released a strand of his aura to intimidate the two cultivators. After that, he used the power of the world to seal his body, sealing all of his aura. The two cultivators immediately felt as if they had been pardoned and their bodies relaxed. At this time, they realized that their clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. Greetings, Senior," Old Wu's voice trembled. In front of such a cultivator, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. One must know that if this person was unhappy, he could be killed with a finger. At that time, he would die a wrongful death. What is this place? Gu Fei glanced at Old Wu and asked calmly. He had just teleported here from Beiyuan City and didn't know which city he had been teleported to. One must know that there were countless cities in the eastern part of the Great Qi dynasty. Senior, this is Sky Frost City. Old Wu slowly regained his senses and answered. The cultivator in his early 30s was still in a state of shock. His entire body was trembling as he lay on the ground. He probably didn't even know what Gu Fei was talking about. This Old Wu's mental fortitude was not bad. Sky Frost City. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This Sky Frost City was not unfamiliar to him. This city was not far from the eastern mountain range of the Great Qi dynasty. However, Sky Frost City was a little far from the mountain range where the Dragon Valley was located. The Dragon Valley was at least 30,000 miles away from Sky Frost City. Moreover, Gu Fei also knew that there were no teleportation formations within these 30,000 miles. No one would be so bored as to set up a teleportation formation in a deserted mountain range. Although Gu Fei also had a teleportation formation platform that He Tian had refined using spiritual jades, this formation platform could only teleport people in a single direction. Without accurate coordinates, this kind of teleportation would cause people to get lost in the mountains. This kind of teleportation also had a major disadvantage. That was, Gu Fei's cultivation limited the distance of the White Jade Formation platform's teleportation. The stronger his cultivation, the further he could teleport. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, if he used the White Jade Formation platform, he could already teleport to a distance of 30,000 miles. However, if there was a slight deviation during the teleportation, he would be out of luck. A deviation of a few hundred miles was enough to cause people to get lost in the mountains. That's the only way. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before he rushed into the sky and directly rushed out of Sky Frost City. At this moment, the protective formation of Sky Frost City had already been removed. There were already cultivators walking around in the city. What kind of person is this? After Gu Fei left, Old Wu immediately went limp again. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Instead of waiting for a succor, a maleficent star had come. It's too scary. This person is probably even scarier than a demigod. Old Wu muttered to himself. He had seen great cultivators at the demigod realm before. This person's aura definitely surpassed that of a great cultivator at the demigod realm. Was that person just now an immortal? At this moment, the cultivator in his early 30s finally dared to sit up from the ground. However, his voice was still trembling. That person's aura almost drove him crazy. Perhaps. Sigh. Old Wu and the others did not know that Gu Fei was not an immortal. He was an immortal martial king at the second firmament of the mysterious transformation realm. Ordinary immortals were not even worthy of carrying Gu Fei's shoes. The aura that Gu Fei released also startled many people. However, no one dared to approach him. Although it was just a trace of aura, it was enough to intimidate everyone. Even the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance was alarmed. However, when the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance arrived at the teleportation array, Gu Fei had already left Sky Frost City and was already thousands of miles away. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He hurried in the sky, traveling hundreds of miles with each step. The earth flitted under his feet so quickly that it was impossible to see Gu Fei's shadow with the naked eye. He could seal his own aura so that no one would know of his existence. In the mountains, there were many places where spiritual energy gathered. There were experts cultivating in these places, but no one sensed that Gu Fei was flying over their heads. Even when he flew over a palace where a godly king was cultivating, the godly king in the palace did not sense Gu Fei's existence. On the day of the 3rd stroke, Gu Fei appeared in the vicinity of the Dragon Valley. Even with the extreme speed of 8 steps, it took Gu Fei a lot of time to cover a distance of 30,000 miles. He did not stop and directly headed in the direction of the Dragon Valley. When he arrived in the sky above the Dragon Valley, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 9:26. Gu Fei returned to the Dragon Valley, but what he saw in front of him made him go mad with anger. The Dragon Valley had been destroyed, and all he could see was ruins. There were traces of fighting inside, and there were many bones lying in the rubble and grass. Gu Fei's heart trembled violently. He flew down from the sky and walked into the valley step by step. Someone had broken through the supreme killing formation laid down by Erebus and killed their way into the Dragon Valley. Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and the others. Gu Fei thought of his fellow disciples, and his hands and feet became cold. He rushed into the depths of the valley like an arrow, and came to the cave where Zhao Ziru and the others were cultivating. He saw that the cliff in front of him had been overturned by a great force, and all the caves had been destroyed. On the ground, he could see the fragments of magic treasures scattered everywhere. There had been a great battle in the Dragon Valley, and Gu Fei saw skeletons wearing the clothes of the Supreme Mystery Sect lying in the grass. Their flesh and blood had rotted, and only their clothes and bones were left. This battle should have happened several years ago. Gu Fei walked in the valley as if he had lost his soul. He was very afraid to see the bones of Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and the others in the rubble. Is it the primordial Zhao family or the Dongfang family? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In the end, he carefully examined the entire valley. He found a total of 11 skeletons in the valley. Among these skeletons, there were complete ones, and there were also broken ones. It was obvious that they had all been killed in the great battle. Among the 11 skeletons, 8 of them were wearing the clothes of the Supreme Mystery Sect. They were obviously disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. However, among these 8 disciples, Zhao Ziru and Li Lingfeng were not. This made Gu Fei feel a little relieved. As long as he did not see the bodies of Zhao Ziru and the others, they might still be alive. However, the other party had actually broken through the killing formation laid down by He Tian and entered the valley. Junior sister Zhao and the others were definitely no match for those people. As for the other three skeletons, from their clothing, it was impossible to tell which family they belonged to. Their magic treasures had also been taken away, so Gu Fei could not find any useful clues. In the eastern domain, there weren't many powers that could break through He Tian's killing formation. The primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family had the ability, and they both had enmity with Gu Fei. If it's not the primordial Zhao family, then it's the Dongfang family. If anything happens to junior sister Zhao and the others, I'll make sure you all die with them. Gu Fei said hatefully. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from the inner world in his dantian. Very good. They have finally recovered. Gu Fei was overjoyed. With the help of He Tian and Xiao Qing, he was even more confident in dealing with the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. Swoosh! Gu Fei vanished into thin air and entered his inner world. 3 days later, in the evening, 4 uninvited guests showed up near the primordial Zhao clan's territory. They were Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiao Qing, and Balan. Gu Fei and the others stood on top of a mountain in the distance, staring at the primordial Zhao clan. The terrain in front of them was extremely rare. The primordial Zhao clan sure is generous. That's a land of rising dragons. It's many times better than the so-called Heaven's Chamber. No wonder the Zhao clan was able to survive for so long, and still stand tall in the world of cultivation. Gu Fei and the others could not help but exclaim. There were 4 mountain ridges in front of them, each one 1,000 li long, like 4 giant dragons lying on the ground. The 4 mountains were like 4 dragon heads, guarding the east, south, west, and north directions. In the center of the 4 mountains, there was a palace. It was the primordial Zhao clan's main base. The 4 mountains were decorated with many pavilions and pagodas. They would occasionally see people moving around in the mountains ahead. Boss, are you really going to make a move? He Tian felt uneasy seeing the primordial Zhao clan's current situation. They would be in deep trouble if a powerful cultivator were to escape from the land of the rising dragons ahead. Could it be fake? Gu Fei said snappily. In these 3 days, he didn't find anything useful. The Dragon Valley was located in a very remote area. Even so, Gu Fei was going to make a move, and he was going to target the primordial Zhao clan first. Someone is coming out. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a middle-aged man in a white outfit walking out from the land of the rising dragons ahead. The man rose into the sky and flew toward the south. Whoosh! Gu Fei also rose into the sky and chased after the white-robed middle-aged man who just came out from the Zhao clan's ancestral ground. This place was too close to the Zhao clan's main base. The middle-aged man was fast, but with Gu Fei's 8 steps, he was still intercepted by Gu Fei after chasing him for 1,000 li. Who are you? How dare you stop someone from the primordial Zhao clan? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He secretly held on to his life artifact. Humph! Not only am I going to stop you, I'm going to kill you too. Gu Fei said coldly. He then closed in on the middle-aged man with a murderous aura. The middle-aged man was shocked upon hearing this. Was this guy out of his mind? How dare he challenge an elite disciple of the Zhao clan in the Zhao clan's territory? Bam! Gu Fei did not waste any more time. He used the most direct way to express his thoughts. He threw a punch forward. The force of the punch was unbelievably strong, causing the rift to shatter. Humph! You're courting death. The middle-aged man's face showed a hint of disdain. He did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. He also threw a punch. Rumble, the middle-aged man's fist was like a primordial divine mountain. It crushed through the void, causing the entire world to tremble. It was simply too powerful. Gu Fei controlled his cultivation to be below the immortal spirit realm, but the middle-aged man's cultivation had actually reached the fourth firmament of the profound transformation realm. It was easy for a profound transformation realm figure to kill an immortal spirit. However, when Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged man's, the smile on the middle-aged man's face immediately froze. Ka-cha! The sound of bones shattering rang out. The middle-aged man's entire arm was bent, and his body was also pushed back 7 or 8 steps. Thud! 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 How is this possible? The middle-aged god king from the Zhao clan completely forgot about the pain in his right arm. He was extremely shocked. He could not believe that he was injured by an immortal realm expert. Gu Fei's body was comparable to a holy weapon of a great expert. Moreover, he had hidden his cultivation. The moment the god king from the Zhao clan was targeted by Gu Fei, the outcome was already decided. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a fist landed on the chest of the god king from the Zhao clan. Bam! The god king from the Zhao clan was smashed into pieces. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. His speed was so fast that he could not even leave a shadow. The unlucky god king did not even have time to scream before his body was smashed by Gu Fei's fist. Swish! Chapter 927. Gu Fei appeared in the vicinity of the primordial Zhao family's territory, but he did not infiltrate it. The primordial Zhao family was definitely a colossal existence. It was not something that Gu Fei could set foot in so easily. There was definitely a terrifying saint weapon that enveloped the entire primordial Zhao family. This was the conclusion that He Tian arrived at after observing the outside of the primordial Zhao family for a very long time. Although it was not an extreme saint weapon, it was able to draw upon the might of the world in the land of the rising dragon and draw upon the power of the 4 dragon veins to protect the Zhao family. Even the most powerful figures of the current era would probably be in danger if they entered, let alone Gu Fei. The news that a god king of the Zhao family had been killed 1,000 kilometers away from the Zhao family spread very quickly. The primordial Zhao family was shaken, and they sent out experts to investigate the matter. However, very soon, someone discovered a mangled corpse in a valley several hundred kilometers away from the Zhao family. The experts sent out by the Zhao family had been killed in the valley. This time, it was not just the primordial Zhao family that was shaken. The various large organizations in the eastern region were alarmed as well. Did you hear? Another expert of the Zhao family has been killed in the mountains. What? Someone from the Zhao family died again. Yeah. I heard that the one who died was one of the most outstanding successors of the Zhao family. Could it be that someone killed that arrogant and domineering Zhao Wuji? In the major cities of the eastern domain, countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Some people were attacking the primordial Zhao family, killing their experts one after another. As soon as someone from the primordial Zhao family was left alone, a mysterious person would kill them mercilessly. After a few days, the mysterious person had already killed 7 people from the primordial Zhao family. Among the 7, there was a god king and an immortal king. As for the other 5, there were 3 demigods and 2 immortals. A loss like this was no small matter to the Huanggu clan. Furthermore, this was practically a slap in the face to the Zhao clan of the Huanggu clan. They had killed a descendant of the Zhao clan in their territory. The primordial Zhao family was enraged. A supreme elder of the primordial Zhao family sent out a message saying that as long as someone killed the person who was secretly opposing the Zhao family and took his head to the primordial Zhao family, they would be able to obtain a 10,000-year-old divine herb. The primordial Zhao clan was very generous. One should know that a 10,000-year-old herb was definitely something that all cultivators dreamed of. Not only could a 10,000-year-old herb increase one's cultivation base, but it could also increase one's lifespan. Humph. My head is only worth a 10,000-year-old divine herb. In the private room on the top floor of Wang Lin Pavilion in Floating Cloud City, Gu Fei sneered and said in a disdainful tone. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were also sitting in the private room. Boss, your life doesn't seem to be worth much. He Tian said with a faint smile. In the eyes of the primordial Zhao family, Gu Fei's life was only worth a 10,000-year-old divine herb. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the fact that the Zhao family could take out a 10,000-year-old divine herb was already shocking enough. One should know that 10,000-year-old divine herbs were almost legendary in the current era. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, a 10,000-year-old divine herb was nothing. Gu Fei even had an immortal divine herb in his inner world. Is the Zhao family of the primordial clan too stingy? Xiaoqing said with disdain. As Gu Fei and the others conversed in the private room, Gu Fei had already isolated the void with his inner world energy. No one would be able to hear their conversation. At this moment, a series of footsteps and voices were suddenly heard from outside. Gu Fei's control of the inner world energy had already reached perfection. He could prevent his voice from being transmitted outside, but the voices from the outside could still be heard. What's going on? Gu Fei and the others could not help but frown. The footsteps were actually approaching them. Young Master Qian, the top floor is really full, humph. So what if it's full? Just tell them to scram. Two voices came from outside. When Gu Fei and the others heard this, their expressions immediately turned ugly. Bang! The wooden door of the private room that Gu Fei and the others were in was forcefully opened. A young man in luxurious purple clothes walked in with large strides while waving a folding fan in his hand. Behind the young man were two attendants and a middle-aged shopkeeper. The two attendants of the young man were blocking the middle-aged shopkeeper outside. The arrival of the young man in purple startled many people. The wooden doors of the private rooms on the top floor were opened. Some people were watching the show. Isn't that second young Master Qian? Heavenly Dragon Sect second young Master Qian. That second-generation ancestor? There's going to be a good show. Scram! Second young Master Qian's face was filled with arrogance and disdain. He directly threw a spirit jade on the table. Then he did not even look at Gu Fei and the others. This brat, seeing this, He Tian almost jumped up and wanted to beat this guy up. He actually dared to be presumptuous in front of them. He was simply courting death. However, this second young Master Qian was truly courting death. What, you think it's too little? Second young Master Qian did not see Gu Fei and the others pick up the spirit jade and scram as he expected. So he threw another spirit jade on the table. Gu Fei expressionlessly looked at second young Master Qian. Then he extended his hand and picked up the two spirit jades on the table. Humph. Second young Master Qian did not see Gu Fei pick up the two spirit jades and felt even more disdain. However, Gu Fei and the others did not have any intention of leaving. The onlookers were stunned. No one expected that these four people would not even give second young Master Qian face. It should be known that second young Master Qian was the second-generation ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. In Floating Cloud City, the Heavenly Dragon Sect was the most powerful sect besides the City Lord. This was because a Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Dragon Sect had successfully broken through to the Immortal realm more than 10 years ago. The Heavenly Dragon Sect had an Immortal overseeing it. In the entire Floating Cloud City, the disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Sect could do whatever they wanted. Young Master Qian, please be magnanimous. The private room downstairs is also not bad. How about all your expenses in Wang Lin Pavilion will be free of charge? The middle-aged shopkeeper didn't want to offend this playboy, because the Immortal in the Heavenly Dragon School was the ancestor of this playboy. If he offended this playboy, even if the Donglin Pavilion had a powerful backer, it would still be troublesome. You four, please make way. One of second young Master Qian's followers said in a deep voice. 2 spirit jades. Gu Fei didn't seem to hear the attendant's words. He only looked at the 2 pieces of spiritual jades that were 2 fingers wide and 8 centimeters long in his hand as he spoke. These 2 spirit jades did not contain much spirit qi. They were not pure and had impurities. They were the lowest grade spirit jades. However, they were much better than spirit crystals. A spirit jade like this was equivalent to 50 gene of top-grade spirit crystals. 2 spirit jades were 100 gene. Not bad. I guess you country bumpkins have never seen such spirit jades before. Second young Master Qian said with disdain. You. Chapter 928. In the private room on the top floor of Donglin Pavilion, second young Master Qian, the spoiled brat of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and his 2 followers were all stunned, especially second young Master Qian, whose eyes almost popped out. Second young Master Qian's forehead was covered with a layer of cold sweat. His expression was as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. They saw that Gu Fei, who was playing with the 2 inferior spiritual jades, had actually crushed the 2 spiritual jades in his hands. Moreover, he had crushed them into powder. A ball of spiritual light emerged on Gu Fei's fist. Everyone felt a powerful spiritual qi erupt from Gu Fei's hand. However, the spiritual light flickered twice and then disappeared into Gu Fei's fist. The powerful spiritual qi fluctuation also disappeared at once. No way. He actually refined the spiritual qi contained in the 2 spiritual jades into his body in an instant. His cultivation. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Floating Cloud City was a city in the east of the Great Qi Dynasty, close to the eastern barren mountain range. Although there were immortals guarding here, no one had ever seen one. Not to mention immortals, even demigods were rare in Floating Cloud City. Is he a void-controlling realm cultivator? Or a demigod? A dark-skinned middle-aged follower beside second young Master Qian said with a trembling voice. This move of Gu Fei had shocked everyone. What kind of concept was it to crush the spiritual jades that were as hard as divine iron with his bare hands? Such a figure was not someone that they, small fries, could deal with. Second young master, let's go. Another follower whispered in second young Master Qian's ear. If this spoiled brat were to suffer any loss, they would be the ones to die. Second young Master Qian must be fine. Why are you leaving? So what if you are a demigod? I, your young master, am going to eat here today. If you don't want to die, get lost. After second young Master Qian recovered from the shock, he seemed to feel offended and threatened, so he shouted fiercely. Ignorance is not terrible. What is terrible is that some people are not only ignorant but also arrogant. It doesn't matter if they are arrogant. The worst thing is that they don't have the strength to be arrogant. Xiaoqing didn't even look at second young Master Qian and said. You, second young Master Qian was very angry. He pointed at Xiaoqing and couldn't say anything for a while. Second young master. The 2 attendants beside second young Master Qian kept signaling second young Master Qian with their eyes, wanting him to leave. However, second young Master Qian had already fainted from anger and simply ignored them. Young brother Qing, young Master Qian, young Master Qian, is not. Young brother young Qing, said. Young Qing, young Qing, young Qing said, young Master Qian, young Qing Saint, Master, Qing, Tian Qing, said. Young Qing, young of Qing, is young master is. Really? Is there really someone dumber than a pig? Erebus asked. The conversation between Erebus and little Qing thoroughly infuriated second young Master Qian. Second young Master Qian's pale face turned the color of a pig's liver. Kill them for me. Second young master Qian roared. He directly opened the folding fan in his hand. Several transparent lights rushed out of the folding fan and chopped at Gu Fei and others. Seeing second young master Qian's attack, the shopkeeper of Dong Lin Pavilion couldn't help turning pale with fright. This damned playboy. If he wants to attack, he should wait until these people get out of Dong Lin Pavilion. Second young master, the two followers of second young master Qian were also shocked. They had already seen that Gu Fei and others were not ordinary. They wanted to hint second young master Qian to leave, but this playboy not only ignored them, but also directly attacked these people. You want to show off such rubbish? He Tian directly grabbed it without looking at it. The power of extreme yin condensed in his hand, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. He Tian's right hand directly shattered the few rays of light that rushed out from the folding fan in second young master Qian's hand. He snatched the folding fan, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it out of the window. My carefree fan, second young master Qian suddenly turned pale with fright. He didn't know fear until now. It should be known that this folding fan was personally refined for him by his father, the master of Sky Dragon sect. After this spoiled brat obtained this folding fan, it was unknown how many people had fallen under this folding fan. With a wave of the folding fan, there would be light that was condensed from spiritual power that rushed out like a sharp blade, chopping people into pieces and dismembering them directly. The playboy's carefree fan was destroyed just like this. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. They can casually destroy a magic weapon refined by a half-god. Could it be that these people are the legendary immortals? The people in the other private rooms were shocked to the extreme after witnessing this scene. The master of Sky Dragon sect was a frightening existence of half-god realm ninth heaven. Sky Dragon sect could become the second biggest power in Floating Cloud City. This was absolutely not by chance or luck. You pig, remember to be smarter in your next life. Erebus laughed. He was about to point out with his finger to kill this good-for-nothing young master. The two followers of second young master Qian were immediately scared out of their wits. This guy actually wants to kill second young master Qian. He actually dares to kill the second young master of Sky Dragon sect in Floating Cloud City. Even the shopkeeper of Dong Lin Pavilion was so scared by He Tian's words that his face turned pale and he almost collapsed. If second young master Qian had an accident in his Dong Lin Pavilion, even the power behind Dong Lin Pavilion might not be able to protect him. You four, please be merciful. This second young master Qian is the second young master of Sky Dragon sect. The shopkeeper of Dong Lin Pavilion suddenly rushed into the private room excitedly and blocked in front of second young master Qian as if he had eaten a complete tonic. F***CK. Who is the bodyguard of second young master Qian? The two followers of second young master Qian were dumbfounded. This shopkeeper of Dong Lin Pavilion was too fierce. Sir, please be merciful. The shopkeeper's whole body was trembling as if he would collapse at any time. However, he still held on and stretched out his hand to block He Tian. At this time, second young master Qian came back to his senses. Humph. You dare to kill me. My Sky Dragon sect is a big sect with an immortal. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Second young master Qian said in a stern voice. He now realized that these four guys in the private room were not to be trifled with. It turns out that you have a sect with an immortal as your backer. No wonder you are still so confident at this time. Gu Fei said expressionlessly. Humph. You have no idea of death. Hearing this, He Tian's eyes shot out two incomparably sharp divine lights and he stood up from his seat. He Tian was about to attack. So what if you have a sect with an immortal as your backer? In his eyes, an immortal is nothing. He Tian, who has successfully crossed the heaven tribulation, is already an immortal king at the first layer of the mysterious change realm. Don't kill him, I want him to do something for us. Gu Fei suddenly said. Chapter 929. Did you hear? The Heavenly Dragon Sect's second young master Qian was miserably messed with today. What? In Floating Cloud City, who dares to mess with the second young master Qian? Are they tired of living? Someone saw with his own eyes that the second young master Qian was put under a restriction spell. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. In the streets and alleys of Floating Cloud City, a shocking news was spreading. The Heavenly Dragon Sect's second young master Qian, who usually ran amok in Floating Cloud City, had provoked someone he should not have provoked. In the private room on the top floor of Wang Lin Pavilion, Gu Fei and the others did not leave. Big brother, do you think that pig can find out what happened to the Supreme Mystery Sect? Xiaoqing said. He Tian originally wanted to kill the second young master Qian, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. The Heavenly Dragon Sect was a large sect within 10,000 li of Floating Cloud City. There were immortals guarding the sect, so their power was definitely not small. Gu Fei wanted to use the power of the Heavenly Dragon Sect to find out who broke into the Supreme Mystery Sect. It should be possible, Gu Fei said. Although he had been to many cities in the past few days, there was no news of Zhao Ziru and the others. Although Gu Fei killed many people from the Zhao family of the Desolate Era, he did not get any valuable information from them. Old He, how are your preparations going? Gu Fei asked He Tian. It's done, but boss, do you really want to? He Tian said with a dignified expression. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then said, the people from the Zhao family of the Desolate Era are chasing us all over the world. It's time to let the Zhao family know the pain. Gu Fei killed many cultivators from the Zhao family of the Desolate Era. Even 2 mysterious transformation realm experts died in Gu Fei's hands. The entire Zhao family was furious. The Zhao family master spread the word that he would not rest until Gu Fei was killed. In the past few days, the Zhao family's bounty on Gu Fei had been raised to the point that any cultivator would be jealous. Whoever killed Gu Fei would receive this bounty. The Primordial Era's Zhao clan also sent out a sect master-level celestial to hunt down Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's whereabouts were very secretive. The Zhao family's men were unable to uncover Gu Fei's whereabouts. Instead, Gu Fei killed several of the Zhao family's disciples. You guys wait here. I'm going to meet that guy, Gu Fei said and stood up. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the others didn't say anything. The guy Gu Fei wanted to deal with was extremely powerful. They couldn't help at all. They would only be a burden if they went. Gu Fei left the private room. With his cultivation, no one would be able to sense his departure. Dragon Lake City was the closest city to the Zhao family of the Desolate Era. The city master was a demigod, but no power dared to look down on the city master. This was because the city master had the entire Qi dynasty behind him. The people of the Zhao family of the Desolate Era searched all the cities within 10,000 miles of the Zhao family. They caused a lot of chaos, but they couldn't find Gu Fei's group. Especially Dragon Lake City. The people of the Zhao family had almost dug 3 feet into the ground. This made the city master of Dragon Lake City very unhappy. After all, the Undying Dynasty was a superpower that could contend with the forces of the Desolate Era. The people of the Zhao family didn't dare to go too far. The Undying Dynasty made them have some misgivings. 2 hours later, Gu Fei appeared near Dragon Lake City. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. It was noon. Dragon Lake City was very lively. The main road of the city was bustling with people and carriages. Gu Fei didn't have any misgivings and directly walked into Dragon Lake City. He had just appeared in Dragon Lake City when he was discovered by the disciples of the Zhao family. He didn't hide his whereabouts. He did it on purpose. Kid, you killed the people of my Zhao family and still dare to appear here so brazenly. A loud shout came from ahead. Gu Fei, who was walking on the street, immediately stopped. At this time, everyone on the street was stunned. In the next moment, the pedestrians on the street who had come back to their senses immediately retreated in all directions with a boom. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He saw a tall figure approaching him step by step. Every step the person took caused the entire ground to tremble. This person seemed to have fused with the heavens and the earth. His footsteps seemed to coincide with some sort of supreme principle of the heavens and the earth. It actually carried along the might of the heavens and the earth and pressed down towards Gu Fei. The person arrived around 30 m away from Gu Fei before stopping. "Who are you?" Gu Fei spoke coldly. His eyes shot out a dazzling divine light as he stared fixedly at the person's face. This was a middle-aged man with a formidable appearance. He wore azure clothes, his hands were empty, and he didn't have any magic weapons. However, Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from him. "I'm the one who killed you," the man in azure said calmly with his hands behind his back. There was no killing intent leaking out from his body. This middle-aged man's aura made Gu Fei a little uneasy. This was a celestial of the sect master level, and he was extremely powerful. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Gu Fei's eyes flashed as he said this. He directly took a step forward and blasted a punch towards the middle-aged man. "My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right?" Someone actually attacked the malefic star of the Zhao family. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. What was happening in front of them was too unexpected. Many people recognized this middle-aged man and knew how powerful he was. "Hey!" With a low chuckle, the middle-aged man also stretched out his hand and sent his right palm forward to meet Gu Fei's punch. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged man's palm. There was no earth-shattering sound, and there was no terrifying energy wave that could destroy everything. There was only a muffled sound. However, it was this muffled sound that caused blood to seep out from the ears of many people. Their expressions changed greatly as they felt an indescribable impact, and they hurriedly retreated to the distance. Stomp! 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 Gu Fei took 5 or 6 steps back, and then he turned around and rushed out of Dragon Lake City. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden divine light descended from the sky and rolled back towards Gu Fei. Everywhere the golden light passed, the void was cut apart, and it emitted terrifying energy waves. Someone blocked in front of Gu Fei and wanted to stop him. Dong! Gu Fei directly blasted out a punch. This punch shook the entire heaven and earth, and it fiercely hit the golden light that was rolling back. The golden light collapsed into 7 or 8 pieces under Gu Fei's fist. The golden light dissipated, and it was a dazzling golden rope. That's the heaven-binding rope. It was actually destroyed by someone. Someone recognized the origins of the golden rope, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The owner of the heaven-binding rope was even more shocked. His magic treasure was destroyed by a single punch from Gu Fei, and he suffered an extremely great impact as well, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood while his body was blasted flying. However, Gu Fei utilized the World Desolate steps and revealed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With a single step, he'd caught up to the Immortal that was blasted flying, and then he directly blasted out a punch. Bang! The Immortal's body was blasted into pieces by Gu Fei's fist, causing a mist of blood to spray out in midair, and he didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry before his body and soul were obliterated. Chapter 930. It's the sky-piercing godly spear. Zhao Chen, it's the desolate ancient Zhao clan's sky-piercing heavenly king. In Dragon Lake City, many people recognized the spear that shot out from the middle-aged man's body and exclaimed in surprise. The Zhao clan's sky-piercing Shen King had actually appeared in Dragon Lake City. Celestial being realm immortal emperors and Shen King were extinct in the mortal world. It was difficult for ordinary people to even see them. Only those old cultivators knew the origins of the immortal emperors and Shen King. Zhao Qin was the sect leader level character that the Zhao clan had sent to hunt down Gu Fei. Swish! A pitch-black spear shrouded in thick black qi pierced through the void, piercing towards Gu Fei's back with extreme speed. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Executing the 8 desolation steps, the 5 elemental void emerged from his body, as if there were 5 lesser worlds revolving around him. His speed suddenly increased by a large margin. The sky-splitting divine spear that had pierced through Gu Fei's body instantly missed its target. Its destructive power shattered the void, but Gu Fei managed to dodge it. This, sky-piercing Shen King Zhao Qin was shocked. He didn't expect Gu Fei's speed to be this fast, able to dodge the attack of the sky-piercing godly spear. Gu Fei strode in the 5 elemental void, increasing his speed to the limit. With a single step, he had already appeared near Dragon Lake City. Swish! 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 As soon as Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void, 3 rays of treasure light shot out from outside the city. There were people lying in ambush outside the city, and now, they had made their move. The treasure light soared into the sky, and a crimson divine light wrapped around a divine saber, slicing through the void towards Gu Fei. A black mountain rapidly expanded, blocking the entire sky, and pressed down on Gu Fei. There was also a magic treasure in the shape of a full moon, emitting a cold divine light, slashing towards Gu Fei. 3 immortal god-level experts. Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this. The actions of the members of the Zhao clan are really swift. I've only just arrived at Dragon Lake City and I've already encountered such a situation. Bam! Gu Fei directly punched out and sent the red divine saber flying. The light of the divine saber dimmed and it almost collapsed. The owner of the divine saber also suffered a great impact and vomited blood as he flew back. Boom! At the same time, Gu Fei took a step forward. His right foot stepped on the cold moon-like magic treasure that was spinning towards him, and the magic treasure directly fell from the sky. Rumble! At this moment, the black divine mountain pressed down from the sky, emitting a terrifying energy wave. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was descending, causing the void to collapse. Gu Fei's physical body was unparalleled. He didn't dodge, nor did he care to dodge. He directly punched upwards, blasting the black mountain high up into the sky. His divine power was monstrous. Ancient martial arts. You're the successor of the martial ancestors' bloodline. Heaven Potioneering Shen King Zhao Chen's voice came from behind Gu Fei. After being blocked by the 3 fellows of the Zhao clan, Zhao Chen had already caught up. The cultivators in Dragon Lake City also rushed out of the city or flew up into the sky to watch the battle from afar. A battle of this level could only be encountered by luck. There's actually someone fighting with Heaven Potioneering Shen King. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Heaven Potioneering Shen King is a killing god of the desolate ancient Zhao clan. This guy is going to be out of luck. Hee, it's not certain who will be the winner until the end. Some old monsters were discussing. Only these old monsters knew the origin of Heaven Potioneering Shen King Zhao Qin. These young cultivators probably hadn't even heard of Heaven Potioneering Shen King's name. The battle between Gu Fei and Heaven Potioneering Shen King Zhao Qin had already alarmed the older generation cultivators in Dragon Lake City. Even the city lord of Dragon Lake City had come out. The city lord of Dragon Lake City drove an ancient bronze chariot and rushed out of the city. The chariot was surrounded by a purple draconic curtain, so no one could see the appearance of the city lord. However, no one dared to look down on the city lord of Dragon Lake City. The aura of a peak demigod realm expert made all the cultivators in Dragon Lake City unwilling to go near him. The mysterious city lord of Dragon Lake City was a formidable existence that already had half a foot in the Paramount Saint realm. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei, the city lord of Dragon Lake City was nothing more than an ant. Although the various powers of the desolate ancient era had returned, there weren't many immortal-level existences, not to mention the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King. In the present age, unless the almighty experts appeared, celestial beings were invincible. These were formidable existences that stood at the peak of the entire cultivation world. Such figures would absolutely not be dispatched easily. However, the desolate ancient Zhao clan wanted to kill Gu Fei, so they had no choice but to send out a sect master-level figure. Swoosh! Just as the heaven-piercing Shen King Zhao Qin was approaching Gu Fei with the heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand, Gu Fei's figure suddenly became blurry. Then, he instantly appeared in front of an immortal being of the Zhao clan. Roar! The immortal being of the Zhao clan was scared out of his wits. With a furious roar, a black mountain hovering above his head immediately pressed down on Gu Fei. Under the frenzied control of the immortal being of the Zhao clan, the black mountain emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Streams of black chi circled around the black mountain like huge dragons. Bam! The black divine mountain shattered the space in front of the immortal god. The destructive power turned the space into nothingness. Even the immortal god himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was affected by the shock wave. Damn it! The heaven-piercing Shen King Zhao Qin let out a furious roar. The heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand unleashed an explosive aura that flew out from Zhao Qin's hand. However, the heaven-piercing Shen King Zhao Qin was one step too slow. Gu Fei had already disappeared the moment the black divine mountain came crashing down. He executed the 8-step speed and dashed above the immortal being of the Zhao clan who was sent flying. He then took a step forward. The 8-step speed instantly turned into 8 steps 8 deaths. Bam! The immortal being of the Zhao clan let out a cry of agony. His body was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's stomp. Blood splattered everywhere as a godly glow wrapped around a tiny person dashed out from the mist of blood. Whoosh! Gu Fei pointed his finger forward and shattered the primordial spirit of the Zhao clan's immortal being, killing him in both body and soul. An immortal being has fallen. The scene made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Someone had just killed an immortal being. This was something that had never happened before. At least, it had never happened in Dragon Lake City. The death of an immortal being was absolutely shocking. Everyone was so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. Meanwhile, the heaven-piercing Shen King's heaven-piercing divine spear had just arrived in front of Gu Fei. It was a terrifying ray of light like a black dragon that pierced through the heavens and earth. Chapter 931. Clang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the heaven-piercing divine spear, producing a terrifying metallic sound that penetrated the void and spread in all directions. Ah! Roar! Cries of alarm and howls rang out in the distance, and some of the cultivators who had been watching the battle from afar immediately fell down from the sky. Even some of the old-timers had blood oozing out of their ears as they retreated in terror. Rumble! The ancient bronze chariot was like a giant mountain crashing through the sky. Even the city lord of Dragon Lake City had no choice but to retreat, not daring to stay in the vicinity. On the nearby mountains, cultivators who couldn't fly fell to the ground one after another. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Seeing this scene, the spectators couldn't help but shiver in fear. A battle between experts above the immortal realm was truly terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei's divine strength was monstrous and his king's martial physique was unparalleled. With a single palm strike, he managed to knock the heaven-piercing divine spear away. How was this possible? Heaven-potioneering Shen King Zhao Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe his eyes. Gu Fei actually used his physical body to block the heaven-piercing divine spear, an emperor divine weapon. Could it be that his physical body is already comparable to an emperor divine weapon? Heaven-potioneering Shen King Zhao Chen's heart pounded. This bastard must not be allowed to live. Heaven Potioneering Shen King Xiaoqin felt immense pressure. He knew that he couldn't allow this person to grow, otherwise, the Zhao clan would be in great trouble. Even the major powers of the ancient desolate would feel fear towards a grand completion expert. Although Gu Fei managed to knock the heaven-piercing divine spear away with a single palm strike, he himself was also sent flying 1,000 zhang away. A numbing sensation spread from his palm. What a powerful emperor divine weapon! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Swish! He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the Black Mountain treasure that belonged to the Zhao clan's immortal he killed. Then, he charged towards Heaven Potioneering Shen King Xiaoqin. Rumble, the huge Black Mountain crushed down from the sky. Endless black gas surged and filled the entire sky. The huge mountain was covered with hideous cracks. A violent, destructive power erupted. Gu Fei had already destroyed the magic treasure and unleashed all the power contained within it. When Zhao Qin saw this, he couldn't help being shocked and angered. This fellow actually dared to destroy a sovereign divine armament so decisively. If he was allowed to mature, he would definitely become an invincible cultivator. Shen King's killing intent towards Gu Fei deepened. Swoosh! The heaven-piercing Shen King held the divine spear in his hand and pierced forward with an indomitable will. The heaven-piercing divine spear surged with a monstrous explosive power, and in an instant, it pierced through the huge black mountain. Boom! After an earth-shattering explosion, the huge black mountain exploded. The destructive power shattered the void, and the sky and earth seemed to collapse. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The huge black mountain was not an ordinary immortal weapon. It was an emperor's weapon refined by an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm. When such an emperor's weapon exploded, its power was definitely comparable to the full power of a 9th-level immortal king. It shattered the void, destroyed the world, and destroyed everything. After unleashing the emperor's weapon, Gu Fei immediately used the 8 desolation steps and dashed away to avoid the terrifying power released when the emperor's weapon exploded. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. It was as if they had turned into stone statues. The other 2 immortals of the Zhao clan were also scared out of their wits. They used their magic treasures to protect themselves and dashed away with all their might to avoid the explosion. However, the immortal with the cold moon magic treasure hovering above his head was a little too slow. He was sucked into the destructive power of the explosion. After an extremely terrified scream, the immortal god's presence completely disappeared. Even an immortal god would die after being swept into the primordial void. Roar! Damn it! A furious roar came from the void of primal chaos. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who didn't die in the void of primal chaos. It was truly unbelievable. A powerful aura surged out from the chaotic void. The heaven-piercing Shen King Xiaoqin actually dashed through the chaotic void and charged toward Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and took a step forward. He instantly appeared next to the last immortal of the Zhao clan who was still in a state of shock. The immortal had just escaped a calamity, but the next calamity immediately found him. Before the last immortal of the Zhao clan could recover from the joy of escaping a calamity, Gu Fei was already charging toward him. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei pointed his finger and pierced through the immortal's head, crushing his Naiwan palace and destroying his divine soul. The Zhao clan immortal's soul was immediately destroyed and his body fell from the sky. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the immortal's crimson divine blade. It was a blade imbued with the power of Yang. Gu Fei could feel the surging power within it as he held it in his hand. Bam! The world suddenly shook violently. The heaven-piercing spear pierced through the sky and the heaven-piercing Shen King Xiaoqin charged out from the chaotic void. Gu Fei had already killed 4 Zhao clan's immortal divinities, causing Xiaoqin to almost go berserk. Those were 4 immortal divinities. Losing 4 immortal divinities in one go was a great loss even for the primordial Zhao clan. Heaven-piercing Shen King Zhao Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Divine light surged from his body and the might of a celestial erupted. Everything in the world paled in comparison. Everyone felt as if their minds were about to collapse. The cultivators who had retreated to a distance to watch the battle had no choice but to retreat again. The might of a celestial was too terrifying. It was as if they were facing the entire world. Although Gu Fei was already a king of immortal kings at the second level of the mysterious change realm and possessed the sovereign martial constitution, he still felt a great sense of danger from Zhao Qin. This was a deity emperor at the level of a sect leader. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei turned and left. Humph! At this time, do you still want to live? Heaven-piercing Shen King Zhao Qin was like an ancient god of death descending. Holding the heaven-piercing divine spear, he chased after Gu Fei. With a single step, he could cross 100 li in an instant. His speed was so fast that he could actually keep up with Gu Fei's speed. So fast. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. A sect master level character was indeed terrifying. Although he had the unrivaled speed of 8 steps, it was still difficult to shake him off. Swoosh! 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 With a few steps, Gu Fei and heaven-piercing Shen King's figures disappeared into the horizon. The terrifying might of a celestial disappeared into the distance. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Some old antiques didn't want to miss this battle, so they immediately chased after them. Rumble, a bronze chariot came from the distance and disappeared into the horizon. It was the chariot of the Dragon Lake City Lord. Is the Dragon Lake City Lord really only at the 9th layer of the demigod realm? Someone asked. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Lake City Lord dare to chase after them? One had to know that even a demigod could be affected by the shockwaves of a battle of this level. At this time, Gu Fei and heaven-piercing Shen King Zhao Qin had already traveled a few thousand li. Gu Fei's speed of 8 steps was worthy of being called unrivaled under the heavens. Although Zhao Qin was a sect master level Shen King with a cultivation of at least the 5th layer of the sky being realm, he still couldn't catch up to Gu Fei. However, a sect master level cultivation was not to be underestimated. It seemed impossible for Gu Fei to shake off Zhao Qin. That guy's speed. How could he be so fast? Heaven-piercing Shen King Zhao Qin was incomparably shocked. In his eyes, Gu Fei was only a martial king at the 2nd layer, but his speed was on par with his. Swoosh! Zhao Qin directly executed the sky-piercing godly spear, piercing forward. A black divine radiance pierced through the void, traversing 1,000 li in an instant, arriving behind Gu Fei in the blink of an eye. A sect master level Shen King's full-powered attack shook the heavens and earth. An extremely intense killing intent filled the air. That sky-piercing godly spear was definitely a ferocious weapon. Gu Fei retaliated with a palm strike. His palm emitted a dazzling golden divine radiance, as if his entire palm was forged from gold. Boundless energy surged out from his palm. Bang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the black divine radiance emitted by the sky-piercing godly spear. Gu Fei only felt his entire arm trembling as he was sent flying. He had successfully blocked the power of the sky-piercing godly spear. However, due to the impact of the attack, Gu Fei's speed slowed down. Heaven-piercing Shen King Zhao Qin took the opportunity to close the distance between them. Damn it! Gu Fei groaned inwardly. This Zhao Qin actually used this kind of method to disrupt his movement technique. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he was caught up to by this bastard. I'm almost at that place. Gu Fei wasn't worried at all. As long as he could lure Zhao Qin to that place, he would have a 50 to 60% chance of killing this sect master level expert. Swoosh! The black divine radiance resembled a black poisonous dragon, rushing out from heaven-piercing Shen Qing's palm, piercing towards Gu Fei. Although it couldn't kill Gu Fei, it was enough to disrupt his movement technique, slowing him down. The distance between Gu Fei and heaven-piercing Shen Qing Xiao Qin continued to shrink. Just as the distance between them was less than 100 li, a valley suddenly appeared in front of them. Less than 100 li was enough for heaven-piercing Shen Qing Xiao Qin to launch a fatal attack on Gu Fei. Prepare to die. Heaven-piercing Shen Qing bellowed. His entire body's divine energy surged madly towards the sky-piercing godly spear in his hand. Wang! The sky-piercing godly spear emitted a deafening hum. The murderous aura it exuded was unprecedentedly strong. The black divine radiance caused the sky to darken, terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 932. The heaven-piercing Shen Qing's might was unparalleled, chasing after Gu Fei for tens of thousands of miles. The heaven-piercing divine spear pierced through the void, bombarding Gu Fei relentlessly, putting Gu Fei in danger. The distance between the two continued to shrink. Just as the heaven-piercing Shen Qing Xiao Qin was about to launch an all-out attack on Gu Fei suddenly rushed into a valley in front of him. Humph! Today is destined to be your doomsday, it's useless no matter where you run. The heaven-piercing Shen Qing Xiao Qin sneered coldly as he rushed into the valley with the heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand. He had the peerless heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand, and he was also a grandmaster. There were not many things in this world that could make him hesitate. Xiao Qin had no scruples. However, the moment he rushed into the valley, the world around him changed. Rumble, bolts of blood-red lightning flashed above the valley, and on the ground below, black light surged. This was the power of the earth condensed into a peerless killing light. This was a valley, and it was as if one had entered the legendary Azura Hell. Murderous intent soared to the sky, blood-red light and black qi intertwined. Even heaven-breaking divine Emperor Xiao Qin was taken aback by the scene in front of him. Gusts of chilly wind blew, blood-red light flickered, and faint ghostly howls could be heard echoing in the void, as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling in grief. The heaven-piercing Shen Qing Xiao Qin sensed danger. Gu Fei was nowhere to be found. He had already locked onto Gu Fei's aura, and it was impossible for Gu Fei to escape. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin suddenly couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence anymore. So he had already arranged everything, and then deliberately lured me here. Xiao Qin's mind raced, and in a split second, he understood what was going on. Xiao Qin, tell me what happened to the people from the Supreme Mystery Sect, and I will let you go. Gu Fei's voice suddenly sounded in the void. Xiao Qin tried to determine the direction of the voice, but he soon discovered that it was useless. A powerful force had sealed off this part of the world. This was a peerlessly ominous formation, and the fiendish aura it emitted was countless times more powerful than his heaven-piercing divine spear. This was a terrifying formation that could grind down celestial beings. Xiao Qin stood in the middle of the ominous formation, his expression unchanged. Wisps of black qi shrouded his body. It was the heaven and earth's killing intent, the ruler of all slaughter. Heaven Destroyer Shen Qing was definitely a terrifying god of slaughter. He was a frightening character who had entered the Tao of slaughter. Supreme Profound Sect. Never heard of it. Heaven Potioneering Shen Qing Xiao Qin coldly spoke. His divine eyes pierced through the void, scanning the surroundings, but he failed to find any trace of Gu Fei. Then you can die. Gu Fei's voice came again. Then, the entire ominous formation began to move. Rays of blood-red divine light descended from the sky, bombarding towards heaven potioneering Shen Qing. The black light that swam across the ground also rose from the sky and shot upwards. This was a true inescapable net. The ominous formation condensed into a fiendish aura that enveloped this part of the world. Heaven potioneering Shen Qing had no place to hide. Do you think you can kill me with this ominous formation? You underestimate me too much. Heaven Potioneering Shen King laughed angrily. He shook the divine spear in his hand, and a circle of transparent ripples immediately spread out from the spear. The blood-red divine light that descended from the sky and the black light that swept across the ground collapsed in an instant under the influence of this circle of transparent ripples. Hum. The heaven-piercing divine spear vibrated, as if a god had awakened within it. A towering fiendish aura surged out from the spear. Break for me. Zhao Chen roared angrily, his voice shaking the vast sky. He held the divine spear in his hand and pierced towards the sky with all his strength. The heaven-piercing divine spear bloomed with endless black light. A bright black light rushed out from the divine spear. Under the black light, heaven and earth were pierced through, and a big hole appeared in the blood-red sky. The aura of the outside world came in through the big hole. The peerless ominous formation was shaken. The ominous formation attracted spiritual energy from all directions, condensing a peerless divine light that sealed the void. It was unable to withstand the attack of Heaven Potioneering Shen King, who was wielding an emperor's ominous weapon. Swoosh! Heaven Potioneering Shen King soared into the sky, wanting to rush out from the big hole that had been created. Boom! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the big hole and directly attacked. The power of yin and yang surged. That person was holding a simple and unadorned seal and pressed down from the sky. This attack shattered the entire void. The yin and yang seal that descended from the sky circulated a trace of the aura of the great Tao. It was like an ancient divine mountain, crushing the world. Damn it! Just as Xiao Qin was about to rush out, he didn't expect Gu Fei to be standing in front of the big hole. He was enraged. The formation that had been pierced by the heaven-piercing divine spear showed no signs of collapsing. The big hole in the sky was shrinking at a rapid pace. Swoosh! There was nothing more to say. Zhao Qin directly rushed forward with the heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand. As long as he killed Gu Fei, he could take advantage of the ominous formation's power to rush out before it was fully unleashed. Heaven Potioneering Shen King Zhao Qin had already seen through the extraordinary nature of this formation. It was an ancient ominous formation that had been lost for generations. It possessed terrifying power that could kill a celestial being. Naturally, this ominous formation was created by He Tian. This guy might not have any other skills, but his ability to trick people was definitely at the Grandmaster level. This ominous formation was specially created by He Tian to kill celestial beings. His purpose was to trick the Zhao clan's sect master. Bam! The heaven-piercing divine spear collided with the yin-yang seal. The emperor-grade ominous weapon charged forward with unstoppable momentum, piercing through the yin-yang seal. Its momentum did not diminish in the slightest as it continued to stab at Gu Fei's chest. Clang! Just as the heaven-piercing divine spear was about to hit Gu Fei, a blunt black sword with no edge slashed at the heaven-piercing divine spear like a black ray of light. Wang! Both the heaven-piercing divine spear and the blunt black sword vibrated. Both Gu Fei and Zhao Qin were sent flying back. Gu Fei's god force was overwhelming, forcing Zhao Qin to retreat. How is this possible? Zhao Qin was taken aback. He could clearly see the black sword in Gu Fei's hand, an unsharpened black sword. Yet, this black sword was able to block his emperor-grade ominous weapon. One had to know that his heaven-piercing divine spear was an emperor-grade divine weapon. Could it be that this unassuming black sword was also an emperor-grade divine weapon? Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After clashing head-on with Gu Fei, his hands that were holding the heaven-piercing divine spear were numb from the impact. The strength of the emperor martial physique surprised him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, the entire formation shook violently. A part of the sky had turned crimson, as if it was dyed red by the blood of a celestial being. On the ground, black light swam, black chi surged, and endless evil energy was drawn out. Chapter 933. The blood-red sky seemed to be dyed red by the blood of celestials. A terrifying energy of extreme yang rapidly condensed, and numerous crimson figures appeared in the sky. Black light flickered on the ground, and black chi surged. Numerous pitch-black figures stood up from the ground, and boundless baleful energy condensed. Rumble, the absolute slaughter formation shook, and a great force drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth, forming an extremely terrifying heavenly aura that sealed off the surroundings. Some of the old fellows that had chased from Dragon Lake City stopped when they were 500 kilometers away, and they didn't dare approach. Boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn over by the absolute slaughter formation, and a horrifying baleful aura swept through the heavens and the earth. Even immortal realm figures would feel fear in their hearts. A bronze chariot charged over from the distance, and an exclamation sounded out from within the chariot. Based on the voice, the person within the chariot seemed to be a woman. The surroundings of the bronze chariot were obstructed by violet dragon-patterned curtains, and no one could see the scene within the chariot. Even divine sense couldn't permeate it. This chariot seemed to be a treasure as well. The city lord of Dragon Lake City is a woman. How is this possible? Some of the old fellows couldn't help but be extremely shocked when they heard the voice that came from the bronze chariot. The city lord of Dragon Lake City was extremely mysterious, and he seemed to have never shown his face. However, to be able to become a city lord and manage the government affairs of a region, such a figure would probably have a great background even in the Grand Qi dynasty. No one dared to rashly offend the city lord of an eternal dynasty. Although these old fellows were extremely curious, they weren't willing to get too close to the bronze chariot. The ancient baleful heavenly slaughter formation, these words came from within the bronze chariot. The mysterious city lord of Dragon Lake City seemed to recognize the terrifying grand formation that surged with baleful energy. How is this possible? Zhao Chen, who was trapped within the formation, couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme when he saw numerous crimson figures condense in the sky and countless black figures stand up from the ground. This ominous formation has long been lost for countless years. How could it possibly appear here? Zhao Chen couldn't help but turn pale. This formation could annihilate celestials. Even Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark and activating the ferocious formation, was shocked. The energy condensed by the ferocious formation left him in a daze. One after another, crimson figures shrouded in the energy of extreme yang, like ancient celestials walking out from the sun, silently pressed toward the heaven breaker Shen King, Zhao Qin. On the ground, a figure formed from black chi soared into the sky, exuding a baleful aura of extreme yin as it charged towards Zhao Qin, freezing the space around it. Roar! Break! The heaven-crushing Shen King Zhao Qin could no longer remain calm. He could feel a great sense of danger looming over him. Brandishing the heaven-crushing divine spear, he pierced through the void, wanting to rush out. However, this time, he was unable to successfully penetrate the absolute death formation. Buzz! The heaven-crushing divine spear vibrated repeatedly, emitting a pitch-black radiance that swept out in all directions, scattering the illusory figures that were charging at him. The heaven-crushing divine spear's power was also nullified. The crimson figure formed from the extreme yang energy of heaven and earth, and the black figure formed from the baleful aura of extreme yin energy displayed great power, capable of suppressing an emperor divine weapon. Swoosh! A black figure silently pounced on Zhao Chen's right arm. Zhao Chen felt a burst of cold air rushing into his right arm, and in the next instant, his entire right arm was sealed in ice. Bang! Godly energy erupted, shattering the ice on Zhao Chen's arm. However, at this time, another crimson figure pounced on Zhao Chen. In the instant that the crimson figure pounced on him, Zhao Chen felt as if he had fallen into a furnace, being burned by the true yang fire. His entire body was almost burnt to a crisp by the heavenly yang energy. Roar! Zhao Qin roared again and again, the heaven-crushing divine spear in his hand swept out in all directions, annihilating the crimson and black figures that were charging at him from all directions. However, in the blood-red sky, more crimson figures appeared one after another, and on the ground, more and more demonic figures formed from the baleful aura of extreme yin energy stood up. "I'll exhaust you to death." Gu Fei was in no hurry seeing this scene. He knew that he couldn't kill this sect master-level character in one go. He drove the formation with all his might, gathering spiritual energy from all directions, condensing the supreme heavenly slaughter grand momentum to obliterate the heaven-crushing Shen King Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin was in a sorry state, he was in a passive position. The baleful aura of the heavenly yang earthly slaughter grand formation sealed a corner of heaven and earth. The heavenly slaughter grand momentum could even kill a celestial being. In the end, the power of this grand formation reached its peak. Above the blood-red sky, numerous immortal palaces descended, suppressing Zhao Qin. Abyssal nether god mountains surged out from the earth, crashing towards Zhao Qin. The power of the heavenly yang and earthly baleful aura shattered the void, destroying heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even the old monsters watching from 1,000 li away were horrified. Under this kind of attack, even a sect master-level character couldn't withstand it. Zhao Chen's body was nearly crushed, and horrifying bloody scars appeared all over his body. Even the heaven-crushing divine spear in his hand was dimming. The power of the heavenly yang and earthly baleful aura converged, intertwining, transforming into a supreme yin-yang slaughter grand path that destroyed everything in its path. Zhao Qin was fatally injured. The power of the heavenly yang and earthly baleful aura was destroying his life force. If this continued, he would die without a doubt, and it would be the most thorough way to die. "I can't die," Zhao Qin screamed in his heart, roaring in his heart. "I'll give you one last chance. What happened to the people from the Supreme Mystery Sect? If you can tell me, I'll let you live." Suddenly, Gu Fei's voice rang out. "Supreme Mystery Sect. The people from the Supreme Mystery Sect are all dead." Zhao Qin roared. "Was it your Zhao family that destroyed the Supreme Mystery Sect?" Gu Fei's voice trembled. Could it be that Zhao Ziru and the others had not escaped this calamity? "I'm not afraid to tell you that it was my Zhao family and the Dongfang family that destroyed the Supreme Mystery Sect." "So what? What can you do about it?" Zhao Qin said harshly. Gu Fei was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "I want your soul and body destroyed." Rumble, 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 the heavenly yang and earthly fiend slaughter grand array trembled. Gu Fei had activated the array's ultimate power. Endless true yang energy was drawn in, and the earthly baleful aura of the earth and earthly baleful aura surged out from the earth. Clang clang. Clang clang. Endless crimson yang energy and earthly baleful aura condensed into a yin and a yang sword that were thousands of meters long. Their destructive auras caused the heavens and earth to pale. Roar. Ignite my divine blood, kill in 10 directions. Zhao Qin knew that this was the moment of life and death. Using a forbidden technique, he burned his own divine blood, raising his strength to an unimaginably terrifying level. Boom! Endless bloody light erupted from Zhao Chen's body. His body instantly collapsed into a bloody mist. Then, the bloody mist wrapped around the heaven-splitting divine spear and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. The void shattered and everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was shattered in an instant. The heaven-splitting divine spear became the only thing between heaven and earth. The entire grand array collapsed. But the entire power of the grand array was concentrated on one sword and one blade. The heaven-splitting sword and earth blade pierced into the chaotic void. This was the supreme killing path of heaven and earth. The heaven-splitting sword and earth blade contained a trace of Tao power that was indestructible. The heaven-splitting sword and earth blade cut through everything. The bloody mist wrapped around the heaven-splitting divine spear was broken, and a bloody figure disappeared into the void. Chapter 934. Heaven Potioneering Shen King had fallen. The news was immediately spread by the old monsters who were watching the battle. The entire Dragon Lake City and the entire Eastern Domain were shocked. Someone had killed a celestial from the Zhao family of the ancients. Those who knew about Heaven Potioneering Shen King's background were all shocked. Heaven Potioneering Shen King cultivated the great Tao of life and death. The Heaven Potioneering Divine Spear had killed countless geniuses to create this god of death. However, this god of death had been killed by someone. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Even his emperor weapon, the Heaven Potioneering Divine Spear, was broken. It had lost all its spiritual energy and turned into 2 pieces of scrap iron. The death of Heaven Potioneering Shen King had caused a great disturbance in the entire Eastern Domain. All the sects felt insecure, afraid that the Zhao family of the ancients would target them. Once the Zhao family of the ancients made a move, the entire Eastern Domain would be shaken. Soon, the people of the Zhao family of the ancients found out that the person who killed Heaven Potioneering Shen King was called Gu Fei, a disciple of the Taishan sect. The primordial Zhao clan had issued a kill order. Whoever could kill Gu Fei would be rewarded with an emperor divine weapon refined by a sect master celestial being. When this news came out, the entire Eastern Domain, and even the entire Tinglong continent, became extremely envious. Who didn't want an emperor weapon? Moreover, it was said that the person called Gu Fei was only at the 2nd sky of the mysterious change realm. He could kill Heaven Potioneering Shen King only because he borrowed the power of an ominous formation. Many old monsters had wandered around the place where Heaven Potioneering Shen King died. After careful observation, they found out that this was a peerless ominous formation that had been lost since ancient times. It was called the Heaven Yang Earthly Fiend Sky Killing Formation. This ominous formation could be said to be a matchless ominous formation that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It drew upon the power of the Heaven Yang and the Earth Yin to evolve the supreme Tao of death. It was no wonder that the Heaven Destroyer Shen King had perished. Even the most powerful beings of the current era would have a headache trying to break through this ancient formation. It could kill all existences below the celestial being realm. On the 3rd day after the great battle, at dusk, a figure appeared at the place where Heaven Breaker Shen King had fallen. That place had already been completely destroyed, and the ground within a radius of 1,000 li had sunk by a full 3,000 zhang. It was a mysterious man dressed in white. The mysterious man did not show his true appearance. He wore a golden mask that shone with golden light. The power of the metal element circulated around it. It was no ordinary metal. That person stood in the air, exuding an extraordinary aura, like a true immortal descending from the 9 heavens, as if he could fly away with the wind at any time. The man with the golden mask stood there for a long time. In the end, he waved his hands in front of him, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from his hands. Then, a scene began to appear in the void in front of him. It was a valley with towering evil chi. The scene kept changing, and a figure holding a divine spear could be seen dashing left and right in the valley, trying to rush out. If Gu Fei were here, he would be extremely shocked. This mysterious man was actually using some kind of secret technique to replay the battle 3 days ago. Replaying something that had already happened, this kind of magical power was really frightening. An hour later, the mysterious man gradually came to a stop. The scene in front of him disappeared into thin air. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Heaven Destroyer Shen King died unjustly. The mysterious man in white was silent for a long time. Finally, he uttered these words and disappeared into the void. At this time, Gu Fei had already returned to Floating Cloud City. He was still in the Donglin Pavilion, meeting with Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan in the private room on the top floor. "Big brother, I didn't expect you to succeed," He Tian said when he saw Gu Fei. The heavenly young earthly fiend sky punishing formation was his masterpiece, but the person they wanted to trap was a celestial being, and his sect master Shen King. Even He Tian was shocked by the result. The ominous formation he had set up had tricked Shen King. "Big brother, tell us what happened at that time," Xiaoqing said. They were very curious about how Gu Fei lured Heaven Destroyer Shen King into the ominous formation set up by He Tian. Balan also looked at Gu Fei and pricked up his ears. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei told him everything that had happened. "Serves that guy right for being unlucky." After listening, He Tian and the others couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Heaven Destroyer Shen King actually entered the ominous formation so easily. However, after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem strange at all. Heaven Destroyer Shen King was too conceited. Gu Fei was only at the second layer of the mysterious transformation realm, while Heaven Destroyer Shen King was a sect master. For a sect master Shen King to kill a divine king or immortal king at the second layer of the mysterious transformation realm, it was as easy as blowing off dust. Heaven Destroyer Shen King must have thought that he had Gu Fei in his grasp, which was why he was so easily tricked by Gu Fei. One couldn't help but admit that Heaven Destroyer Shen King's death was really unjust. "Boss, the other party must have found out your identity by now. I'm afraid they are already making their move," He Tian said. The people of the Zhao clan of the primordial desolate clan were not idiots. Besides, many people in Dragon Lake City had seen Gu Fei's appearance. Given the Zhao clan's capabilities, it wasn't difficult to find out Gu Fei's identity. "I'm going to let everyone know that I, Gu Fei, have returned," Gu Fei said coldly. His eyes flickered coldly as a strong battle intent burst out from his body. This, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan exchanged glances with one another. The primordial desolate faction has returned. The celestial demons that have been asleep for countless years are awakening. A new era is coming. I'm going to fight to the death and cultivate my supreme martial path. Gu Fei's words caused He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan to be incomparably shocked. Heroes are born in troubled times. After the chaos, some people might be able to prove their Dao and become extreme Dao saints. With the rise of many heroes, a great war is unavoidable. Since this is the case, Gu Fei decided not to endure any longer. With his current cultivation and strength, as long as the current era's supreme experts don't attack him, he can protect himself. "Oh right, is there any news about the Heavenly Dragon Sect's second-generation ancestor?" Gu Fei suddenly asked. He immediately withdrew his battle intent. Gu Fei restrained the Heavenly Dragon Sect's second young master Qian and used a forbidden technique on his body. He made him use the Heavenly Dragon Sect's power to find out the whereabouts of the Supreme Mystery Sect's people. He wanted to find out what exactly the Supreme Mystery Sect had discovered. "I was just about to tell you about this," He Tian said. "Speak." Hearing this, Gu Fei still appeared calm on the surface. However, he couldn't help but become nervous in his heart. This matter was related to the life and death of Zhao Ziru and his fellow disciples. He didn't want to hear any bad news. Therefore, He Tian began to speak. Chapter 935. What Gu Fei did not want to happen the most had happened in the end. Some people from the Zhao family and the Dongfang family had indeed vented their anger on the Supreme Mystery Sect. Some of the experts from the two forces joined forces and attacked the Dragon Valley where the Supreme Mystery Sect was located. Fortunately, He Tian had set up a shocking killing formation around the Dragon Valley. Otherwise, everyone in the Supreme Mystery Sect would have been slaughtered. The experts of the Zhao family and the Dongfang family were blocked by the killing formation that He Tian had set up around the Dragon Valley. For a while, they were unable to attack the Dragon Valley. This gave Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and the others a chance to breathe. After a stalemate of more than 10 days, the news that some people from the Zhao family and the Dongfang family had joined forces to destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect spread. The Supreme Mystery Sect was no longer what it used to be. Almost all of the experts in the sect had fallen in the chaos of the demons 300 years ago. The current Supreme Mystery Sect was not even as good as a second-rate sect in the world of cultivation. No one thought that the Supreme Mystery Sect could escape this disaster. Although this was only an alliance between the Zhao clan of the Desolates and the Dongfang clan, the Zhao clan's clan leader turned a blind eye to this matter and did not interfere. As for the sects in the eastern region, even the great Qi divine dynasty, they did not say anything. These forces did not want to offend the Zhao family, so no one stood up and said anything. For these forces, it was absolutely unwise to offend the Zhao family for the sake of a small Supreme Mystery Sect. In the end, some people from the Zhao family used a powerful holy weapon to break the shocking killing formation that He Tian had set up and attacked the Dragon Valley with the experts of the Dongfang family. In this battle, the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect were almost slaughtered. However, at the critical moment, several important figures of the Taishan sect had successfully escaped. However, these people who had escaped were nowhere to be found. It was as if they had disappeared from the world. Even the people of the Zhao family and the Dongfang family were unable to find the main figures of the Supreme Mystery Sect and completely destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. The people of the Supreme Profound Sect disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei heaved a sigh of relief after listening to He Tian's explanation. He then gritted his teeth and declared, "If anything happens to junior sister Zhao Ziru and the others, I will make sure that everyone from the primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family are buried with them." As he spoke, Gu Fei's body emanated a horrifying and ghastly killing intent, and it caused He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan to shudder with fear and be extremely astounded. Even the people of the primordial era's Zhao family could not find Zhao Ziru and the others, let alone the small heavenly dragon sect. Second young master Qian, that spoiled brat, was unable to find anyone from the Taishan sect. While Gu Fei, He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan were chatting in the private room of Donglin Pavilion, the unlucky second young master of Heavenly Dragon sect, second young master Qian, was running around for his life. Although second young master Qian normally relied on the power of the Heavenly Dragon sect to run amok in Floating Cloud City, he was extremely afraid of death. He did not dare to neglect the matters Gu Fei gave him. For 3 days in a row, almost all the people of the Heavenly Dragon sect were mobilized and turned the entire Floating Cloud City upside down. Of course, except for one place, a place that even the old ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon sect was unwilling to set foot in, they were not searched. That place was the Floating Cloud City Lord's mansion. It must be known that the Floating Cloud City Lord represented the great Qi divine dynasty. How could a small sect like the Heavenly Dragon sect dare to offend the great Qi divine dynasty? The world of cultivation was a cruel world, everything depended on strength. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Not only did the Heavenly Dragon sect's people search Floating Cloud City, they even searched the nearby cities. However, the result was the same. The forbidden technique that Gu Fei used on him would take his life. He had no choice but to use all the power he had to find the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Even the old ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon sect was alarmed. Some people saw the old ancestor enter the Donglin Pavilion, but very quickly, he left. Nobody knew why the old ancestor went to the Donglin Pavilion. After the old ancestor returned, he went into seclusion and no longer asked about the Heavenly Dragon sect's matters. 10 days passed, second young master Qian did not find any useful information in the end. For the sake of his life, although second young master Qian was extremely unwilling to face Gu Fei, he had no choice but to go to the Donglin Pavilion and beg Gu Fei to spare his life. Although second young master Qian did not find the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Gu Fei did not break his promise and removed the forbidden technique from second young master Qian's body. Second young master Qian immediately pissed his pants and scrammed away. In a private room on the top floor of the Donglin Pavilion, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, He Tian and Balan all had ugly expressions on their faces. In the past few days, they had sensed that someone was watching them. "Boss, it's time for us to change places," He Tian said directly. They had booked a private room on the top floor of the Donglin Pavilion for more than 10 days. Obviously, it had attracted some people's attention. Moreover, the strange movements of the Heavenly Dragon sect could not be hidden from the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. Perhaps the people of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity were already monitoring them nearby. "Yes. We will leave tonight." Gu Fei nodded. They could not stay in Floating Cloud City any longer. Those people had not made a move yet, perhaps they were waiting for experts to come. "Big brother, what should we do next?" Xiaoqing asked. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said in a deep voice, "This time, we deceived the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. It's time to move against our old enemy, the Dongfang family." "Boss, are you going to take action against the Dongfang family?" He Tian said. He was best at deceiving and scheming people. Hearing Gu Fei's words, this guy couldn't help but rub his fists. "Well, we'd better think about how to greet those guys before we leave," Gu Fei said. Hearing this, He Tian's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Boss, do you still want to scheme against those guys outside?" He Tian had already guessed Gu Fei's intention. "Hee, what do you think?" Gu Fei said with a sneer. "Ha, leave it to me. This is my special skill." He Tian was very happy. It seemed that he had not done something in person for a long time. "In that case, go ahead and do it." Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said. Gu Fei and the others continued to talk for a while and then stopped talking. They sat cross-legged and closed their eyes to rest, while He Tian left the private room. Time was disappearing. Several hours passed and the night gradually fell. When the lanterns were first lit, several powerful auras appeared outside the Donglin Pavilion. "What's going on?" When those people came out from the dark, they felt something was wrong. The Donglin Pavilion was too quiet. Although the lights were brightly lit, there was no one in sight. "Oh no, those guys couldn't have escaped, could they?" someone said in a low voice. The people who came were all experts of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. Among them, a gray-haired cyan-robed old man was an immortal emperor of the sect master level. "You, go in and have a look." The cyan-robed old man pointed at a young cultivator beside him and ordered. "Yes." The young cultivator immediately took the order and flew into the Donglin Pavilion cautiously. However, after the young cultivator flew into the Donglin Pavilion, he was no longer alive. The old man had a vague feeling that something was wrong. "You, go in." The cyan-robed old man ordered another middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm and had one foot in the Immortal realm. However, when the middle-aged cultivator also entered the Donglin Pavilion, he disappeared without a trace, just like the young cultivator just now. This. Chapter 936. Just as He Tian had expected, the people from the Zhao clan of the primordial region had long since set their eyes on them. The reason why the people from the Zhao clan of the primordial region hadn't acted yet was probably because their experts hadn't arrived yet. This night, Floating Cloud City was destined to be restless. A celestial being aura that made all the cultivators in the city palpitate suddenly descended upon Floating Cloud City. The city lord of Floating Cloud City was immediately alarmed. He didn't dare to neglect the arrival of a celestial being. However, when the city lord found out that it was an immortal emperor from the primordial Zhao clan, he retreated back to the city lord mansion. One had to know that Floating Cloud City was a city of the Immortal dynasty, the Daoist godly dynasty. It was the territory of the dynasty, so no matter what happened in the city, it could not be hidden from the city lord's eyes and ears. The city lord of Floating Cloud City naturally knew why the immortal emperor of the primordial Zhao family suddenly came to Floating Cloud City. The immortal dynasty had existed for countless years and had produced invincible immortal emperors. It had an incomparably deep foundation that was enough to contend against the Zhao family of the Desolate Era. Even if an immortal emperor of the Desolate Era arrived, he wouldn't need to go out and greet them. After the immortal emperor of desolate ancient Zhao family arrived in Floating Cloud City, he went straight to Wang Lin Pavilion. At this time, those who were hiding in the vicinity of Wang Lin Pavilion came out. With the arrival of an immortal emperor, all the members of the Zhao family didn't need to hide anymore. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, shaking the entire Wang Lin Pavilion as though it would collapse at any time. The immortal emperor of Zhao family had begun to clear the area. Under the pressure of the celestial being, the cultivators near the Wang Lin Pavilion immediately changed their expressions and retreated to the distance. This immortal emperor of the desolate ancient Zhao clan had some misgivings. He didn't want to harm the innocent. After all, this was the territory of an undying dynasty. He couldn't do as he pleased. There was no one in the entire Wang Lin Pavilion. The two cultivators sent by the immortal emperor of the Zhao clan had disappeared after entering the Wang Lin Pavilion like a clay ox entering the sea. You, go in and take a look. The green-robed old immortal emperor pointed to a middle-aged man beside him. This middle-aged man was clad in a divine armor made of immortal crystals. He was tall and sturdy, like a divine general of the ancient heavenly court, exuding a powerful pressure. This was an immortal-level divine general. Yes. The middle-aged divine general obeyed, then strode through the air towards the Wang Lin Pavilion. With every step he took, the entire space shook along with him. Two practitioners had already fallen into the Wang Lin Pavilion, so the immortal general had to be careful. After all, one of the two practitioners had stepped into the immortal realm. The immortal crystal divine armor on the middle-aged man's body shone with dazzling divine light like a star. 108 divine rainbows revolved around him, protecting him. Everyone watched this scene nervously, especially those from the primordial Zhao clan. They even seemed to have forgotten to breathe. The middle-aged man in the fairy crystal armor came to the entrance of the Wang Lin Pavilion, paused for a moment, and then directly stepped in. People could see him walking in the Wang Lin Pavilion. Are you all right? The cultivators from the primordial Zhao family breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was another question. What happened to the cultivator who entered the building earlier? Just as everyone was bewildered, the expression of the divine general who entered the Wang Lin Pavilion suddenly changed drastically. Then, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. It was as if he was suddenly pulled into an independent world by some force. The fluctuation of immortal force, even his aura, completely disappeared. A dimensional void. Two dazzling divine lights shot out of the eyes of the azure-clothed immortal emperor. Like two materialized peerless divine weapons, they pierced forward. Bam! The void shattered. The two divine lights directly tore apart the void. The entire Wang Lin Pavilion almost collapsed. The divine general who disappeared fell out of the shattered void. However, the divine general who fell out of the void was already a corpse. Roar! Damn it! The azure-clothed immortal emperor couldn't help but fly into a rage when he saw that the divine general had died. He turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the pavilion ahead. Rumble! The entire pavilion immediately shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the walls of the pavilion, as if it could collapse at any time. The might of a sect-lord-level deva poured out of the building, causing all of the cultivators in Floating Cloud City to feel immense pressure. Those with weaker cultivation bases were already slumping to the ground. Roar! It's all arrays. Immortal eliminating array, God-killing array, destruction array, yin-yang array. Damn it! The azure-clothed immortal emperor roared again and again. He seemed to have encountered some trouble. At this time, the entire pavilion blossomed with divine lights of various colors. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out. The spiritual chi of the entire world was attracted, and the weather changed. The people from the Zhao family of the primordial clan were stunned. No one had expected such an outcome. Those people had actually set up a killing trap in the entire Wang Lin pavilion. This killing trap caused the Zhao family of the primordial clan to lose 3 cultivators, including an immortal-level divine general. It could be said to be a bad start. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura broke out from the pavilion, as if an ancient giant beast had awakened. The sky and the earth changed color. The entire floating cloud city was shaking, and a pressure that was many times stronger than the might of a celestial being instantly enveloped the entire floating cloud city. Mighty holy weapon, that old guy actually has a mighty holy weapon. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord of floating cloud city's face was extremely ugly. The powerful pressure shook the divine soul. Even a powerful immortal was pressed to the ground by this pressure. The city lord of floating cloud city collapsed on the city lord's throne, his face pale. Even the city lord of floating cloud city was in such a state, let alone the other cultivators in floating cloud city. Under this pressure, the spirit of all the cultivators in floating cloud city was almost collapsed. Rumble, the entire Wang Lin pavilion began to collapse, and the broken pieces immediately turned into dust. A bright divine light rose from the collapsed pavilion, like a rising divine sun, illuminating this side of the world as bright as day. Under the illumination of the divine light, countless formation marks were collapsing and countless killing formations were obliterated. At this time, on a mountain 1,000 miles away, 4 silhouettes were standing. They were Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, He Tian and Balan. In front of them, a massive divine light burst out from floating cloud city. That massive divine light was like a sun rising from the city, illuminating the heavens and the earth, emitting a terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble. Mighty holy weapon, He Tian murmured. The various killing formations that he had set up couldn't withstand the power of the mighty holy weapon. Under the power of the mighty holy weapon, all of them collapsed. Let's go. Gu Fei said. That immortal emperor of Zhao family had a mighty holy weapon. The killing trap set up by He Tian wouldn't be able to trap such a figure. If that immortal emperor didn't have a mighty holy weapon, he would be half dead after breaking into He Tian's killing trap. While speaking, Gu Fei soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. Xiaoqing and Balan also soared into the sky, chasing after Gu Fei. Chapter 937. Somewhere in the primordial chaos world. The sun was high up in the sky. Cranes soared in the sky, and auspicious clouds lingered in the air. Spiritual mountains stood tall, and mountain springs and waterfalls dotted the landscape. The immortal chi was so thick that it almost couldn't be dispersed. An ancient palace sat in the center of this land of immortal chi. It was like an ancient primordial beast was entrenched there, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. Most of the people from the Zhao clan who'd entered the primordial chaos world had already left, but there were still a few who'd chosen to stay. Every primordial power had a stronghold in the primordial chaos world, and they were all guarded by peerless experts. The Zhao clan was no exception. There was a sect leader-level celestial standing guard in the primordial chaos palace. He was definitely a super antique who possessed a forbidden treasure that could suppress his cultivation, and he didn't fear the heavenly tribulation. Although an unprecedented horde of beasts had occurred in the primordial world of desolation, the strongholds of the ancient desolation factions in the primordial world of desolation were not destroyed. One had to admit that the primordial power's foundations were truly terrifying. One had to know that the beast tide back then had been driven by the invincible primordial beast king. Rumble, just at that moment, 1,000 miles away from the Zhao clan's divine palace, the sound of thunder rang out. Blinding bolts of lightning descended from the sky, bombarding downwards. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth filled the air. The tranquility of the world was shattered. Whoosh! A figure rushed out of the Zhao clan's divine palace. It was an extremely old man. His teeth and hair were all gone, and his skin was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. The old man stood in the sky above the divine palace, looking in the direction of the thunder. His originally turbid eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, as bright as the stars. Heavenly tribulation, that place, the old man murmured to himself, his voice incomparably ancient. His skinny body seemed like it could collapse at any moment, and he didn't release any aura. He'd sealed himself with a forbidden treasure. This was the only way to prevent the heavenly tribulation from descending. Whoosh! Whoosh! Silhouettes flickered, and two more silhouettes rushed out from the divine palace below. These two were also white-haired old men. There was no aura coming from them, as if they had jumped out of the three realms and were not part of the five elements. The two old men also sealed their auras. Old ancestor, that is, one of them, a tall and mighty-looking old man, couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw the strange phenomenon in front of him. This old man was truly too old, but he was still alive. It was as if he was hanging on by a single breath, unwilling to die. That kid is going through tribulation. The old man's eyes flickered and his expression seemed to be somewhat complicated. No one knew what he was thinking about. What? That kid called Zhao Wuji. Another old man with a ruddy complexion was startled and said in disbelief. The old man nodded and said, "As long as he can survive the heavenly tribulation, then let him be the sacred prince of our Zhao clan." When the two old men heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. The next patriarch? Seems like the old ancestor really thinks highly of this junior. One must know that there are many people in the Zhao family who want to become the sacred prince. The sacred prince, the son of the sacred king. That was a noble status that only the descendants of the clan with limitless potential could enjoy. As a cultivation clan that had existed since the primordial era, the Zhao family could be said to be extremely prosperous. There was no lack of cultivation geniuses in the clan. There were one or two people in the younger generation who were even stronger than Zhao Wuji. They were popular candidates for the sacred prince position. However, if Zhao Wuji successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, then the others would have no chance. If the old ancestor of the primordial era spoke up, then even the current patriarch wouldn't be able to change anything. While Zhao Wuji was drawing down the heavenly tribulation, tens of thousands of kilometers away, on a large mountain in another region, tribulation clouds were rapidly forming. They enveloped the world and emanated an aura of destruction that caused all living beings in the world to tremble. A black figure sat at the top of the mountain and looked up at the tribulation cloud. His body emitted endless battle intent. He was fearless against the might of the world. This person was the young divine king of the Jiang family. The young divine king of the Jiang family actually didn't leave and also summoned the heavenly tribulation. This was a test of life and death. No one could help him. If he passed the heavenly tribulation successfully, then he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. If he failed, then both his body and soul would be destroyed. All the primordial era powers had a way to enter and exit the primordial world, but not many people were willing to stay because not many people believed that they could resist the heavenly tribulation. This was also why all the primordial era powers had to wait 10,000 years for the primordial world's force of heaven and earth to be at its weakest before entering. 10,000 years was a cycle. The primordial world's force of heaven and earth would be very weak for a few years. At this time, the force of heaven and earth's influence on cultivators would also be at its weakest. The young divine king of the Jiang family and Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family both chose to stay and fight for the chance to become a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As long as they succeeded, they could become sacred princes who were undefeatable in the same realm. 1,000 miles away from the mountain, there were also a few big shots of the Jiang family watching everything closely. Without a doubt, the young divine king of the Jiang family was the most dazzling figure in the primordial era's Jiang family. Even the experts of the older generation were no longer his opponent. Gu Fei wouldn't be lonely on the path of the extreme Dao saint. 10 days later, the primordial era's Xiao family announced a piece of shocking news to the outside world. The Zhao family had a sacred prince. He had unlimited potential and had the chance to become a sacred king of the human race. During the primordial era, the 4 major clans of the primordial era each had a sacred king. Therefore, if a descendant with unlimited potential appeared in the 4 clans, he would be conferred the title of sacred prince because such a descendant had the chance to become a sacred king of the human race. However, what no one expected was that the person who became the sacred prince of the Zhao family was the person who was the least favored. That person was Zhao Wuji. There were many people in the Zhao family who were unconvinced, especially the other 2 outstanding youths who had the qualifications to compete for the position of sacred prince. These 2 people thought that they were more outstanding and stronger than Zhao Wuji. However, after Zhao Wuji easily defeated these 2 people, the dissenting voices in the Zhao family disappeared. Everything was decided by strength, and no one dared to have any objections. Almost on the same day, the Jiang family of the primordial era also announced that a descendant of the Jiang family had become a sacred prince. Has the era of the rise of kings arrived? So many geniuses actually appeared in the same era. Someone sighed. Not long after, an immortal king from the southern desolate white clan also walked out. This was the Azure Dragon King. He wielded a great dragon halberd and consecutively killed several immortal kings from the Zhou clan. His domineering aura startled the experts of the older generation of the Zhou clan. The Zhou family also produced a sacred prince with the potential to become a sacred king of the human race. He fought with the Azure Dragon King and destroyed a mountain range.